What's up, everyone? Welcome. I'm here to work on this game. Yeah, it's a game that I've been working on for a little bit of time. It's about an alien that invades Earth. And today, specifically, what I would like to focus on is replacing my player character. Yeah, kind of a big one. I've been using this character on the left for a good while. But I've also been remaking that player character as this one that you see on the right. It's got some updated animations. I redid the model and made it look a little nicer. Just some like improvements and stuff. And I would like to take those improvements and apply them. This is not going to be an easy task because I implemented that player character on the left months and months and months and months ago. Many friggin' months, like so long ago. And I have, I guess I started this game like 8 or 9 months ago, probably 10 at this point. And I was just learning Godot. I'm still learning Godot, but I was really just learning. I was just learning text code, all that stuff. And so I just kind of have some like bad coding habits. You know, some not so good coding habits that I still am working to unlearn. And I'm getting a lot better. But when I first implemented this character, let's just say, I hadn't learned those things yet. So I'm gonna have to dig into like old code and figure it out, and hopefully, honestly, excitedly, I'm going to improve it, right? We're gonna make it be a lot more better, you know, for the game overall. So that'll be nice. And then I obviously want to see the new player character model be in there. So all of that is really exciting to me because I love getting to revisit where I started and where I'm at now and try to, you know, evaluate how I can improve on those things. I'm looking forward to it. It's gonna be a task though. It's gonna be a task. I hope you'll join me on it. If you're watching this after the live stream, feel free to skip ahead or whatever, because I'm gonna be here for at least 8 hours. Yeah, I'm gonna be here a while. So, you know, I don't expect you to stay here and watch the whole time. But if you want to, I will make sure to be as engaging as I can, be present in this moment with you, and I appreciate you joining along this journey. I really do. We got Toad the Frog, also joining in this journey. Not Toad the Mushroom. This is Toad the Frog. It's different. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. We got Godot TXT in the house. You know, even though you changed your username, I still recognized you. It was close enough that I could know who you were. So welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through, guys. Means a lot. Yeah, so I take off every 3rd week. That's why it feels like it's been a minute. I only work on this game for 3 weeks in a row, and then I take that 4th week off, and then I come back to it. And now I'm back to it. We're back on that grind. That's right. Toad would like to suggest something. You may. So yeah, so if you haven't noticed, this is the game. Now you might notice we're floating in the air. Part of the game idea is that you damage your limbs, and that will change the gameplay and you'll be like less in control or whatever. And so I haven't fully finished that system because I was waiting to get the new player character in. So once we do that, I can start working on how the limbs get damaged, and instead of just shrinking, I would want the character to like get lower to the ground, maybe be limping, things like that. But the idea is that running into obstacles will harm your limbs. You can see I just shrunk my arm down, which in theory would mean my grabbing and my attacking would be less good and stuff like that. So yeah, so there's a lot that I want to do, but it really does hinge on me getting this player character updated right now. And now I want to show you what happens when you get this 10 here. The arm looks so funny. T-Rex core, yeah. Actually, if you break off both legs, you'll fall down to the ground, and that's about as much implementation as is in here of the damage system. So as you can see, I have 9 out of 10 of my abduction. So if I get that last abduction, we're gonna level up. So every level has you getting all those abductions, and then you're gonna pick a power up. So it's gonna be like a roguelike game, and that power up does get removed from the power ups list, and there's a new set of them. Pretty much what randomly picks from all the ones that you haven't chosen every level. And yeah. And so now we've got more that we have to grab. Now, I haven't actually worked on level 2 yet. It does exist. So I can actually play level 2. I can actually play all the way to the end of the game. But there's just nothing in there. There's no things to grab. So that's something I want to work on too at some point. But I really want to get this player character swapped in. There's a lot of things to analyze about that. Like, you know, for example, will it look good? You know, like this walk cycle, the new... The run and the walk cycles work on the old one. They look okay, but will it look okay? Will it look okay once I add the new one in? Like maybe it won't look right, so we might have to make adjustments and stuff. So this is going to be quite an adventure today. I'm excited about it. Toad the Frog suggests adding a parry mechanic. So when an attack is about to hit, you could press G to parry. Whoa! That's pretty cool. So here's my thought about that. Is that would be a good power-up. Because as you saw, there were some power-ups that come in. Yeah, I got you. There were some power-ups that come in. So by the way, I check messages at my leisure. I choose when messages go up or not. Yeah, you got it. So yeah. Yeah. How are they walking? Do they roll? They're actually hopping. So actually you can see it in the title screen because you're supposed to start out your character without any arms, without any legs, and that's how you begin the game. We'll see it in just a second here. And then you're going to earn the legs and the arms and stuff. So they're actually hopping. They're doing a little hop. You're currently thinking about how you're going to implement a roguelike-ish temporary upgrade system too. Nice. Yeah, I like it. I want it. And I think what Toad the Frog is suggesting, to me, would work nice as a power-up. So here's the thing. I'm just going to artificially increase the levels. Those muscles, they gotta be strong. They really do. It's true. You're not wrong. So I'm just going to cheat my way up a level here. And... we've got these, look at that. These aren't even the ones we saw before. We got smiley face, we got an explosion, we got a diamond, right? If I pick one, and let's just cheat our way back up to level 2 again. And now they're all different. Yeah, there's a lot. I think there's like 14 or something different power-ups. And I don't really know what those power-ups are going to be. I don't really want to personally like think about it. There's a smile face. I don't particularly want to worry about it just yet. My hope is that once I have more of the game put together, it's going to be a little more obvious. Oh, you know what would be a good power-up is if we could do this or if we could do that, you know, and then add them in. So that's kind of my idea. But yeah, we've got this whole power-up system set up so that it removes them from the list and it won't suggest them anymore once you choose it, and then you can whittle it down to like I think there's one that you could not get, or that you won't even see throughout a whole playthrough or something like that. So there's a lot of power-ups, and I have not really assigned any of them. However, in my project manager, I have been keeping track of suggestions that you guys make, like Toad the Frog just made. And I am excited to maybe write this down. So we have gameplay here, ability cop power-ups. So I've got a bunch listed in here. We've got, okay, just about power-up unlocking in general. Aspect, we're calling them aspects. Sensing meat through obstacles. Oh yeah, so let's say you get like a heat vision, right? And I think Frank Frauds suggested this one. I'm I I remember Frank suggesting this one. I'm gonna go ahead and say Frank Fraud's suggestion. I don't know why that wouldn't be listed in there, because generally what I do is we say who mentioned it. Now, some of these I came up with, so maybe I came up with that and Frank just supported it. I don't remember, but I'm giving Frank credit anyway. And oh, here S, right? Suggestion from S, who's someone who comes to these streams. So like an inventory where you can store items, like hang on to them, right? So then there's a grab glove where you can grab things other than just things that you eat or abduct. And then, of course, sensing through obstacles so you can see through walls and know if it's even worth going for a building to get any abductees. We've got a speed boost suggestion. This was from Gab Games. So you can suddenly go ram through obstacles for a brief period of time. I love that. I love that. And I also like to think about downsides, right? If it's a roguelike, like if you pick this, what are going to be the negatives of having picked that? I think that's also important to consider. Assign power-ups to left or right hands. Nice. Oh, I guess I came up with this one. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know about that. Right, so there's this game called Sylphid, which actually allows you to, it's like an old DOS game that by Sierra. That allows you to assign power-ups. You can see over here in the bottom right, there's like a little, there's two arrows. When you pick power-ups in between levels, this is an old game, y'all. When you pick power-ups between levels, you get to choose whether you assign it to the left or the right side. This game kind of confuses me, and I'm not exactly sure how that works or if it works, but it inspired me. I just like happened to stumble into this random old game, and I was like, oh, I could use this. So, you know, I like to take inspiration where I can and stuff. So that's one power-up idea. Lasers from eyes. Zombie Fish suggested this one. Destroying things with lasers from your eyes. Mio Michael suggested, oh, being able to grab multiple things. So we've got like a bunch of power-ups here. I feel like I need to make like a new folder. I'm going to say list of possible power-ups. We'll just say possible power-ups. And then I'm going to make this a folder. This is Hack and Plan, by the way. It is free to use. There is a paid version, but that's for like indie studios, not for you and I, for like, you know, regular degulars, solo devs like us. It's just, I mean, you can use it in teams too. And that's the thing, you can use it for teams because you can have multiple people assigned to these projects and they can type comments and messages and you can tell them they're working on this, you're working on that. But the paid versions are for like if you want to put your indie game logo everywhere, or you know you have like hundreds of people that you want to be, you know what I'm saying? So it's for like big corps. For us, this is free and it's a really cool thing. It's called Hack and Plan. I'll type the name of it in the chat. I like it a lot. It's really nice, and it's kind of like Trello, but it's aimed at game devs basically. So I'm gonna create a folder in here, and it's just gonna have possible power-ups. I don't think I need to describe that anymore. And then I'm gonna move these just to organize it a little better. I'm just going to drop these all in there, so it's just all contained because it's just starting to get a little messy in here. And I don't see why we couldn't just name aspect power up, but I also haven't spent a lot of time organizing this folder system in the most ideal way. Just kind of good enough for now so I can set things and forget them and move on. And come back to it when it's relevant, you know, when it's power up time. But yeah, I do think it's better to focus on this kind of thing later. All right, we're gonna get this added in here real quick. Did we put them all in there? We did. So let's add a new possible power up in here, and this is gonna be per Toad the Frog suggestion, parry. When an attack, and I'll just say suggested by Toad the Frog. We'll make it a quote. When a attack is about to hit you, we're even going to capitalize it the same way you did. You could press G to parry. All right, so I've now got that written down. It exists as a thing. And of course, I do like to give credits. There is going to be a credit section in this game, by the way. And I want to put all of you guys' names in there. And these credits, by the way, entitle you to no compensation, but they do entitle you to a credit that appears in the game and my undying appreciation, obviously. So right here, I'll show you where. So there's the credits. I haven't figured out what's going to happen with the credits. This button doesn't do anything, but maybe like names will appear above the aliens or something as like they come out. And somebody had the idea the other day about maybe if you, well, I did and they did. We together came up with the idea that what if you click on one that has a credit above it and then that's your alien's name in the game? I don't know. We'll see. That might be overscoping a bit. But yeah, let's get Toad the Frog on this list. Toad the Frog. And so what I'll do when I go to do credits one day, I'll do it on stream. I will, and we do game concepts for this. I will, first of all, make sure everyone on this list is added in there. And then I'll go through like the hacking plan and I'll just hit like a search, right? And I'll be like, Toad the Frog, right? Okay, so that didn't show up. But wherever I'm supposed to search it to find it, I'll search it up. We'll find Toad the Frog in here. I'm sure there's a search text, Toad the Frog. Okay, I don't know where that is going to be, but somewhere we'll search it and we'll find it. And then I'll also search the code base as well, because often in the GitHub pushes, I'll say so-and-so gave me this idea or helped me with this, and then we'll tailor the credits based on that. All right. Anyway, enough of that mess. So, player character replacement. Yeah, let me check what you guys are saying. What's up, Insane Alpha Beta? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through and hanging out. I appreciate it. Thought I'd stop by because you'd be happy to hear this. Yeah, I did hear that. Glitched Code told me about this earlier in Discord. Yeah, so that's true. Marvel's, the indie company or the dev company who made Marvel Snap, they invested in W4. W4 is the foundation. It's kind of like if Godot has any kind of corpo, you're the winner, yeah. If there's any kind of corpo that Godot has, it's W4. But really, it's just like a foundation where if you donate to Godot, that's where it goes. And there's some people that it hires to help Godot grow and be great. And yeah, they invested in it. And so they're gonna make their next game in Godot, and they said it's gonna be what do they say, their biggest game or something, like some really ambitious thing. So it's pretty exciting. DX12. I don't know if I know what that means. I bet it means something though. What's up, Coda? Coda says the way you know what you could upgrade and stuff. That way you could know what to upgrade and stuff. Yeah, exactly. I like how I said what's up, Coda, like you weren't already here. I'm going through the chat, so I'm like looking at it like it's the first time. Yeah, it's a big deal. So, because we've now got Slay the Spire 2 coming to Godot. We've got the next game from the Marvel Snap people coming to Godot. Probably something else. Road to Vostok, right? That's Godot. Super, super exciting stuff. Godot's on its way to being the industry standard, let me tell you. How about for the parry power-up icon would be a person using their arm hitting an object back and parrying it. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, I gotta be honest. That makes perfect sense. So let's keep that in consideration. For the parry power-up icon would be a person using their arm hitting a object back parrying it. Yeah, we'll see. It's just like I got the note now, and when I need ideas for power-ups, we're here. Yes, this is Hack and Plan. New character. It's time. It's going to look great in-game. Oh, thanks, Joe. I hope so. I'm only a little nervous, just because I don't know how the animations are going to sync up with the movement. Like, the speed of the movement of the terrain might need to do some adjustments there, but yeah. It's definitely an upgrade from the last character. There's no doubt about that. So I'm excited to see what happens. What I'm most afraid and excited about is the code. Because this isn't just like a model. that's in here, right? This model, imagine it's like got wires sticking out of it, hooking up to all kinds of different places. Because remember, those arms have to shrink, those legs have to shrink, the head has to shrink. There's collision boxes on all of them, you know, and the animations change based on certain states. So there's a lot of things happening based on this character's body. So I'm gonna need to dig into that today. It's gonna be interesting. Future games are being made in Godot. Yeah, it's great news. Yeah, for sure. No, it's super cool. No, it's mega, ultra, duper, mega, hyper cool. Yeah. I think it's cooler than Trello, especially because it's targeted at game devs and it has a lot of features that are game dev friendly. You know, full disclosure, something about it that bothers me is they don't have like a public page. So if you wanted to update, you know, people who are playing your game using your project manager, Hack and Plan doesn't have a way to do that. Whereas Trello, although I think it's a paid feature on Trello, you can have a public front-facing project manager, so players can see updates that are being planned. I don't really need this feature. I don't think it's that necessary, but I think it's a big thing that's missing if you're comparing Trello and Hack and Plan side by side. So yeah, Hack and Plan. Messi, the soccer player, not the soccer player. Much messier than Messi. What does the game look like so far? Yeah, so I'll show you what the game looks like. Road to Vostok, yes. TXT is short for text. Okay. I trust that was relevant to something. What about Godot? What? Like Trello? Oh, is that a real thing? Is that a real thing, like a Godot made Trello? I don't know. I'm already so invested in Hack and Plan. Maybe for my next game I'll use that if that's real. So wow, that's pretty cool. Downsides for Toad the Frog. You're like really giving me some ideas. I love it. Downsides for Perry. You would get minus 10% speed and 3% more helicopter spawn. I don't know if I like that idea, but I like that you have an idea. So I will definitely take the note down. I don't know. That feels like that's a lot for the player. To me, and this kind of gets into like more like, you know, when I start working the power-ups, like crafting what a power-up should be like, what it's supposed to be and stuff like that. And for me, like every game is different, right? But for me, I find stuff like that to be really hard to keep track of as a player, unless it's like really noticeable, you know, like, but it's a pretty good idea. It's actually a good idea. I like it. I like it. Man, I think I just need to warm up to it. I'm definitely gonna write it down. Downsides for Perry. I should probably just copy and paste it, but I would rather. I'm gonna do some code today, guys. So, well, at least some recoding. So I might as well get my keyboard fingers warmed up. Speed and 3% more helicopter spawn. Obviously, I am not warmed up. But that's what this is all for. More helicopters spawn. All right. Thanks for the suggestions. I do appreciate it. Why not? You know what to do. I know. Yeah, of course. And that's why I'm writing it down as suggested by Toad the Frog and then putting the quotes in here. Because believe me, I would never just do it because you guys said it. Although I know that's a very fun thing that a lot of communities do, where people will be like, give me your crazy suggestions and I'll put them in the game. Someday, maybe, but not for this game. For this game, I want it to be more of an expression of what I think is good for a game. And because I'd love to look back at this game and be like, wow, those were some bad choices that I made. I shouldn't have done that. But I want that. I want to have that reflection. I want to gauge my sense of game development. And I trust that I will not have an amazing game. I'm going to make mistakes, but I want to make those mistakes. So it's part of my ethos for this whole game is to be making those decisions myself. But doesn't mean I won't take suggestions. I mean, come on. Godot is real. Wow. Welcome back, Coda. I'm absolutely looking into Hack and Plan. Yay, that's cool. Yeah, I like it. I really like it. It's neat. I don't think I can top the creativity in the chat. You guys are really creative. Yeah, what's up, Miggets? Welcome. Miggets? No, that just sounds weird. Mygats? How do I say your name? Mygats. Congrats? Me gats? How to get rid of a bug. Call it a feature. Yeah, that's true. All right, so here's what the game looks like, by the way. I'll show it one last time, or not one last time. Believe me, I'll be testing it a lot today. I can do that now. What's up, Dark Rosen? What can I do now? The game is about being this alien who's invading Earth, and you have to abduct. Mostly, you're going to be abducting humans. I pronounced it right the first time. It's Miggets. Okay. Why does that sound so weird to me? Miggets. Oh, I don't know. There's something about it. All right. Long arms. Yeah. And obviously, so that's the other thing. Oh, man, guys. Putting this, my gets. I like my gets. My gets, I feel much better about. I don't know. Something about that short I next to a G is I don't like it. Like maggots. Yeah, right. Something about it. It's just like it's giving squick. But no, my gets I like a lot, actually. All right. That's why we ask. So yeah, so you're gonna mostly be abducting humans, but right here you're abducting cows in level 1. And I just beat level 1, so it's not gonna be there anymore. But yeah, so the idea is you destroy things and you find things to abduct. You also need to avoid obstacles, otherwise you will die if you run into things. Right now we have the limbs flashing and then shrinking down, and that indicates that you took damage. And this is going to be hard to set up on the new player character, because the new player character has so many bones. If your head gets all the way small, the game restarts and you lose. And it's going to be really hard because we're basically referencing bone numbers on each limb. So, you know, this arm has a bone number, the leg has a bone number, the head has a bone number. All those bone numbers are going to be different, which means as soon as I swap out this character, like 30% of the game's features are going to just suddenly break. So I guess I kind of want to thoughtfully set this up so I can, like, swap out the characters. Like, maybe I should do that. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that. Where's the world? Where's the world? Where's the world? I don't know if I understand what that question is. So here's what I'm thinking for today. I want to, before I start literally putting the new player character in there or replacing this one, or even fully digging through the old code, I'm going to find a way to toggle the character on and off. So an easy state that I can say is true or false, and then literally this one right here just is visibly gone and is functionally off. And so that way I can, you know, not commit to completely breaking my game right now. That would be nice. At the beginning, you may need a loading screen as the world seems to spawn a few seconds late. Oh, yeah. So it's a work in progress, as I hope you know. So, you know, I'm just kind of muddling it together the best I can. And, you know, I know that when I'm live streaming, it makes folks, you know, be much more like, ooh, look at that, that could be better. Look at that, that could be better. And like at the end of the day, I do want to cater to y'all. But at the same time, I also want to do this game development process in a way that makes sense and gets the game done. It's always a fun balance between those two when you're broadcasting your work like this. But yeah, so this is something that I do want to resolve. It starts out in like this. This is a whole bug to fix. Because sometimes it's longer, sometimes it's shorter, and it takes a while for it to load in. Yeah, there's title screen stuff. It's a whole thing to figure out, and I'm not going to work on that today, but it is something to figure out. Yeah. Okay. So I don't want to think about title screen stuff today. Today I want to work on this. So let's get this character toggled on and off somehow. Yeah. So all right, so here's the thing, Dark Rosen. That is my idea. You already have my idea. We're on the same page. Not so silly. Not so silly. You're free to say what you like, Toad. I invite you to say what you like. Okay, let me tell you guys the vision of this. All right, so there's going to be an opening cutscene. All right, and the opening cutscene is going to have a well, actually, I made this Monday during the member stream. If you hit the join button, by the way, there's a join button right here underneath this video, and you can become a member of this channel. You'll get songs sung to you in the live stream chat. You'll get badges, emotes. What else will you get? I don't know, an 8-hour plus live stream every Monday where I do art stuff for the game. And Monday, I made this space capsule. So there's going to be like a window on there, and there's also going to be a decal that has the planet Earth on it. And this is going to be housing mice, little animals. And this is going to crash land on the alien planet. And that's what you're going to see in this cutscene right here. It's going to go and crash. Okay? I don't know, Toad the Frog. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, so, and this is going to crash on there. And then an alien is going to hop out, and it's going to eat a surviving mouse that crawls out. Then that alien is going to grow mouse limbs, and it's going to command other aliens to go after that planet that is printed on the side of the capsule. And then we cut to this, where all the aliens are going to go to that planet so they can all get limbs and build a great civilization together. So that's that. Now here's the next part of this. You, the player, choose one of these. So there's no play button, right? You don't hit play. If you hit story, it's going to start the cutscene again. If you hit quit, it's going to quit it. The way you start the game is you choose one of these aliens. When you choose that alien, there is going to be an orb that comes down and abducts the alien that you choose. And then it's going to go back up in the sky. So I'm going to click it, right? They're going to go, huh? And then it's going to pick one up. It's going to go back in the sky. And then it's going to descend and deposit you, the player, back, or not back, but on Earth for the first time. And so then that's what this that transitionary period is going to be for that depositing you back onto Earth for the first time. There is some bugs that I need to fix because that transitionary period is not the same every time, so I need to kind of work on that, but that's a future problem. Today we are grinding that player character design. That is the most important thing. So maybe just to iterate that, I'm going to put a task up at the top of the screen. So we're going to say replacing. Let's make that actually fit in here. Replacing my player character. That's what I'm up to today. Congrats on the transition. Thank you so much. Thank you. I appreciate it. That is big ambition. I don't think it is. It's to me that's not that challenging. It's something. I mean, look, I haven't gotten into doing cutscenes and stuff yet. But I don't think it'll be that bad. That's just my guess, though. All right, replacing my player character. And then specifically, I want to toggle old character. I don't know if that's all going to fit on this screen. No, not quite. Not quite. We're just going to say replace player character. Toggle old character. Toggle old one on/off. Okay, so at least it's a little bit more clear context about what I am planning to focus on. I do too, Coda. I couldn't agree more. Oh, thank you. I see what you're saying. I was like, yeah, I mean, you know, it's I see what you're saying. You're not saying like you better be careful, because I think it's very attainable. I agree that it's attainable. What would a game developer be without big input? That's true. That's true. Yeah, I want enough to like tell the story a little bit, get players interested if they want, or they can skip it, and keep it moving really. But it's just, you know, I'm dying to get the player character in here, because it's just gonna, you know, for example, when I click on this and it deposits the new one down, I'm gonna want that to be the new player character. There's so many things that really hinge on me getting this player character replaced. So it's really important that I get that done. So I will do it. I will play a little music maybe to get me in that mood. I've been working on my game nonstop for this last month and a half. I am so gripped. That's kind of one of the most exciting periods working on a game, is that first, you know, pass at it, you know? Very exciting stuff. Doing stuff while watching your stream always helps. Keeps me here and productive. Cheers! Let's go! I love that. Thanks for telling me. Let's go. We're co-working. That's what we're doing. So if I want to toggle the current player character, let's at least review how this is even set up at all. Should probably move this over here. I feel like we're going to be on the left, looking at stuff on the left a lot here. Okay. All right. To make a parry, you can use a collision detection and input handling. When the player performs a parry input, check for collisions with the enemy's attack. Yeah. No, that's... Oh, you know what? I'll paste it in there, Toad. I actually am copying. I'm not typing it this time. This time I'm pasting it. Yeah, I'm sure we would figure it out in some way, but hey, you know what? We'll put it there so it's there. It's like parallel play for game devs, yeah. Yes, that sounds correct. All right, so here's my main menu area, and actually that's where the player is. So when the game starts, it's actually hiding the title screen. Technically, the title screen is right there next to the player all the time. It's just hidden. And the power-ups are right there above all the time. The abduction orb is right there all the time. The menu is like right there all the time. And the player doesn't move. The player just sits there, and the level moves towards the player. And so this is what I want to change, or I want to have be toggleable on and off. Now, there actually is already... Hey, what's up, PT Jones? Welcome. Good to see you. Hope you've been doing well and your game projects have been going well. So I actually am already toggling it, because you'll notice that when we are in the main menu, there's no player. But believe it or not, the level is still moving forward. It kind of makes sense because you see all of the aliens moving forward. So even right now, the player character is technically still there. We're just hiding it somehow. So I could probably reveal the player character. I have to look into how I've set this up and change it. Yeah, I'm not sure how we've done this, because apparently it's not just visibility. It seems there's something else that we're doing here. But if I like unlock the camera here and we go to like a bird's eye view, and let's turn off the world environment. We're doing all kinds of stuff here. Switch the camera, if it wouldn't mind. And then zoom in. So the level... So these are like the level chunks, right? And they move forward, and then it removes the first one and adds a new one onto the end. And that's what's happening here. And that's the same level that plays in the game. Yeah, this is a menu. This is actually a menu, for sure. Absolutely. Should make the title screen visible right in front of the player's face. Level can only be seen on the edges of the screen. Yeah. There's more I could say, but the YouTube limit for how many words you can type is short. Yeah, honestly, you've given me a lot to work with when the time comes. You really have. That's how the game engine actually works. The camera doesn't move. The world does, giving the illusion that the camera does. Whoa. That sounds true. That sounds really accurate, actually. I completely believe you. Now, the world environment doesn't look correct here because we're actually modifying the world environment using code. And so since I reset it and added the world environment back in, it just reset all of that code. So it doesn't look like, because we're using the same world environment, we're just changing it to be the alien planet settings, if you will. So I want to figure out what's making the alien not be visible here in this title screen. So, yeah, I actually am not exactly sure what's making that work. So something makes the player become visible. Now here's a confession. I have not set up a particularly clear state machine for the main menu. That is to say, what takes us from, so really the best, but I do have the states, right? The state is game intro, which is the cutscene, right? When the game first starts, that's the cutscene. Then we have the main menu. That's this right here. So that's that state. Then we have game preload. And this is when I click on the alien in this part right here where we've got loading. That's what all that is. Okay. Then we have game begin. And game begin is what brings us here to this with the alien. So I would think probably somewhere around game preload and game begin, those states. It's not a total well set up state machine, but these states do technically exist. They're spaghetti states. I'm planning on remaking that, making that a little cleaner once I start working on cutscenes. For now, this is good enough. But I think I'll take a look at what is happening when we do the preload and when we do the begin and see if I can figure out how we're toggling, because I don't remember, figure out how we're toggling the alien on or off. The alien doesn't want to be seen, it's shy. I'm going to do state machines for my player's movement for my game. I'm kind of excited and also dreading working on it. I think state machines are not that complicated, really. It's just like you kind of have to decide on what structure you want to use to make that state machine work. So for me, I'm choosing no structure, and just the states exist in theory and, in signal names only. If I were to redo it, I'd probably do like an array or a dictionary or something and have the states and what happens in those states be connected to that. But there's other ways to do it too. I've seen like node trees and stuff like that. I'm choosing no structures my entire life. Yeah, same. All right, so I'm going to do a Control-Shift-F on game preload, and let's do .connect. So this is everywhere that the game preload is connected, and I'm going to find out what's going on there. I think I will try play a little music. Hopefully it's not too annoying, just to underpin everything with a vibe. Okay. Animation tree has, yeah, it does. Oh, yeah, that's the other way. And I might do that too. Right, it's for animations, but, I mean, you might be able to get that to be readable by code otherwise. I think there's something to that. I mean, at the very least, you could use the animation state machine, right, for animations, and then connect that to whatever other system or structure you have. Yeah, the animation tree state machine looks interesting. Right? Like, maybe we could just use that as a state machine. I don't know. It's a bridge to cross when I get there. So I've done Control-Shift-F, and I'm searching for game preload connect. I don't even want to just say that. I actually would want to say on game preload, because this is what I've done recently, as opposed to when I used to be working on my code at the beginning. I didn't do this, but I think Joe Schmo taught me to do this. I recently started making sure that when I connect a signal, I name the function on that signal. So we say on name of the signal, and that's the function name. This makes it so much easier to search through the code and find things. So I'm actually going to search on game preload, because I know I've done that with all of these, and now I'll actually get taken directly to these functions and see if any of these make the alien appear when they need to. So we have the animation alien set stopping. On game preload, animation alien set. What is that? What does that mean? Oh, so wait, what does that mean? What is animation underscore alien? I don't even know what that is. Animation tree, alien, animation tree. Really? All right, let's go look into that. So this is the other part of the structure. So we have the main scene, right? We talked about that. That has the player character in it, and the main menu and things like that. And the level moves forward. And so this is actually an instance that's in here, right? It's not the like actual final version of the alien. So right here we have this alien, and that's an instance. Now we do have the player, not an instance, and this is a character body 3D. And this has some different stuff like the position that the camera goes to. We have this is going to be something to have to reconfigure for setting up the player character. This is what sets up the limbs being detected by different body parts, basically. So, for example, we have the head, right? And this is a collision area here that determines where the head is at, basically. We have leg right, and this is a collision area that tells us where the leg is supposed to be. And these are just the areas. This isn't the physical collision. It's just like for detecting things. And that's what that is. And then we have the alien. Then there's also all of the actual physics collisions, the static body, or not the static, but the character body collisions, which are basically the same things right on top of the detection areas. This is a system I want to completely reimagine. This was one of the earliest things that I put into this game. So, like this, I don't even know if we need two separate collisions anymore. I think we kind of do. But it's something to reevaluate at some point. But I really can't reevaluate it until I start replacing this player character. But then right in here, we have the alien, which is an instance scene that contains the alien. So if I make that visual or not, you can see that it appears and disappears. So I'm going to go into this instanced scene here. And now we've got the alien outside of that main scene context. And in the animation tree, which is called animation tree underscore alien, what is this stopping? So that must be what? I'm confused. Animation underscore alien. What is that? What are we even talking about here? This is on a Node 3D. Where is that? What script is that on? Let me go back to Control-Shift-F here to our search results. On game preload. It's going to be a lot of this hunting around, figuring out things. This is on the alien for menu. Oh, so that... Okay, let me get this zoom out of the way. So that was my problem. This is... we're on the wrong scene. This is on the specific alien, let's see if I can find it, this one, that is in the main menu. So the thing that has the stopping is this animation tree right here. And there you can see at the bottom there, we've got stopping. That's what it's referring to. So this has nothing to do with the player alien. So that's a little unclear, obviously. When I went to do the search results and I looked at the code, it wasn't quite clear to me that this was the alien for the menu. So I think I could probably do something easy to fix that. We're gonna say animation menu alien. I think that's gonna be better. We have a separate animation for the exclamation mark. Okay, so I'm just gonna refactor that. And then look for everywhere animation alien is. Looks like we want to do a replace there. So we want to replace animation alien with animation menu alien. Just so in the future, I don't make that same mistake. Because that was pretty annoying. I didn't mean to do that in the whole project. Please don't do that in the whole project. We just want to search it right here. Replace animation alien with animation. Although, oh, because look, see, we have the same name, animation alien, on the player that refers to the same thing. So, another reason why we should actually refactor it. Actually, we probably should replace it in all these spots, now that I think about it, because this is all just on here. So let me actually keep this. I'm gonna uncheck this one. And here we've got, we want to keep that because that we just updated. Don't update that. And then those are the 4. Got it. All right, replace them all. Hack and Plan really is just better Trello for game devs. I love that. Yeah, right? I'm so glad you like it. I really enjoy it. It's cool that like someone else is checking it out too. Let's go. Animation menu alien is not set. Are you quite sure? Oh, it looks like I undid that. Okay, so now that should all be fixed. Refactor complete. I've been using Trello, but it's kind of clunky to use in some ways. Wow. I've actually never used Trello. I went right for Hack and Plan. Okay, but it's good. I'm glad to know that maybe I made the right choice. Okay, so now I know that this has nothing to do with the player character alien. So I'm gonna go back to my search of on-game preload, and I'm gonna find everywhere that on-game preload function happens. So now we're on the terrain controller. So this is where the preload state is making impacts on the terrain controller. So let's see what that looks like here. So this is just changing the terrain velocity to 0. You use Trello for art commissions for clients to see progress and stuff. Smart, and it's good for that, but not for more complicated things. Oh, interesting. Wow. So like Hack and Plan will allow you to like go into more detail for a game for the application of making a game. Interesting. That's really cool. Thank you for giving me that context. So all this is doing is making the terrain controller, that is to say the level that moves towards the player, this is making it stop. So it's not moving. I'm not entirely sure why we're stopping it on game preload. I actually find that a little surprising. I would think at that stage. Okay, yeah, oh, we do want it to stop. Right, I remember now. Because the aliens all stop, the exclamation point comes above their head, the orb, in theory, is gonna come down and abduct the alien and then go back up. So we do want it to be stopped at that point, for sure. Got it. So this may not even be the function to be looking for, right? Because this isn't making the alien appear yet. So we're gonna be in preload. As soon as I click this, bam, we're in preload. That's preload. So really we need to be looking for game begin. So I'm even gonna stop looking for preload. Buggies? Buggies? Is there a bug? Did I find a bug? I don't think I did. Did I? I don't remember. On game preload. Are you infested? Is there an infestation? No, we want to do on game begin and search for this. Okay, yeah, that's the debugger. Yes, the debugger has numbers next to it, glitched. It's true, but it is not for concern. It is not for our concern. Okay. So, function on game begin, an alien for menu, that is to say the aliens that are on the main menu that move forward, they just become visible or not visible. This isn't relevant to what I'm doing. And that's the difference between you and I. To me, I'd be satisfied, you know, at the end of my development progress, because to me that attitude will keep you from finishing projects. That's what I think. Not everybody. Everybody's gonna be different. But let me rephrase it. That would keep me from finishing my project. I want to make sure that I am prioritizing forward progress. I know what these things are, right? Like, I know what these all are. I've looked at them before, and they're nothing that I need to bother myself with right now, you know? And they will get addressed. They will absolutely get addressed. But I know that I would just be wasting my time in my goal, which is to get a working prototype, if I were to worry about that right now. Buggies, now I feel bad for squishing them. Oh, they're little buggies. They're just buggies. Yeah. All right, we're not gonna talk about this. So, no, you can talk about it, but I gotta not think about it because it's just gonna slow me down. I just don't look at errors for now because I'm just gonna get really preoccupied. Yeah, exactly. But I know what these all are, and they don't impede me from finishing anything right now. They're not making the game be broken yet, so I'm not worried about it. Yeah. It's just saying your code is bad. How dare it? I know it. All right, so player. Let's see. In here, we make the player visible. Okay, we found it. This is what I'm doing. And I want to be clear, like, I'm not here to be a shining example of how to be a clean coder. I think that stuff is overrated and a waste of time, right? Like, your favorite games were made with messy code. like, real talk, you know? And the reason why they're your favorite games is because they actually got done and they weren't worried about perfectionism. And so that's my priority as well, is avoiding perfectionism. Just keeping it real. All right. So, on game begin, self-visible equals true, controls locked. Oh, we got a controls locked. So that's how we toggle the player on and off. We actually say the player itself becomes visible or not, and then we lock or unlock the controls. Now, I'm sure I have that as an export variable, actually, so if we come into the main scene, now that's only for the controls. If we go into player, yeah, right here, nice. So we can actually lock the controls down. I forgot that I added that. We can lock the controls down, and you're unable to actually move around or do anything. And then obviously the visibility. So what I'd like to do is set up like a debug button for myself that I can press on my keyboard or something to switch. I was mixing switch and swap into swap. To swap between the old player character and the new player character. Now this is gonna be tricky too, because that means I'm gonna have to make duplicate logic for everything, which is just gonna be wild. So what I'd like to do is just prove this out. There we go, made it visible, great. So yeah, so all we're doing is we're making the player visible or invisible. So now the player is in the menu. If I unlock the controls, we can now move in the main menu and play the main menu. It's kind of adorable, actually. Just running through. I'm going the other way, guys. You all are cowards. I'm going towards the danger. Okay, so that's good. That's good to understand. Now that I do understand it, let's make a debug button for it. Now my debug script for those purposes are over here. Even though I agree that messy code doesn't matter, I'm not very satisfied about how messy my code can be. I relate to that. And that's the thing, I'm not saying personally that there's like an all or nothing approach. There's shades of gray that are important. That is to say, I don't support black and white thinking in almost anything. But especially not this. So yeah, I want to, and I'm gonna be bumping up against that today, because I'm gonna look at, for example, I think this is messy. I'm pretty sure this is messy. My body part scripts for the player character, the old player character, are pretty dang messy. Oh, that's in detection areas. This was one of the earliest scripts that I wrote. And it has a lot of things that bother me now that I wouldn't want to do. The way that I've named some functions, I've actually updated, I've refactored a lot of it. But some of this, I'm not happy as well with how messy some of this is. And I want to, even having so much like commented out lying around and stuff like that, so there are things that I want to do to make it as comprehensible to myself in the future as possible. If I'm going to be working with other people, how do I make it comprehensible for them? So I do want to take into consideration as well all of those kind of things. I think that's important, and it's important for us to, you know, make it efficiently messy. Messy in a way that allows us to actually use it, but not necessarily min-maxing our debugger when it's things that technically don't make everything fall apart. You know? Yeah. I totally understand, and I agree. Like, I relate to that. Wanting to still have our code be somewhat clean. But when I say clean code, you know, I'm referring to a certain mindset of perfectionism, more so than, you know, the general idea of cleanliness. Because I also feel that often, my kids. I'm min-max making my code messier. How can I spaghettify this? It's lacking spaghetti. Okay, so what am I doing? So I'm adding a debug button. So I'm gonna come to my debug, not my debug menu. That's not where I put the debug buttons. So the debug menu is this thing that pops up in game, and it has certain things that I don't necessarily use hotkeys for. What I really want to set up is a hotkey. And I'm just trying to remind myself where that exists. Is that on the global script? It might be on the global script. I don't think it is. Where do I put that? I don't remember. I gotta look for it. I gotta look for it. And to me, you know, if I can... Oh, I do have a debug script. I see. It wasn't open recently. That's why I couldn't find it. There we go. Now debug is up there. You know, I always... If I can find it with Control-Shift-F, then I try not to worry too much about it being messy, because I'll get there eventually. One thing that really can hurt my brain is having no semicolons at the end of a statement. I'm probably the only one that does that because I'm a Java programmer. Wow, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, I missed Joe Schmo earlier sing a song to them. I gotta do that. Yeah. I guess since this is my first coding language, maybe if I ever start learning a different coding language, I'll have something from Godot that I carry over to something else. But that's fair. I mean, if it works, if you're allowed to like put a little semicolon in there and Godot doesn't mind, then, you know, whatever. You gotta keep yourself engaged in a nice way. The semicolons are needed in the Godot shading language, and I always forget them. Oh, wow. That's not a bad reason not to do it then, if it trains you to do it in other places that it's relevant. I tried putting like 30 semicolons at the end of some lines to try and trigger people. No one said anything. Godot still treats it as the end of the line. Wow. All right, we gotta sing some songs. Can do hotkey in the input map. Oh yeah, probably. I hadn't thought of that. You know what I don't like about that is I can't search that. So this wasn't like what I was thinking per se when I set this up. So basically what I do, Joe, is I do that. I do that. No, that is what I do. Let me just disappear and come back and say that is what I do. So I create a debug button in the input map. So by the way, Joe, the problem wasn't that I didn't know how to do it. It's that I couldn't find my script, but I found it. We're good. We're good. I was just searching around. We're just searching around. And what I do is I create a button in the input map, and then I assign an action to it, basically. And so I was just looking for that script so I can make a new action and put it in here. I don't even know if I need to make a new one. I might have one that I haven't assigned yet. Let me see, and then we'll do the songs. Okay. So we want to look at so we have debug 2. What's debug 1 right here? So debug 1, all debug 1 does is it shows the damage. I kind of want to like change that. It's been really, I always press debug 1. This is gonna mess me up. Basically, these map to like number keys on my keyboard. So if I press 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that's what these do. And we're gonna move this into debug 2, because I would just rather have it there. It's just like, it's like logically, it just like makes more sense to me to have, what this does is this shows the hit points around the alien player character. So I can know how much damage the player character has taken. I'm starting to get annoyed that it doesn't start the game right away. When I have to click through the menu every time I want to test the game. I actually kind of hate that. All right, so that's what this one does, is it shows how many hit points each limb has. So if I take some damage on these limbs, you'll see those numbers start to go down and stuff. Okay, debug 3, show frames per second. Debug 4 makes the debug menu be visible. That's pretty silly. That's a silly place for that. Maybe I can make it a little easier for myself. I almost feel like that would be good on the 0 key. And I'm just looking at my like keyboard here, right? So I got a keyboard, as one does. And right, if I press 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I kind of maybe if I put 0, that kind of makes sense. That'll open the menu. And then these can do other tasks or whatever. Very used to writing code blocks using braces, which doesn't work in GDScript. Oh no. Yeah, I mean, learning a new language, I imagine, is tricky. If you're really used, especially if you like formative years of your life or spent so many years of your life using a specific coding language, I can imagine that that's difficult to suddenly adapt to something else. But it seems like a good skill to be able to do a bunch of different things. All right, so we got debug 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's keep adding them. Let's just get them all in there. Let's add a new one. Debug 7. Debug 8. Debug 9. Debug 0. Okay. Debug 7, we're gonna add the 7 key. And obviously these are kind of less than ideal, right? Because like they don't indicate what they are. It's not like I'm like, oh yeah, sure, when I press the 8 key, it loads the 8th thing. Like, I can't remember what that is, but it is what it is. I love GDScript. It's similar to the first language I learned. Nice. What was that, Python? 0. I love GDScript too. The only other thing I ever did was HTML, but it's so different and not really the same kind of language. It didn't really cause me much grief. All right, so now I've got 1 through 0, 0 through 9, if you will. 3 shows FPS. I'm gonna change something here. Let's add a new if event is action pressed. It was Ruby, which is very similar to Python. Gotcha. Debug 0. I know nothing about Ruby, but now I know that it's somewhat similar to Python. You have taught me this. And I want this to show the debug menu, because it just makes more sense to me. And then let's say for debug 4, so we're trying to add in a way to toggle the player character. Now what debug 5 and 6 do, 5 and 6 are kind of wacky. 5 pauses the level. I should probably like write these out. Pause the terrain movement. Just so that's a little more clear. And then I'm gonna say play the terrain movement. This one, show FPS, show hide FPS. I could probably make this a toggle. That wouldn't be that hard. It'd be a little bit of effort, but not too bad. If I wanted to try to set up the FPS thing as a toggle. How do we do the show FPS? True or false? Oh, if show F, oh, in the process, I see. So the process is constantly checking. We should even put this if OS is debug build. That is to say, for the shipped game, it'll just ignore all this code that's in here. So maybe I'll indent that. So that way we're not doing process function stuff. That'll be nice. And I mean, it's still going to be setting this to false all the time, which is pretty annoying, actually, if you think about it. Well, no, we need an else. We'll say else pass. Else pass. How about that? GDScript reminds me of BooScript, which is like Python, but was used in Unity a long time ago until they removed it. Was that like Unity trying to make like a verse code or like a simplified, instead of C#, like a more accessible coding language? I've heard that did not succeed. So if I want this to toggle the player, I'm gonna say, wow. Let's say, let's do old player. And if old player is false, it shows the new player. So it's just gonna toggle that. So of course I need to create that variable. We're gonna say old player is true by default. This wouldn't be bad to have as an export. Well, there's no reason to have as an export because this isn't attached to anything. There's nothing to export it to. So then we obviously need show FPS to be doing something somewhere. So I'll put that in here. If old player, do we have the player instantiated in here? We do. Player visible true, and then player controls locked false. Otherwise, make it the opposite. Player is not visible, and the controls are locked. Hey Justin, welcome. Okay. That may be good to go. I should set this up. I hate that this isn't a toggle. Oh, you know what though? I actually shouldn't be a toggle because some things start the terrain velocity again, but won't reset the toggle. And so that would actually be worse. So actually I'm not gonna do that. Never mind. Lees, my name is Lees. You can call me Lees. I'll put it in the chat so you see how it's spelled. I should put that somewhere. It's tough because a part of me wants the channel to be like, in theory, I want the channel to potentially have other people be featured on here besides me someday. But the more I do the channel, the less I think that is ever gonna happen. So I don't like say, hi, my name is Lees in the channel description. But you know, I don't know that it's actually realistic that there's ever other people who do this channel. You know, like I imagine like gamedev.tv or something, or you know, one of those channels where you see a bunch of different potential people who are hosting the videos. For me, GDScript feels like playing with toys as an adult. That's awesome. That's a great feeling. You deserve that. Give me your stream key? What? I don't even get that joke. I'll give you the stream key. Actually, I can't. It's auto-generated. Fair enough. I watched your VOD on your 1-hour puzzle game, and it looked like a lot of fun in here. Oh, that's so cool. Welcome, Justin. I'm so glad. I wasn't sure. We've got a few Justins in the community, so I'm I'm not sure who's who. Well, it's good to have you. I'm so glad you came through. It is a lot of fun in here. Absolutely. Yay! I'm so glad. Yeah, so every Wednesday and Thursday, I work on this game that I'm making. It's an alien invasion game. You are an alien invading Earth, and I spend about 8 to 10 hours doing that. I just kind of like focus on that, hang out a little, and then on Fridays, I do that 1-hour game jam. And, oh, the player is visible. Whoa. Oh, I guess because, I don't fully know why, but that's, wait, let's try the key. Is it 4? Bam! It works. And can I control? I can't. And then can I? I can! Nice. Nice. So I think that old one is toggleable. Now I just have to make sure not to break it. Oh, wow, look. Oh, it's overriding in the process function. Oh, that's a problem. That's a problem. So this has to be a global universal thing that is adjusted so that way the game still works. Oh, this is actually a little trickier than I thought it would be. Wow. Okay. I see. So anyway, so you are an alien invading Earth. You're tasked with abducting things like animals and humans. And it's just, you know, it's a roguelike game set up sort of like an endless runner. And I am using it as a learning project to just like get familiar with not just Godot, but the process of making a game from start to finish, doing everything on my own other than taking suggestions and advice from all of the wonderful folks who come through here. And then I want to look back on that prototype and be like, okay, what did I learn? You know, I want to iterate on it, get feedback on it, things like that. I'm not going to put this up on Steam. My plan is to put this on itch.io for free as a demo, and then iterate on it based on feedback that I get from people, and then make a full version of the prototype, and then sell that for like $5 on itch.io, and then be done with it. Until someday, maybe, in the future, I'll remake it with like money behind it and actually do like an entire full, you know, design with gusto, you know, like hire an artist or something, you know, get real serious about it. But for now, I just kind of want to practice and have fun. Need a Scream Key to be able to go live on people's channels, so if you wanted to have someone else on the channel, that'd be a way to do it. Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Yeah, that's right. True. Yeah. Correct. Man, this is a joke. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Totally. Yeah, no, it's something that I'm interested in. I do, that is a dream of mine, that this channel could have multiple hosts. But, you know, the process, here's the reason why that's not going to happen anytime soon. Because the channel isn't that successful. And I love this channel. I think it's successful to me, right? Like, y'all are here, we have a beautiful community, and it's growing very steadily, and I love to see that, and I'm going to keep at it for perpetuity. With that said, you know, it's not like somebody can look at this channel and be like, oh, I'm gonna get, I can do this as a job, right? Look at this channel, it has, 1,600 subscribers. You know, like if we had like 1 million subscribers, 50,000 subscribers, right? Even just that, right? Is much more appealing to somebody who's willing to put the amount of work that I put into it to match the quality. Because I would want, if somebody was gonna be here, I'd want them to have a consistent delivery as I do. Now, I wouldn't want them to do as much work as I do, but if they do a stream, I'd want them to have a nice green screen, have a nice microphone, have good lighting, right? I'd want all that to be somewhat consistent. And really, that's just too much to ask of somebody without paying them. And if I had a channel that was making money, like a lot of money, then maybe I could say, hey, I'll split these profits with you relative to how much money your videos make or whatever. but like there's just not that kind of money. So it's just not realistic that somebody who would be qualified to do it would even want to do it. So that's why mostly it's not realistic that it's gonna happen. Yeah, that's my plan, Synthbite. I'm gonna work on videos in a certain way. I am planning on making videos, but right now I'm trying to focus mostly on working on my game, and doing the live streams helps me work on my game. And so I can do that while getting worked on at the same time. So that's kind of what I'm focusing on right now. I also do shorts. I'm working on those. And at some point, I will do videos about the progress of the game. But for now, I'm not ready to post those yet. How do you type your name? That Y thing is not included on my keyboard. One way you can do it is just search it. So just type in Y accent or Y acute accent into Google search. So you can just, this is, if I am on a keyboard that doesn't have it, I'll just say Y acute, right? And then it'll pop up right here, bam. Copy that and paste it. That's how I usually get it, if I can't get it more easily. Lee's as an interviewer, sign me up. Oh yeah, that is something that could be done at some point. I find that interview content doesn't perform that well. I've done it before. It would have to really be a good idea, but it's possible someday. Perfect live to watch while working on my game. I love that. Well, we got 3 member songs I need to catch up on. Very exciting. I'm working on a little top-down shooter on my other monitor. Nice. I actually opened YouTube to look for a video on something I'm working on and saw yours, so I figured I'd dev alongside you. Let's dev together! I love it. I love co-working with you guys. It's amazing. With gusto. Yes. More successful than probably the majority on the platform. Many give up so early on. Yeah, I'm not giving up. I love doing this. Are you kidding me? It's so hard to find someone who like matches your vibes and puts in effort and is also a chill person you trust. Very hard, very hard, very, very hard. And is willing to, like, you know, put forth work and effort, right? Why should they do that if they're not getting paid? I'm not getting paid. Like this channel has made $300 in the last like year. So like on YouTube, it's made a little bit more if I factor in like affiliate links and stuff. Patreon, that adds a little bit more into there. But like, as far as the money that gets made on YouTube, it's just not enough for a person to, like, you know, the only reason I do it is because I'm a little out there. Like, I'm willing to take that risk in my life and devote myself to do this, right? But that's not a fair thing to ask of somebody, to have to believe in me, right? They have to trust me too. It's not only that I have to trust them, they gotta trust me. How do they know I'm not just gonna give up on this channel, or that I'm not gonna evolve enough to grow it? You know, it's basically impossible. So, you know, maybe in years down the road, the channel could have other people on it, but right the frick now, it's just not realistic. Dude, it's so nice to have the VODs too for footage for potential videos. Yes, it's a lot to go through. The only flip side to that is that is that I have hundreds, thousands of hours of footage that is very difficult to search through, actually. But yeah, it is still technically good. Probably what I'll do is I'll make videos about, like, you know, how I made my player character, or how I made the limb damage system, or something like that. And then I'll go through and somehow try to find all the videos, catalog them that have limb damage work on it, and then add those in as clips. It's gonna be a lot of work. Yeah, it's Czechoslovakian, exactly. Yeah, it's a Czechoslovakian letter. Welcome. Noise. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. If you have a numpad, Alt 0253. Wow, I didn't know that. I did not know that. Okay, I do need to fix this problem very badly. There's some problems I need to fix very much. You've never seen it before, names. Neither have I. Guys, drop the super jabs, or whatever they're called on here. Yeah, they're called supers. That's right. They do help a lot. A crap ton, actually. I think you can guess how I found your channel. I don't think I need to tell you. Well, you did tell me. You told me it was from your friend who was you saw me playing their game. I'm sure you were asked about this already, but why not upload stream clips in some form? Because I don't think it's okay. There's a couple layers to that. Couple things. Number one, if I were to do that, it would take me a lot of work and time that I don't have, and they wouldn't be good. Channels that works for are like news channels that read news or articles or react to things that have a specific section, right? Where it's like, okay, did you guys hear that the CEO of YouTube did this and this? Here's the news about it. Blah, 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 blah. And that's that, right? So then you can easily just cut that out and put that up as a video. That's not the kind of content that I'm doing. So it doesn't work. Now, what I am doing is content that is 8 hours plus, right? Where I'm just in here working on a game on my own time, you know, without a specific set schedule or structure. And so that means somebody, me, has to go through and edit out parts. I have to identify and edit out parts together into content that could even be remotely watchable. That is a frick ton of work. It's so much work. And a lot of people, think about someone like Pirate Software, right? He pays people to do that. He has editors who will do that for him. I don't have that. So it's just not realistic for me to do. And you could say, well, then why don't you do a live stream that is cut upable into it? I don't want to. This is what I'm doing. So maybe someday I'll do a live stream that could be cut up that way, but I would rather continue doing what I'm doing the way I'm doing it. And yeah, but I do have plans for making videos and including footage from live streams, but they're not going to be like you expect. They're going to be more like video essays that feature clips from the live stream. So yeah. Something I've seen a bigger streamer do was write down on a piece of paper at what time important fun stuff on stream happened. Yeah, I've tried that, but you know, most of the time when I come back, they're not actually good for videos, right? Because what is like videos, to me, it's not just about farming views and content. And it is. Well, it is. But to do that, I think it's important to make good choices about what that content is. And so I don't think just funny moments make good YouTube videos. Like, they make okay clips on Twitch, but on YouTube, you're just going to have a video that nobody wants to watch and is going to be confusing and not have all the context of a live stream. And I don't want to just pump out a bunch of garbage just because, you know? I want to make videos that are intended to be videos for the purpose of being watched, not like, here's something you might have missed. I don't want to do that. Now, I do experiment a little bit using shorts because that forces me into a nice constraint and I don't have to edit a huge entire video. So I have experimented with moments on stream in shorts and I'll continue to do that. But as far as big videos go, I think it's too much work. And so anyway, so A, the moments often aren't that good. B, even if they are good, it's really hard to edit it into a context that makes sense. And C, it becomes this ridiculous list that I never go back to because there's so many things and it's hard to like go find the bookmark and come back and look through the video. It becomes overwhelming to the point. And then the other part is D, becomes overwhelming to the point where I just now have a bunch of bookmarks lying around that I never go back to. And then D, it's really hard to be doing this live stream well and then thinking about making bookmarks for me. So it just kind of ends up not being worth it. But this is something that works for a lot of people. Doesn't work for me. For their editor to not have to trudge through hours of footage. Yeah. Right, well, I don't have an editor. But yeah, right, that would definitely help. Yes, if I did have an editor, I would make sure to do that. Lee's, it works. Oh, you typed with the alt code? Nice! Alt0221 if you want the capital. That's awesome. You know, when you said the 0253, there was some like memory in my brain that I like had. 0253. Yeah, I don't know about that. Just like some keyboards it like works on, and I don't have a numpad, so I don't know if it'll work. Noise spawned because I saw a short and then the first time using Godot stream. Oh, that's awesome. I'm so glad that you came through, and I'm glad that that brought you in here. See, that's why we do shorts. That's why we do shorts. And then, yeah, my first time using Godot stream, that one gets pushed around a lot. So I'm really glad that that brought you here. Welcome. It's been a few months since then, and I've grown a bit. So yeah, I'm glad you're here with me on this journey, Noise. Welcome. It's actually a bigger thing. My friend has a whole game development club that I'm a part of. It's called Crazy Ghost Games. I'm their music producer. Wow, that's awesome. Crazy Ghost Games. Nice. You can make notes for yourself in that case, I guess. No, trust me, I can't. It's too stressful. It's too stressful to go through. It has to be the numpad. Yeah. All right. Now I've caught up with chat. One day, if you guys keep making this community bigger, I'll have to learn to ignore chat more. But I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. You know what I do want to do is I want to sing songs to members, because members are here and I haven't sung a single member song. Did you know I do that? If you join the membership here on Hyper Game Dev, when you come through these devlog streams, I sing you a song. So we've got a song to sing to Joe, to Pierogi, and to Chaos. All right, let's see what music we're listening to. I could sing a song to this, maybe. Oh, Joe Schmo, don't you know? Don't you know Joe Schmo is here, and I'm so glad for real. Don't you know Joe Schmo is here? I appreciate you for real, Joe Schmo. Oh, I'm so glad Joe is here. Don't you know Joe Schmo is here? I'm so glad for real. Who else we got in the house? Is Pierogi gone? Oh, you're here and you're not gone. I know that you're not gone. I don't know where your message is, but I know you're here somewhere. I want to click on it so I can sing to you on the screen. There you are. Pierogi Gon's not gone. No. Welcome, Pierogi Gon. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. You really put me on. I appreciate that. Pierogi Gon is not gone. Whoa. No, Pierogi Gon. Hi, how are you? Who else is here? Chaos is here. Let's find Chaos in the list of a bunch of texts that people sent. There we go. Chaos the goose is playing fast and loose. I don't know what that means, but it's true. Chaos the goose is playing fast and loose. I know that's true. The song just ended, my dude. All right, there we go. There's the member songs. Woo! All right, good fun with songs. Yeah. That's what I do. If you're a member of Hyper Game Dev, hit that join button, and maybe you'll get gifted a membership. I know some of y'all got gifted that membership, so that can happen too. What's up, Muhammad? Welcome. We're doing a little dance. Yeah, can confirm. Yes, the memberships do go out as gifts sometimes. Those grooves. Okay. So, maybe I'll work on the game. It's possible. There's a chance that the game gets work on here. So what I was setting up was a toggle for the old character and the new character. And the old character, I'm trying to replace. Yeah, it worked out. Yeah, we finished on a rhyme. It worked out. It doesn't sound in tune. No, I am not. It is very important to understand that I am certainly not a good singer. but that's okay, because that's why it's my gift to you guys. I will put myself through that embarrassment to show my appreciation. It's worth it. And that's why I always say, hey guys, you're welcome. You're most welcome for that song. But also, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but you're welcome. Okay. So, anyway, I need to set up the new player character, right? So I remade my player character. Here's the old one versus the new one, all right? We got the old one right over there on the left. We got the new one here on the right. And this is gonna be a lot of effort today. And basically, the way that this is hooked up is it has code that dictates how each arm is reacted to, where it moves, things like that, its legs, its head shrinks, right? It keeps track of the hit points of each limb. It's got collisions to keep track of. And there's more information too, whether the game needs to restart or not, animations, when they should play. This character is not just a visual thing that's in here. It's hooked up in a lot of complex ways. And so I need to get this character to be hooked up in that same way. But I don't, and here's the thing, once I do that, it's not going to be, basically we're gonna break everything. When I get this character switched in there, all of that stuff is gonna break. The collisions, the bones, right? Because when we go to grab and the arm stretches out, that's looking for a specific bone number. And those bone numbers are gonna be different on this arm. So a lot of the game's functionality is gonna break. So what I wanted to set up is a toggle to be able to turn off the old player and turn on the new one and vice versa. So that way I can swap between them and not entirely break the game. But this is gonna require some effort, and I am attempting to do that effort. You should make a poll asking people where they found out about the channel. That is a good, yeah, maybe I should do that. That's actually a great suggestion. I might do that, Chaos. I might do that. Do you give anything, like I was watching your streams for like almost a year, will you give like a membership to me? So I don't get to choose who gets the memberships. It's randomized. YouTube decides it based on mysterious engagement metrics that I don't understand. So the more engaged you are at the channel, the more likely you are to get it. And then the other aspect is you have to also opt in to join the channel, or not join the channel, opt in to get gift memberships. So for example, if we look at the live stream, there should be a join button on here right there. Click that join button like that, and up in the top right, there's 3 dots, hit gift settings, and you may have the option to toggle allow gifts on. If you don't have that option, don't worry about it, but if you do have it, toggle it on, and you'll be good. 10 thumbs ups? There's 18 of y'all here, and we've only got 10 thumbs ups? Maybe we could get a few more likes. Hyper smash that thumbs up button if you haven't yet. I appreciate it if you do. It really helps more people see this live stream, and it grow more after the stream ends as well. So yeah, so it's not really up to me about whether you get those gift memberships, unfortunately. I can't help you. You were the first thumbs up, thank you, thank you. All right, so here's the thing. So I set up a toggle in my debug script that turns the old player off, and it keeps it on all the time, and then it turns it off if that toggle is there. Yeah, it's out of sync. The like button doesn't sync up, unfortunately. So when we're live streaming, you can't see the likes go up or down. It's pretty stupid. But yeah, so you have to refresh it if you want to see how many likes there are. But in the process function, it's constantly keeping the player visible or not. This is a problem because, so let's, for example, just comment this code out for now. Hopefully that won't break anything. I'm gonna comment that code out, and what is supposed to happen is well, that's a long save. That's a long save! What's supposed, wow, it's like I'm saving so hard. Do I need to break out the Waiting for Godot book? I mean, geez. Okay, I guess not. I guess I don't need to break out Waiting for Godot. So you can see right here, there is no player character that's visible. It's gone. And that's actually being set in the code to make sure that we start the game out without a player character on screen. Technically, the player character is there. This time it really is saving. Technically, a player character is there. We just can't see it. Technically, the player character is there. We just can't see it. Not until we start the game should the player character then become visible. So there's the player character. Now it's here. Unfortunately, if I put this code in here, this toggle code in here to keep it visible or not visible all the time, it's going to completely override any of that. So I need to find a way to compartmentalize this a little bit to make sure that it doesn't show or it doesn't interfere with the states. So here we are in the intro state. And it is showing the character. It should not be showing the character. And then it's going to do the opposite, I feel like. When we start the game, it's going to hide it. Okay, it doesn't hide it. But still, it's a problem. So, now I'm not, to be clear, I'm not asking for help on this just yet. I do often run into problems that help is helpful for, but just know I am here to solve these problems, and I like to state them out loud as a way to keep me on track and at least let you know what I'm doing right now. So how do I want to solve this? I want to, let's see. I'm thinking there's a couple different ways to do this, right? For sure, but the ways that I'm thinking are we change the old player to not be what this refers to, or maybe we do this as a function. That's probably the best way. I think that's the easiest solution. So let's compartmentalize it that way. So I guess I'll have it. But how am I gonna make it a toggle? Oh, I know. We'll say variable. Oh, not here though. So I set up this toggle, right? And in Godot, this is how we do a toggle. We have the variable that doesn't have an exclamation point, and then we have it equal a variable that does have the exclamation point. This is saying switch between this Boolean statement being true or false when this action occurs. When this if statement is true, swap the Boolean state of this variable. And so what I think I'll try to do is I'll create a variable here, and I'll say variable, we can say old player, and we'll make it true. We want it to be true to start with. In here, I'm going to get rid of it, so we're not declaring it at the top anymore. We're just going to declare it down here. And then I'm going to have a function run, and that's going to be func on, we don't have to say func, we'll say on player swap or something. And we're gonna have it call with this function, this variable. So we'll say old player, right? So we're gonna make sure that this gets inserted into here. And then we're gonna create that function. So we're gonna say func on player swap. And then we have to make sure we put something in here, and we're gonna say old player, and then, now this is not gonna work quite right, but that's okay. That's okay. So we wanna say if old, okay, so actually I'd wanna come in here, we create that, and then we say this, right? If you press the debug, then it swaps it, and that should change this every time. Right? If old player is true, then do all these things we have up here in the process. And hopefully this should detangle those states from this debug application. So we're gonna grab all of that, collapse all, or delete this out of here, and then add that as an elf statement, an else statement in here. Alright, now I might have my toggle mixed up a little, but this in theory should work. So, at the very least, when I start the game, we will not have a player there. This is good. This is what I want. You know why it might be taking a while? It might be because I have a bunch of, like, tabs open, scenes open. That might be what that is. Good, so it's gone. We fixed it. Now if I press that key, okay, so it didn't toggle it on. So the toggle is definitely not working. I am pressing that key, and it's interesting because it actually did disappear. However, it's not coming back. So I've done something quite wrong here. So let's find out what it is. I wonder what it is. So we press debug button 4. A variable old player is set to true by, oh, because it's going to be setting it to true every single time. So maybe we just don't define that at all. Yeah, but if you're redefining it every time. Okay, so I think what we have to do is this. We have to say variable old player global. That's what I'm calling it, and then that's true. I don't like that name, but I already did it. Instead of establishing this variable here, we'll actually say global player, old player global goes there, right? And then that's what goes into there. Down here, we can call this as old player, and then that'll do that. So let's see if that happens. Yeah, so it's not just visibility, it's also the controls we're locking down or unlocking, so that way the player can move around and stuff. So it's a couple things. So I wanted a little more, and there might be more things at some point too. So I want to leave room for it to be a series of stuff. Old player global, I like it. Thank you, that's very encouraging. Okay, nice, it's toggling. Let's go! And it's still gonna obey everything. It toggles it on for me here, and I can set it on and off as needed. Beautiful. All right, it has been fixed. Now, there are a couple of things to consider here before I proceed. This does raise a question, right? Because I want to replace this player character. But right now, everywhere in the code, everywhere in this game, all throughout this game, player is being referred to as player, right? And indeed, in the main scene, the player node is named player. This is not good. Because I'm gonna want the new player to have the same name, right? So it's like, it's gonna be a tale of two players. I'm gonna have to refactor every single place that the player is referenced with a new name. And I should probably do it with an old name. So that means I'm gonna have like old player and new player. Which, what if I have a third new player someday? Is that new player? Right? So it starts to get a little messy. What I will say about this is I think there's something useful in that this will force me to go through all of the places that I'm referring to the original player. And so it'll allow me to, one by one, find out every new place that I have to hook up this replaced character with. So I think it'll be okay. And it'll probably help me get a nice overview if I go through and I refactor all of this as player old and player new. I could do player 1 and player 2. I could do player version 1 and player version 2. Replacing objects might not always be a good idea. It's what my friend used to do before he knew how to change sprites. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying, because so here's what I'm planning, all right? I'm planning on keeping both. So I'm saying replay, like from an overhead view. If you don't know anything about the project, I'm replacing the player character, right? But actually, technically, what I'm doing is I am sort of deprecating the current character, and I'm adding in a new version of that character. So we would still be able to play as the old one. And then the new one is going to be almost like a second version, another player, but it's the same, but it's going to be doing the same things. I don't know if that makes sense. So, yeah. So I'm not one-to-one switching it out, and unfortunately I can't just replace it visually, because there's a lot of technical details that make that not work. For example, the armature is probably one of the most important details here. So the armature on the old character is set up a lot differently than the armature on the new one. So these are all the bones on the old armature, and these are linked up to code, right? So I can't, and let me show you the new one, I can't just replace it because all those numbers are going to be different. So the armature on the new one looks like this. Look at all those bones. So it's a lot different, and there's a lot of other differences too. The sizes of them are all different, so it's not as easy as switching out a sprite. They're considerably different in so many important ways. So I'm planning on doing it that way. So first of all, I do feel like there's some things I should close. I don't even know what to close. I guess I don't need that open. I probably want that open. I could close this. There's not really much open. Probably this is what's taking so long to save. Okay. So let's go through everywhere that the player is referenced in the game. And we're gonna refactor it to old player and make sure the game doesn't break. This is why you only do 2D? I mean, everything that I've told you is the same in 2D. There's nothing 3D specific that we're doing here. 2D characters have armatures as well. You know, unless you're doing hand-drawn animations for every single thing. But there are many robust 2D rigs that you might use for a player character, or enemies or whatever, sprites. So really, so far, we haven't even touched on anything that is different between 2D or 3D. Okay, I understand. I don't think it, personally, I don't think it's that much more complicated, but I understand that opinion. There are certain instances, especially when moving things throughout, like, 3D space, that it can get a little more complicated, but generally speaking, I don't think they're that different. But I'm biased. I prefer 3D. You should do what you're comfortable with, obviously. Alright, so I'm going to update my task. I'm not only replacing the player character, I am refactor old character. Let's just say old one. Refactor the old one. Okay. So, coming to the main scene, there's probably a lot of different ways I can do this. I don't think I can just, like, see all its connections or anything, right? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a script search. What's up, Dragonblade? Welcome. Oh, Dragonblade got a membership. We got to sing another song. What music we listening to? That's a tough one to sing a song to. Okay, that's a little more singable. All right. Oh, Dragonblade, you dragged yourself on in. You dragged yourself on in. Welcome, Dragonblade, to the stream. Welcome, Dragonblade, to the stream. You dragged yourself on in. No, Dragonblade, I appreciate you. Welcome to the stream. Oh, whoa, whoa. Welcome to the stream. Oh, Dragonblade. There you go. There's your song, Dragonblade. Real sorry about that, but also you're welcome. Noise is sticking to 2D. You're just starting out, keeping it simple. I don't think that 2D is necessarily more simple, but that's just my opinion. You should stick to what you're comfortable with. That's something that I kind of want to make a video about one day, is whether or not 2D is actually simpler than 3D. But that's kind of further down the road that I'm going to make that video, but I've been working on it little by little. I kind of don't think 2D is actually easier. There are some things that make 2D simpler, for sure. Absolutely. Namely transforms and movement through 3D space. Absolutely. 100%. But other than that, because here's the thing, right? You can make a 2D game in 3D, right? So you could make Pong, but use a 3D ball, 3D paddles, a 3D environment in the background, but it'd still be a 2D game operating on a 2D plane. In that case, you don't have to worry about any of the complicated things that relate to 3D. The only thing you have to do is you have to make 3D models or something, but that doesn't have to be that hard either. It's really just a different skill than making 2D art. So, you know, like for me, I hate making 2D art. I like making 3D art. So for me, it's easier to do 3D, but again, it just kind of depends. Depends on a lot of things. For game development, in my case, it's not really worth the effort making a game in 3D. I hear you, especially in a game jam. Take a lot more time. I don't agree, but I hear you. But maybe for you I agree, right? Because for you, it's like, oh, making 2D art, easy. I can do that, no problem. I got you. For me, making 2D art is like, oh, this is so stressful. I hate this. I don't like 2D art. For me, I would rather make 3D art. That's just me. That was the official Dragon Blade theme, yeah. The high note. I see you, Mariah Carey. What's up, Paperbat? Welcome. Too kind. I don't think it's that much simpler, but I think in general it is, even if by a bit. And it still does depend on the project itself. Yeah. All right, so kinda. I hear you. All right, so I'm gonna look for all the places that the player characters reference. We're gonna pull up script, and I'm gonna Control-Shift-F for player. Let's do % player. So this is probably everywhere that I've referred to the player. I am sure that it isn't, because I think I only recently made it % player. So what % is in Godot is a unique name. So if you like right click, you don't even have to right click. You can click like right around here. Well, I guess you do have to right click. If you right click on a node and you come down here to access as unique name, it's going to put that %. And what that means is when I type a reference to it in code, I don't have to type out the entire name as long as it doesn't match the name of something else. And so I only recently made this accessible as a unique name, and so I'm sure that I have this typed out in a more long-form way somewhere else. So I'm gonna have to search through all my code to find that at some point. So we'll see. I think both 3D and 2D are complicated in their own ways. It's mostly just up to preference, honestly. I think so too, and I think they're complicated in their own ways. And I do think there are some things that make 3D more complicated, but I just don't think you actually have to do all of those things. Depending on your project. But yes, I do agree that there are some more complicated things in 3D. I just think most of the time when people think 3D is more complicated, it's not more complicated for the reasons that they tend to think that it's more complicated. The problem that 3D software can make me dizzy. Oh, that's fair. If I don't get the right control transformation, because I can't see depth on a 2D screen. That's fair. There you go. I mean, you should definitely be doing 2D then. I just make very simple pixel art for 2D in about 5 minutes. Yeah. I hate doing pixel art. I despise it with all my fibers in all of my being. I would find 3D way more difficult because I just dislike it. Fair enough. I like drawing everything manually for 2D. It's fun to me. Yeah, see, I'm the opposite. And that's it. And that's pretty much like the conclusion that a video I would make about it would come to, is if you like 3D and you want to do 3D, you should do 3D. If you don't like 3D or you like 2D better, you should do 2D. Simple as that. And then of course you have to define what do you mean by 2D and 3D. You can have a 2D art, you can have 2D art that's in a 3D world, right? You could have 3D art that's in a 2D world. So it's always, to me, it often just, it's this generalization that I hear so much without any going into like the details of what that really means. For 2D animations, all you do is draw animation frames are the same drawing in different state. In 3D, you need modeling, skeleton rigging, and then you can animate. Yeah, that's true. And 3D, right, moving 3D stuff in 3D space is where things get more complicated. But it depends, right? If it's just a ball, you know, that's like bouncing, that's a little easier potentially. But I hear you're saying like you can't do the. I agree and disagree, because you still have to. It just depends. You say all you do is draw, but what if drawing is something that's hard for someone to do? Do you know what I'm saying? For some people, they already know how to model things in Blender. They're used to modeling. They like modeling in 3D. Maybe they don't do any hand drawing, right? So it's actually harder for them to draw. So I just think it's relative, but I hear what you're saying. I totally hear what you're saying. Again, I feel like the final word on it is it depends on the person. You know, like it just depends, but you're making good points about what the differences are. Definitely the animation can be a lot more complicated. Completely agree. It can be. I just make simple pixel art in about 5 minutes. I never spend that much time for sprites. I wish I could do that. To be fair, in 3D, you can then move it however you want. It's a lot more flexible for creating a lot of animation. It ends up being faster, potentially. The process of animating in 3D is easier than 2D, but getting to the point of being able to animate is harder than 2D. I'm talking in the context of you can do both or none. I see, yeah. That's what makes Crazy Ghost games different. They are all hand drawers. That's awesome. Dwarf Fortress is just static 2D sprites when it comes to visuals, but coding the game, oof. Yeah. Well, I mean, but Dwarf Fortress looks like Dwarf Fortress. 2-way 5D is weird, but I'd like to give it a shot one day. Heck yeah. Do it. Alright, so I'm searching for all these references to the player, especially with regards to accessing it as a unique name. And in theory, I would want to change all of this. So I am still going to break the game in a sense. So before I break my game, I'm going to make a GitHub push. All of this code, all of the files for this project are open source, by the way, right now. And you can access that GitHub repo in the description box. There's a link to the GitHub. And I'm going to make a push right now. Octopath. I don't know if I know that game. I'm gonna say added a player toggle debug button. Also rearranged the debug buttons a bit. Adding a point is button 1. Showing limb damage is button 2. Pulling up the menu is button 0. Toggling the player is button 4. Okay. Just a little commit, so that way we're at this point, because I'm about to break the heck out of this game right now. If you are a real boss, you could even try 4D. Totally. Yeah, no, there are some cool projects out there where people do make 4D. Man, I don't know. 4D doesn't excite me enough to try. It's like cool. It's cool to see, but like I don't know that I have a reason to make it. 2.5D with normal maps. To me, that's so lovely. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, so the light like reflects or like it actually looks like it's on like a 3D sprite even though it's 2D and stuff. Yeah, that would look awesome. Octopath Traveler looks lovely. The music is also amazing. Why do I feel like I recognize that game like a little bit, right? Like a little bit. It sounds like familiar. No, I don't know anything about this game. Nope. I know nothing. Oh, this is gorgeous. Yeah, right. This has got to have those normal maps. Totally. Look at how nice that sprite lighting is. See how it looks like there's like some shadow on the arms, on the shoulders, on the owl, right? You've got like some brightness there and some darkness here. That's got to be a normal map, right? So the lighting is three-dimensionally hitting it, and it's wrapping it. Even though this is a 2D thing, it makes it look like it's kind of 3D. Yeah, this is gorgeous. This is beautiful. Oh, this is hard work. See, and this is a great example to me of why 2D is not necessarily easier. Like, this is obviously an exceptional example, but like high fidelity pixel art is really hard to make. I don't know why my frames keep dropping on my stream. I feel like I need to restart Godot or something. High fidelity pixel art is really difficult to make. And this is very high fidelity pixel art. It's beautiful. It's also consistent. It's not easy to make 3D stuff either, but to me, this is an immense, impossible pain to try to design. And so, whatever, I'll save it. Yeah, the stream stutters right as you say that. I know. It happens. It do be happening. 1D is the ultimate dimension. That's funny. I mean, yeah, I don't even know about that. A 1D game, that's tough. Would it just be like a line with dots? It actually sounds kind of fun to make. My favorite game, 5D chess with multiverse time travel. Whoa. So it's got like visual 4th dimension, and then time is like the 5th dimension. That sounds awesome. You might be making that up, but that sounds cool. I think the closest thing to a 1D game is Guitar Hero-like games. Oh yeah, right, because it's like a plane, and then there's dots that like kind of move forward. Right, or even like a rhythm game. I mean, I guess where that's betrayed is that you can see in 2 dimensions them coming. So it would have to be like, it'd have to just appear like on one plane, which would be kind of weird. You wouldn't get to have any anticipation. I guess you could have anticipation. You know, maybe you're right. Maybe you're actually correct. The project icon? Yeah, someone in the community, JJorn, made that. They were like, they wanted to make a GitHub contribution, because you guys can technically make GitHub pull requests. And so they just updated my Godot icon.svg to the alien head. 5D chess does exist. You have to checkmate people in various different realities to win. That sounds awesome. 1.5D game. Whoa. Whoa, I guess it is. If you consider time as the single dimension, then at least with respect to gameplay, it's 1D. Even with the 2D plane. Wow, I hadn't thought of it like that, but that sounds true. It sounds correct. All right. So, refactoring the old player character to no longer be called player, which is going to entirely break my game. I want to change this character body 3D node to no longer be called player. I want to change it to player old. Now this, or we'll say V1, this simple act of renaming it, because I have made the choice to base much of my code on naming, and I am okay with that, because then it helps me find all of the places that it's referred to. By doing that, I have now completely broken everything, and the game is not even going to run. We are going to experience problems on a level that cannot even be articulated. Well, it will be, as the first error that the game encounters, which will be immediate. Specifically, yeah, I understand that. That's my point. That's my point. I wanted to demonstrate that point. Invalid gate index position on base null instance. So right, this can be a way to even troubleshoot it, right? To see all the places that name is important, which is going to be a lot of friggin' places. So right now, it's trying the dunk, that is to say, the orb that follows above the player. I'm telling you guys, this is gonna take us through so much code. We're gonna be going through everything today. That's this orb right here. That's the dunk, the score dunk. And inside of there, it's following the player position, but it no longer knows what player to follow. Dunk target. The dunk target is set to the player right there. So as you can see, that's the accessible as a unique name with the %, but there's gonna be other places that aren't %. So I'm gonna come through and I'm gonna try to replace all of these. So let's do it. Let's do it. Let's actually do Control-Shift-R, and we're gonna find %player, and I'm gonna replace it with %player_V1. And we're gonna hit replace. Good opportunity to make a separate branch on GitHub before messing with the player. I just made a commit which I can always save as a separate branch or separate into a separate branch. But I did make a commit. So we should be good. We can always go back. Yeah. I mean, I hear what you're saying. So I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying actually like create a new branch from like the last commit. I don't feel like that's necessary personally, because I can do that at any point, right? So this is the one, this is the commit, right? And I could create a new branch from this commit at any point, right? I can come back, create a new branch. I could do this at any point here. So, you know, I feel like we kind of got this good enough for now. All right. Plus, I like to live dangerously. So we're not going to do this one by one. We're going to do it in here. So let's look at every single place that this refers to. Wow, I'm kind of actually surprised. You see this? When I did Control-Shift-R to replace it, which is basically doing Control-Shift-F, and it's finding through my whole project all the places where we have %player. The first one that came up is score dunk, which is the same one that we got the error for. This is the same script that we got that first error when I tried to run it. I hadn't ever thought of that when we go to search through our code, it's going to return the searches in the same order that the game is going to try to load the code in. I think that's kind of interesting. So anyway, so let's replace that for sure. I mean, I think all of these places we're going to say yes, replace. I don't think there's a single place I wouldn't want to replace it here. We've got on the power-up menu, we establish the player for the purpose of, and I do want to take this opportunity to look through the code as well, to familiarize myself with all of these places. And this does mean I'm going to have to set up a new player, right? So I should even do that. We're saying dunk target is set to player here, so I'm going to have to update that to the new player sometimes, right? So this is actually a problem. I need to rethink my strategy right now, right? This is why I'm doing this. I'm just diving in and figuring it out. This is how I work. All right? And you know what I just realized? This is not gonna work. It's not even loading the code, it's compiling it, and the error gets thrown on compile time. Okay. That sounds true. That sounds like that's true. So here's the problem, right? If I want to press a button and I want to toggle between the old player character and the new player character, then I am going to need it to be able to work with any of these references. So I think what I need to do is at some point I'm going to have to refactor my toggle. I actually didn't set up my toggling correctly. I think I need to go back a step before I start doing this. We're not at this point. I'm going to say, let's leave the player named player. And instead, inside of player, we make it so it can potentially work with either the old one or the new one. Because right now, we have this alien, right? And this alien is the old one. So if anything, I should be refactoring that to, instead of be alien V1. And make an alien V2 in there. So that way we can preserve all of the player references and be able to swap them out. Now there's still some problems with this, because in the main scene, it's not just the alien that's in there, right? There's also the collisions. So we have detection areas, that is all of the areas that are used to see if it has bumped into something or not. This isn't physics collisions, but these are collisions that read what is being collided with and do stuff based on that. You can kind of see the collisions there. So there's those. And then there's also the physics collisions. And these aren't even organized. They're just floating out here. So if anything, what might be nice is to reset up the player to have a single node underneath here that just says Alien V1, and it contains the Alien V1 detection areas, and it contains the Alien V1 collisions, and it contains the Alien V1 scene instance, which that's going to be some effort. So I think that's what I'll actually do first. That's also going to break things. So let's break it. Now, detection areas, you can see, does not have any accessible as unique name. I doubt I'm referencing that anywhere. We do have the head accessible as unique name, but I don't think that's going to cause us any issues because I'm not renaming it. So here's what I'm going to do. What inspired me to make the game? So I was working on a really, really gigantic project for a while called Survive Escape. And it was not in Godot. It was in a profoundly inferior engine, in my opinion, that I'm not even going to name, if you would allow me that freedom. Thank you. And I realized, and here's the thing, I was going to remake it in Unreal Engine, that giant survival game. It was like, basically it was the type of game that everyone tells you not to make as your first game, was that game. And I still want to make that game someday. It was CryEngine. You got me. And I realized that to motivate me to keep working on this game, I wanted to at least work on a mechanic that would go into my dream game. And so one of the mechanics that's in that dream game is limb damage. So I actually was in a somewhat of a survival situation in my real life. I fell while hiking. My left shoulder got completely dislocated in a severe manner, and I was stuck outside for much longer than I could have ever hoped to have been before being rescued. And it left quite an impression on me. And I wanted to make a game where you have to manage the health of your limbs. At least. I had many other ideas. And so, yeah, it was horrifying. It was terrifying. It made such an impression on me. That's why I want to make the game, but it's too big of a game to actually make for almost anybody. Certainly me by myself. So this game is about games. That is why I want to make games in general. That is why I want to make games in general. Because I tried capturing that story of my survival situation as I started out doing screenwriting and playwriting. I tried capturing it as a movie, as a play. I tried writing it as a novella, but none of it felt correct. And at the time, I was playing Fallout New Vegas, and I was modding Fallout New Vegas. And I was like, why don't I try telling the story in a Fallout New Vegas mod? So I started making a Fallout New Vegas mod based on my experience, and I was like, dude, this is awesome. This is the way. This is how this needs to be experienced, is as an experience that you can have. And so that made me want to learn games, and so I started learning how to make games. And then this game specifically was born out of that, because I focused on one single mechanic from that massive game, which is limb damage. And then I came up with the idea of an alien that can grow the limbs, and you have to abduct things and all of that, and that just kind of followed from it. Did you do all the art and animating yourself? Yes. Yes, I am very committed to doing as much of it by myself as I possibly absolutely can. And the reason why is because I want to learn all those skills. I want to make games where I work on teams and I have collaborators, but before I do that, I want to have experience with every step of the process, so that way when I'm collaborating with them, I at least have some understanding of how much work that might take or whatever. So yeah, so I'm trying to do it all myself for this game. Would have made quite an impression on most people. Yeah, stuck out in the elements is no joke. I know, man, outside is scary. The shoulder dislocating thing reminded me of an injury I had that drove me away from horse riding. Wow. Fell on my head and had a big concussion, so I just didn't want to get on one again. Yeah, oh my God. Good choice. I mean, no, sad choice, but also understandable. Yeah, man, injuries can really make an impression on us, right? Because we realize, maybe we already knew, but it really makes it embodied how fleshy and vulnerable we are. And yeah, it's hard for me to really want to put myself in those dangerous situations again. That's interesting. So it's all also inspired by real life events. Yeah, for sure. So real. I could have easily broken my neck. Wow. Oh my gosh. Like you were just like 1 centimeter off and something terrible could have gone wrong. Yeah. Yeah. The most interesting thing is that when I fell on my head, I stopped being able to see color for a couple of minutes. It was all black and white. Cerebral achromatopsia. That's what that's called. What? That's amazing. I mean, that sucks. That's terrifying. That's really, really scary. Yeah, that'll wake you up. That'll wake you up real quick. I am so sorry you experienced that. And my gosh. Wow. That's very, very scary. Holy crap. Everything felt super slow and I felt like I was on the floor for hours, but it was only a couple minutes. Yeah, I hope you're okay. Yeah, there's a name for it. Cerebral achromatopsia. I swear to God. When I was, cause I told you I wrote this survival game as like a screenplay and a play. I was a writer before I started doing game dev. I wanted to write television and stuff. And I had this before I kind of decided that it's a little ableist to do this, I had this idea for a story where you have this kid who can only see in black and white. And like that's the story, which is a little exploitative of somebody's disability, but it's also a very uncommon disability. And so I looked it up to see how it happens, and yeah, it's a real thing that happens when you get head damage. Yeah, you literally got brain damage for that moment. Guys, imagine you can only see black and white. Color might be a moment. Yeah. Basically, almost nobody actually has this. It's super rare because you have to get that and even in your case, right? It was only for like a second. So it's really not something people tend to actually have. Usually people have just like a cone missing or something, or like, you know, they have red-green color blindness. Most people don't have black and white color blindness, but for the people who do, they earned it in a very traumatic way. And so it's like super messed up to just like write some story about it. But anyway. Yeah. So I'm gonna do what I was going to do, which is break a bunch of stuff and have to rename things and refactor things. But instead of doing that on the player, I'm going to do that on the detection areas and this alien model here, which is just that whole alien, and then all the collisions. This is going to break a ton of things, but it's going to break different things. So I created a new node here, and I'm going to call it Alien V1. Then I'm going to take the detection areas. I'm going to put it in there. I'm going to take the alien, and I'm going to put it in there. And we're going to take all the collisions, and we're going to put it in there. And now I want to make this be functional again. So we guess what? I can't do that. I should have known. We can't do that because the player is a character body. Yeah. So I actually am going to need, if I'm going to toggle between the old character and the new character, I'm actually going to need to toggle each of these on or off, which is a pity. Because that's a lot of effort. So I'll still need to rename these because I'll want to say, we could say collision V1 leg right. So that way they have some difference. It's getting messy. It's getting messy. And at some point it's like, why even bother keeping the old one? Well, so that way I can still test the game. That way I can still have the game be here. And if the adding in this player character, this other player character goes horribly wrong, which it's probably going to. You know, I'm probably going to be working on this for like a friggin' month or something. I can always fall back to this one. So I'm going to keep, I can't nestle this away. But this I can, because these have the collisions nested inside of them. So this doesn't need to be parented to the character body. So this is okay to put in here. Yikes. All right. Good to know. I guess I'll put the cam target maybe up here, and then I'll create a new node, a new theoretical node, so we know what goal we're going towards. And we'll put Alien V2 in there. This is gonna be a lot of work, but I'm here for it. So let's see what's broken. It's definitely a little broken, no doubt about it. But let's see what's broken. Currently thinking like, what if the achromatopsia had been permanent? Feels like something that could have happened. Yeah. Crazy backstory for explaining being colorblind though. Yeah. I'm so glad that it worked out okay. Okay, so the first problems we have are actually in regards to bones. Right? Oh, this doesn't even work, by the way. Something that's supposed to be happening is that the head follows the cursor. So if you move the cursor to the left, the head looks this way. Move the cursor over there, the head follows it. At some point, that broke, and I don't remember how. But I never went back and fixed it. And so the way that it was doing that was it was looking for the head bone and rotating the head bone. So the first thing that's breaking is it can't find the head bone. And the reason why it can't find the head bone is because I just moved the head bone from being a child of the player, because there's somewhere we're referencing to player / alien / armature / skeleton, and then it's finding the head bone that way. So we have to adjust that path to now account for that alien is in player / alien _ V1 and stuff. What's up, Armel? Welcome. Thanks for coming through. Hope you're doing well. Do you have backups for this game? Because I have a lot of bad memories of the files corrupting. I do. Yeah. So I have a GitHub project, and actually you can find the repo in the description box. There's a link in the description box to the entire public repo for this game. And yeah, this one right here, 24 minutes ago, we made a commit. So we can always go back if we need to. The song that's playing is called Shine On by Jeremy Black. That's what it is. Typed it in the chat for you too. Okay, so let's fix this. So this is looking for a skeleton. So we gotta connect the skeleton path. So right here, we have skeleton 3D get node, alien / armature. Okay, so this is the character body 3D. So this is actually the player itself. The song is so ingrained in my head as associated with this game now, to be honest. I love that. What music streaming service do I use? This is YouTube. YouTube has this thing called Creator Music Studio, and it's available to YouTube creators to use to put music in videos, and I use it for my live streams. Basically what I've done is I've searched for every song that is free for perpetuity. So they let you sort by songs that have a license that will not expire and that don't cost anything. And so I went through all of those songs that I could, and I listened to them. I have 237 that I've favorited, and ones that I thought would be good for this live stream, and they're now all in this list. And so I play that during the stream. That's what I do. That way, I don't owe any of my $1 per stream to anyone else. Bad news for me, my music isn't free. Oh, yeah, I try to, I'm very careful about that personally. All right, so this is on the player, which means we can just do this short reference where we say alien / animation tree, but we know now it's alien _ V2 /. So now I know what to look for, right? So I'm gonna actually not add that in there just yet, because we need to refactor it everywhere. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna copy that on the clipboard, and I am going to do a little search. Let's do Control-Shift-R, and we're gonna find alien slash everywhere in the project, and we're gonna try to replace that with alien v2 slash alien slash. At least you can listen to a 30-second demo of my music if you want to. I don't think that's how it works. I don't think that's how it works. Yeah, it basically, I won't play any music on stream unless you made it and you are not going to license it. That's just the way that that kind of goes, unfortunately. Because YouTube will... I've had live streams be privated before that were otherwise public because it had a song in it that somebody made. And so it's always very... That's not true. No way. Yeah, it's like, dude, it's like 10 seconds. It's like 10 seconds. It's at least 10 seconds. I know because I just had to dispute something the other day. One of these songs that I had added in here for Creator Music Studio that were listed as free and for perpetuity got flagged by YouTube as a cover of someone else's song. And so it was withholding all the monetization from that video. So I had to dispute that and hope that the person would be like, oh yeah, that's not a cover of my song. Because by the way, it wasn't a cover of their song. YouTube just thought that it was. And luckily that person did decide to allow me to keep it in the video. And I've now removed that from my list so it doesn't set that off again. It is so cringe with that, I know. So yeah, I don't mess with it at all. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. All right, so I've done my Control-Shift-Replace, and we've got all of the places where alien slash is in the project. We've got 12 matches. So obviously here on the player, we know we want to replace all of those. And again, I'm replacing it with the new path. On aliens for menu, we're referencing... See, now this is not correct, right? We don't actually want to update that here. This is a very different alien, so we don't want to do that. On the player, these all look correct. On the body part, these all look correct. It's looking for the armature. Yep, definitely want that there. Here it's looking for the skeleton. Yep. Also looking for the skeleton. So all those places, we do want to replace it. And then finally here on the debug script, oh, there's one more place here. On the debug script, it's looking for that for playing the animation limb shrink. Test animation, that's something I don't use anymore. I could probably get rid of that, honestly. Oh, it's commented out. I might even leave that, because actually, there might be a point where I actually need to use that. So you know what? We're gonna leave that for now. I probably don't need that. You can get rid of that. Just get rid of it. All right, so that's gone. That's not relevant. And then here, this is pretty irrelevant, but we'll update it anyway. Alien slash armature, alien slash armature. Okay, so these all look good. So let's replace them all. No undos. Reload them all and see if it fixed it. It probably didn't, but it's a start. I'm sure we'll get other errors, but hopefully we've at least resolved those related to that renaming. Okay, what's next? Next, cannot get method on a null value. Oh, same problem. Alien underscore v2 slash alien. I'm actually surprised that that didn't work. Oh, it's supposed to be v1, not v2. Whoops. I got ahead of myself. So we actually need to look for everywhere I did alien v2 and change it to alien v1. We're renaming the old one, not the new one. Okay, so replace all of those. And now, it should avoid those errors. I would certainly hope, If I'm going to hear any music in the games you made, you promise they will not be copyright, and you won't claim a license for them either. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. You know, and so, you know, a lot of people will implement like a streamer mode into their game too. So I could like press a button and it'll just toggle off all the music. Often I'll just mute people's games as well. Some people have a music option in their games where you can turn the music volume down. All of that works too. Oh, look, something is broken. I can't hover over any of the aliens anymore. There used to be arrows that appear when I hover over them. I can still click on them, but the arrows don't hover. That's interesting. Have to figure that out. So far, everything seems to be working, but I have a feeling we're gonna run into an issue as soon as I bump into an object. So let's do it. Oh, look at that. It's working. Wow. Well, I mean, other than, it must just be a bunch of relative stuff that, oh wait, look at the debugger. I know some of y'all get excited about the debugger. Look at that. Look at that go. It's flying. Holy friggin' crap. So we do have a few issues here. Now that's an amount of debugger messages that I'm gonna pay attention to. Look at that, it's not even the game anymore, it's just the intro and it's popping off. It's exploding. Let's see what it has to say. Because you're reading, yeah, I just did that. I think I might be. I actually think I might be, Justin. You might be right. Oh, it feels bad. I renamed something, and I was just finding out where it was. What's up, Roger? You sure do love network optimized code. I bet you do. I bet you do. Out of curiosity, on the topic of music, did you create the intro and outro music themes? I did not. That was actually created by a friend of mine. Their name is Freaker. You can find a little bit more about them in the description box. Yeah, they made it for a game called A Different Perspective. I think, A Little Perspective? A Little Perspective, I think the game is called. And it is not licensed. They don't plan on licensing it. And so I use that for the intro and outro sometimes. Definitely no sarcasm. Oh, you don't like network optimized code. I see. I'm so sorry then. This is how memory leaks can arrive on programming languages that have a garbage collector. Oh. So it's all just raycast, which makes sense why it would be happening so many times. And it would also potentially make sense as to why we're not seeing the arrows, but we'll see. Yeah, absolutely, Jones. My pleasure. You're most welcome. Freaker is the name of the person who made that. Okay, so it's the detection areas, right? So we gotta go look around for that. So I'm gonna search for /player/detection areas. And let's actually do capitals. Yeah, it's gotta be, right? It's weird because, you know, technically we're not changing anything on the aliens in the menu. But it could be that since this doesn't see anything, it therefore doesn't allow those other things to be seen. So we're looking for /player/detection areas. We actually want to do a replace. So let's do Control-Shift-R, find that, and we want to replace it with /player/alien_v1/detection areas. All right. We've got a few matches, indeed on the camera 3D, as well as in the debug menu. Nice. Oh, this is for breaking the legs, which is a debug button, believe it or not. Great. So yes, please replace them. No undo. That is fine. And so hopefully that should resolve that. And this is how I'm going to refactor it. We're just going to find out all the errors. Now, hopefully, I won't miss things. But if I do, that's okay. We'll find them eventually. Or it didn't matter to begin with. All right, we're not logging any new errors. 25 is what we expect to see. Sometimes it bumps up to 27. I'm okay with that. We can now see the arrows. It went up to 27 as we expected it to. And so far it looks pretty good. We didn't break all that much. We got to make sure everything works though. We can hover things, we can attack them. We can grab and abduct stuff. We can take damage, no new errors. Everything seems good. The game restarts. We did log some new bugs that I don't know. Do we usually have... The whole game restart thing is pretty new. So I don't really know if that's typical yet. Aim bone at target. Condition is inside tree is true. Returning transform 3D. I don't remember if that was a bug we were already getting or not. Is this like a call deferred kind of thing or something? In the aim bone at target function, condition is inside tree is true. Okay. Now, is inside tree is like, isn't something that I would type. That's like whether it's like a engine level thing. This is something that I forget what it means, but I know it means something. I don't know that I actually care about it. Is inside. I don't think it has anything to do with what we did here. I have a feeling this was a problem already. The error is telling you that the operation you are doing cannot be done on a node that is not on the scene tree. Yeah, it's like an engine level thing. Either the node hasn't been added yet, i.e. you haven't called add child. The node has been removed either because of remove child or queue free. So we are reloading the game. So I wonder if when we reload the game, it's trying to do the aim bone at target function, but it hasn't loaded in yet. So I think the way that I'm reloading the game isn't like turning off enough things, and therefore it's trying to do that before it's ready to be able to do it. So I might want that function to only happen if a certain node exists or something, right? So the code on the node it is trying to talk to. So this is happening. The function, aim bone at target, it's looking for... So I think it's looking at the skeleton, which is actually something that we are messing with. You need the exact error you might know. It's looking for bone index, an integer. It's looking for the target, a node 3D. I'm guessing, is it that? An amount that's a float. It's returning transform 3D. I'm a little confused what returning transform 3D means. The error list means the object isn't in the scene yet. Right. And so, aka called before it was a child of something else. Right. So I feel like, let's see, where does that get called? Aim bone. I feel like we could just say that, oops, this doesn't get called until such and such is in the tree. So it returned the local transform. Looks like there's 2 places where we call this function. That's commented out. That's commented out. So we have... Are those the 2 places? Those are the 2 places. Right here. Arm grabbing. Null amount. Oh, arm grabbing is looking for an integer. If we know skeleton is valid. Yeah. That sounds correct. Yeah, that sounds good. So I could just be like, is that how you even type it? If skeleton is... How do I even say that? Get has node, if has node, or something like that. Then the ground object might be the exact one not existing. Because it only happens when I reload the game at this point. So I could even say if player... Well, you can still do skeleton. Maybe we could say is empty. If it's not an, I don't think is empty is gonna work because it's not a is displayed, is visible in tree. Now is visible in tree, is that the same as like visibility? Or is that a different kind of visible? Returns true if the node is present in the scene tree. Its visible property is true, and all its ancestors are also visible. Somehow it'd be trying to stretch the arm to hit something before the character is in the scene. Yeah, something like that. Which is weird. Visible means it also means the visible property is true. So I mean, it'd be helpful if we could right, that is what it said, isn't it? In the error. So that would actually make sense. Is inside tree. It just checks if it exists in there. Sweet. So we could just say all this. Otherwise, just pass. It's a nice one to catch. I have a feeling there are actually a lot of places that I need to fix this, because right now, if I try to run reloading the game from the main menu, it crashes. And I think it's for a similar reason, because it tries to apply get mouse position after we're removing it in the process of reloading. So it might even be nice to say that this function hover ray doesn't even get called, like in my previous comment above. Viewport doesn't exist. You know this one too? So I'd almost think if we could just say that this raycast doesn't even happen. Physics process isn't synced to FPS, so it can happen even if you aren't rendering yet. Okay. Sound like a lot of words that I can't put into action. But I hear you. Where does hover ray get called? Just in this cursor ray? So then I'd have to do it for all of those. Meaning it can run it before a viewport exists. Right, so like don't. I guess I could just take all of these raycasts, and all of the raycasts happen if power up menu begin. Do this. So I would even want to maybe... Oh, and then these all don't have it either. The power-up menu is not begun. Otherwise, do the power-up ray. So I might want to do that one too. Just do it if get viewport null return before them. Oh. Return? Do I know what to do with the return in this case? Or that'll just work? Maybe that'll just work. Certainly, all of these raycasts I don't want to be running. Technically, I don't want any of this. So if I say, if... This is a bit of a distraction, but it's one that I'm happy to do, because it's been bothering me that this has been going on. If the viewport... You know what is funny about being stuck during programming? If you find what it is, you feel stupid for it. I try not to feel stupid. Sometimes, though. Sometimes, though. I know what you mean. I try to just be excited that I learned something, personally. I try not to be hard on myself where I can. But it's not always easy. But I know what you mean, in the sense of like, oh, that was so obvious. Or, how did I not realize that sooner? Yeah, I can relate to that a bit. But generally, I like to be kind to myself. You thought the game was buggy? Fool, those are advanced features. Okay, so... Why did you tell me to do return here? Oh, I see. Oh, whoa. So is what this does is it will... This function will just try again? Is that what this does? Wow. So I don't have to do like an if-else. I don't even have to put anything in this if. This is the thing that's in the if. Wow. I didn't know that. Wait, why am I not giving credits out? Holy shoot. Roger, oh my god. Thank you. You just learned me. And so this is a moment where I would say I don't feel stupid. I feel correctly new to learning programming. And in a way, even if we're not new to learning programming, there's always something to learn. And I'm glad, I feel glad that now I know about this. I feel thankful. I feel learned. Holy moly. Okay, Roger, we gotta give you one of these credits for, I mean, that's Godot Consultant. I would even say there's like some debug that you've helped me do here as well. I'm giving you 2 credits for that one. That's a double credit. See you later, PT. Thanks for coming through. I appreciate it. Yeah, John, listen. I'm so glad that was able to happen. All right, take care. I'll see you next time, Jones. Hope all your game projects are going well. It's nice to see you. If you were to do something like get value here, a return would be the given value from calling it. That sounds true. aka that get viewport is doing the equivalent of return viewport. You're talking over my head. Take it from the guy who multi-threads and has started with networking. The feeling stupid is a baseline requirement to be able to learn. I mean, look, I understand everybody has words that mean different things, but I reject the notion that we deserve to call ourselves stupid. I would say it's important to humble yourself in regards to your abilities and be prepared to discover something you didn't know that you didn't know. For me, it can be even worse. I had cases where I was stuck during programming because I was trying to do something that isn't possible. That's okay. I don't know. I don't like. Look, and here's the thing. Sometimes I'm not gonna act like I'm impervious to it, because I have spent hours and hours on these streams, you know, doing something, trying to figure it out, and then hours later, it's like, oh my gosh, if I had just done this, or wow, that what I was trying to do wasn't possible, and it can be really frustrating. It's like, Oh my god. Right? But nowhere in there would I allow myself to call myself stupid. Would I allow myself to put myself down? Because I don't deserve that, and you don't either. If other people aren't going to be nice to us, at the very least, we deserve to be nice to ourselves. With that said, doesn't change that feeling being, like, very disappointing when that occurs. If you do variable function here, whatever func here returns is now what a variable a is. Right. Yeah, that sounds all true. I don't want to put that in my head. All right, so anyway, there's your credits. Thank you so much for helping me. Oh my gosh, Roger, I really appreciate it. And so now I think I should also do that over here where I set up the player. Entertainment is good. I'm going to change this, right? We're in here. I was like, if skeleton is in tree, do all this, else pass. Like, no, I'm not gonna do that. Now that I know what I know, we're gonna say, if skeleton is inside tree, I assume, I actually don't know if null is what that returns. So that's the only caveat. I guess I can look it up. It should be like a click away. Okay, Roger, you appeared at just the right time. I'm so thankful. Returns true. Okay, so we want to say false. Yeah. You know what? I found it out already. Because you know what y'all have taught me also? Is to look things up. So I actually don't even have to do this. I can just say, exclamation point. If the skeleton is not inside of the tree, return. Done. Yeah. That's what the docs are for. I've finally learned to look at the docs when I don't understand how something works. Yeah. I like the exclamation point. But yeah, not works as well. Uh-oh, something else? I wonder if it was a different thing. It's still trying to do the hover ray. Well, that didn't fix it at all. I mean, I guess I could put it in here. Yeah, I could click the error as well. Wait. Oh, there's a couple other places too. But it's all those places, to be fair. But this is all in that function, and the hover ray doesn't get called except by things in that function. Yeah. But hover ray shouldn't even be happening in any other situation. I guess oh, there's physics process. Maybe, no, physics process doesn't have that call in it. Yeah, maybe I'll just like jam it into the hover ray function. Right? Might be good enough. And I am okay with good enough. Completely okay with that. I have no problem with anything less. Or more, for that matter. Okay, let's see if I can reload it here. Boo. Are you sure this viewport thing is what is the problem? Oh, wait! The other raycast, it's like all the ray, no, it's different. Yeah, it's different. See, it's just surprising because it's like, it's almost like it's ignoring it here. Because hover ray return null. Oh, so it moved. So why is this not working? It's like this isn't actually returning, and it's still going down here. Oh, okay, I see. Understood. Say no more, fam. Dark magics. Yeah. No, I gotcha. Oh, maybe in ready. Dude, what if it's in ready? I don't even know. Alright, real quick, let's see if that was enough. Oops, I just reloaded it. Let's see if that was enough. The game takes so much longer to load. The more that I add to the game, the longer it takes to load it. I guess that's a good thing. It didn't crash! What? What? Okay, it didn't crash. Oh, I know why it looks like this. I don't actually fully know why it looks like this, actually. In theory, you should reset all the states. I'm not sure why it didn't. It has to recompile blend files each time. What? I like that all the aliens in the back's teeth don't render. I hate that their teeth don't render. So their mouths are super red. No, it is kind of funny, isn't it? I wish that they did render, though. Yeah, there's nothing really going on in the ready function. The reason it takes so long to load is because it has to recompile blend files each time. Oh, because I'm using the Blender integration? That would make sense. Well, this is kind of the loading screen, right? I mean, if I export this Godot project, right, and I boot it up as an exe file, I think the loading is just gonna be, you know, your cursor with a little hourglass or a circle or whatever, you know? And then you'll see the Godot splash screen. You can customize the Godot splash screen, but I don't know if you can make it any fancier than just an image. Messenger Connect? Oh, really? That's my problem? I suppose. So I guess you're saying literally put this in here? Like, don't do any of this until the viewport's there and that'll resolve it? I'll try that. I mean, that would then... Wouldn't that, like, mean I don't need to put any of it here? Unless I'm wrong. But now I'm curious. I have definitely decided to lean into this distraction. Because it will at least remove some of these errors that are making my actual task a little bit more confusing. And I've been meaning to fix this bug. Oops. I double loaded it. Yeah, so then what Roger is implying, I think, with recompiling the blend files, is the game might actually be faster if I export the blend files to GLTF. It's interesting. All right, let's reload it. No, that didn't work. Well, it was worth a shot anyway. All right, so we'll just keep all those in there, and that's fine with me. Okay, so that's out of the way. So now let's just try dying again and make sure that that issue isn't popping up. So that way we can continue refactoring the old player character. Getting it caught up. I'm glad you pointed that out, Justin, because it is something that I want to deal with. There is something kind of funny and cute about the ones in the back not having teeth, but it's not intentional. And I've set the LODs to not be happening, I'm pretty sure. I think I have. Yeah, let's adjust the LOD bias. Oh, there you go. That fixed it. Oh, great. So this setting right down here in the bottom right makes me giggle. Oh, it's done. It's already gone. Your giggles are over. Your giggling days have ended. Yep, it's all over. Those days have long passed. Whoa. Oh, it is there on the bottom. Oh, I see. Okay, cool. So yeah, LOD bias right here. You can see that the teeth are disappearing in the back right now. LOD bias by default is set to 1. If I adjust this, not even by much, just a little bit. If I make it 2, the teeth are pretty much back. Let's make it 10. Oh wow, I would even say, because they're very, I love them at 0. They're kind of scary at 0. They look like masks or like lollipops. They look very scary. Do I like to put Easter eggs in games? Maybe. Not really. Maybe. Maybe. It depends. Also, Dungeon Martian got a membership, so that means I gotta sing a song. This does not strike me as music I can sing a song to. So I need to pick some different music, I think. It's great music. I love deving to this music. I have no idea how to sing to it. Not even a single clue. Not even a guess. Couldn't tell you. So I gotta pick something else. Oh, yes, you did. Sorry, my microphone went out. Yeah, you did give me that suggestion. We did put a monkey Easter egg in there. That's true. It has to be easy. It has to be really easy for me to do. All right, here we go. Here we go. Song for Dungeon Martian. I think I can sing to this. Dungeon Martian has been let out of the dungeon. Welcome, Dungeon Martian, to this stream. Dungeons out the dungeon, away from their Martian planet, and they're here on Hypergame Devland. Welcome, Dungeon Martian. You're around the dungeon now, and you're here, oh yeah. Dungeon Martian is here. I'm so glad that you are. I'm so glad that you are out of the dungeon and hanging out with us today. Oh, Dungeon Martian. All right, there you go. There's your song. Longley's moment. Yes. There you go. Thank you, and I'm sorry. I'm also really sorry about that. I was thinking about including some Easter eggs that are hardware dependent. Whoa! Like if you're on a Mac or if you have this type of graphics card, it's kind of creepy if a game like acknowledges what your hardware is. No, but that's cool. It's cool. I like that. All right, let's put this at 10. Thanks for pointing that out, Justin. I gotta give you props for that. For just reminding me that that was a thing. I don't even know how to, oh, I know how to credit you for that. I know how to credit you for that. First of all, I just have to call you Justin. That's the only name I got for you on this. And that's quite all right. So we're gonna say Justin. These credits entitle you to no compensation. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the game and so much appreciation from me. I believe I have an accountability credit. So you were holding me accountable unwittingly. You were holding me accountable to changing that so they don't disappear. There we go. Accountability. 1 point for Justin. There was a Diablo-like that had gear that was better or worse depending on your hardware. What? That ain't right. That's just messed up. How dare it? Probably hard to make hardware-dependent Easter eggs, but it would be sick. Honestly, you know, I mean, at the very least, there are some like functions that you can do to check what operating system people are on and stuff. Something like that. It might be easier than you think, depending on the hardware. Depending on the hardware. I'm just happy to be in the chat. I'm so glad you are. I'm so glad you are. Yeah, you know, it's just something I do for myself, and it happens to be a way to honor you guys as well. Worse hardware was better stats. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, that's actually cool. I support that. All right, what the heck am I doing? So I was breaking my game by renaming things and making sure I fixed it again. Oh, there was one thing that I wanted to test, is just make sure the debugger doesn't increase when I die in the game. And if it does, try to fix that. You should add a fun value like Undertale or Omori. What do you mean a fun value? Intel CPUs are known for their instability issues, so I was thinking about a punishment for using the 13th and 14th gen from Intel that are the ones with instability issues. Oh my god. Poor people who don't even know that they have a bad thing. That's very cool. Can't wait to buy the game and try it out. Wait, oh, the credits? Yeah. It'll be released for free as a demo with all the credits intact, and then after I get some feedback on that demo, I'll finish the rest of the game and put it up for $5 on itch. But I'm glad to know you want to buy it. That's pretty cool. Okay, reload the game. We did get a bunch of errors, so that didn't go away. Undertale's fun value is essentially a game seed that gave some super secret events. How would the... Oh, it was just like random? Yeah, I don't want to do that. It sounds like a lot of work. Sounds like a ton of extra work. Or at least something maybe I would have wanted to plan ahead of time. Oh, these are different, actually. These aren't actually related to reloading the game. These are actually related to collisions. So I'm not worried about this. I'm not worried about those errors. But let me just make sure they're definitely not. Main scene, collector obstacles. Yeah, this isn't, we don't have to worry about this right now. To be honest, you'll want to look into game seeds since you are wanting to do a roguelike. It's very easy. What do I need the game seed for in this case? I hear what you're saying. I mean, I know what a seed is, but, you know, what I didn't know was, like, you know, this thing in Undertale or whatever. And what I don't want to do is have to, like, waste time thinking about, what things do I want to be relative to that, and then make it all set up and make it mean something and all that crap. People like to play the same seed as other people. Okay, I don't think that's important for this game. That feels like maybe a consideration for a very, very high-profile, popular game that thousands of people might play. But I feel like for this, it's not that important. Feels a little overscopey to me. Fun values, for example, number between 100. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, the alien would be blue instead of green. That's cool. Feels unnecessary for this project. But it's cool. It's interesting. It's interesting. Not interested. All right. Right. I'm refactoring the old character to be named differently. So right now, the game, well, actually, previously, the game was looking for this alien and these detection areas as children of player. But I want it to be a child of Alien V1. So I can toggle off Alien V1 and then switch on Alien V2. Now, one other thing I did is I renamed these collisions to be V1. I unfortunately can't nest these into Alien V1 node because they need to be a child of the character body. Now, these are actually connected via an export variable, I believe. So, like over here on the head, for example, oh, maybe not this. That's the wrong thing. In detection areas? Is this where we do this? Collision, yeah. So over here on like this head area, if we look over on the right, you'll see there's collision V1, right? That's actually been dragged in as an export variable. So we have collision shape 3D type, and then I'm able to just assign it. So then if I change the name, it doesn't matter, it just automatically updates it. I want to do something very similar to this for the player V2, except we'll assign the collision V2 to it. So that shouldn't be challenging to sort out, which is nice. Good. Good. So I think we've kind of got these separate. Now I just want those toggles. Well, I'm going to work on the toggle in a bit. Let's not worry about the toggle for now. Because what I should do is I should get Alien V2 set up so I can actually switch between them. So we'll see. Easy to make. You made a randomly generated number, and that is a. I understand that the fun value is easy to make, but what I don't want to do is waste time figuring out what a fun value does. You know, I don't really have any interest in doing that, and I don't want to waste time thinking about it. But it's cool. It's a cool idea for certain games. I don't think this is that game. It's as easy as generating a random number. Yeah, I gotcha. Pulling it with a seed value in the ready function of other scripts. Yeah, I gotcha. Yeah. But what you're leaving out is that you have to do something with that number, right? It's not generating the number that's hard. What takes effort and development time is figuring out what to do with that number. And I don't personally have any interest or, in my opinion, need to apply that number to anything in this game. But it's a thing, and I can see, depending on the type of game or the game that you want to make, that would be valuable for sure. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Yeah. I gotcha. I get what you're saying. I just don't have any interest in implementing that. Okay, so next step. So I've refactored the old one. That task is done. What I'd like to do now is actually start implementing new character. Whoa, what a spelling. Add new character. This is gonna be wild. Not all fun value numbers have an Easter egg. Yeah, I just don't want to. I don't know. I'm sure there's like a different way I could say that makes that more clear. But hopefully the way that I have said it might suffice. I'm not interested. But it's a cool idea. It's a cool idea. If that's the kind of thing you want to do. Not the kind of thing I want to do. So there are some other considerations I should make because I'm going to need, we have the player, right, as a character body 3D with a script attached to it. And all of these things are going to have to somehow be able to also look at this one. It's going to have to be able to look at both of these. So whatever the toggle is going to do to switch between them is going to have to understand what the difference between these are. And so it's going to be a little confusing because it's like, do I even want to use the same player script? Maybe, probably. I don't know. It's actually going to get really complicated trying to keep the old one. But for now, let's just get visually the new character in there. And not worry about functionally it being in there just yet. For you, that would typically be something you consider at the end anyway. Too many more important things to knock out. Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah. Easy getting sidetracked in game dev that you don't focus on the important stuff. Yeah, exactly. It is to me a very, very key principle of mine to focus on the important stuff. Very, very essential to me, and I will not be often distracted from that. I always add fun values on my games. They're very fun, but you do whatever you want, of course. Oh, I will. Can't wait for the demo to be released. I'm so glad. Do you have or use a task tracker of any kind? I use Trello for my projects, but curious what others use. I use Hack and Plan. It's very similar to Trello, but it's more game dev centric. It is free. They do have a paid plan, but it's not really for the kind of games we make. It's for like big studios that want their branding to be consistent across everybody's experience and crap like that. But it's called Hack and Plan. And it's got, you know, Kanban boards and stuff, and it's got some extra things that make the details related to game dev, I think, a little bit more clear than something like Trello does. But yeah, so Hack and Plan is what I use. Yeah, check it out. No problem. Glad you asked. All right, so I want to put visually the new player character in there. That does exist as its own scene. It looks like that. And I guess I'll just drop it in on the main scene. Now, I kind of want it to have the same name in here. Otherwise, we might run into some problems. If my game was only about the key features, it would already be finished. But I'd like the player to be like, wow. I hear you. I like to finish my games. I'm in the group of want my game to be finished more than wowing the player. I want the fact that my game is finished to be enough. And I ask myself, for the wow things, if that relates to the game, like if it's important to the player experience that I want them to have for the alien color to be different, right? Like, what is my intention for this game? What do I want the player to get out of it? If what I want the player to get out of it is a feeling of customization, because that's important to the game's purpose, then maybe I would have the colors be able to be changed. Or if I want the player to feel a close identification with the player, or I want the player to feel you know, like anything could happen, like whatever, then maybe we'll have a random fun value. But that's not what I want the player to feel. I want the player to be able to beat this game, to figure out how to grab objects and abduct them. I want them to understand what the world of the game is supposed to be. And so I filter through that when I'm asking myself, is this a feature that needs to be in the game? And if it isn't going to support the purpose of the game, then it's not worth it to me. And it's one of the important things. And I'm just trying to get the game done. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, it depends on the definition of finished. I mean, I guess. Functionally complete. I mean, to me, functional completion is number one. I would assert that game devs should focus on functional completion. That's my opinion. Because otherwise, it's overscoping. It's what you're creating is an interactive experience. And if there is no experience to interact with, then all the polish doesn't mean anything. Like, you can have all the polish in the world, but if it's not a game, it's just a piece of visual art. And I'm not here to make a piece of visual art. I'm here to make a game. So I want to make sure that game exists. And if the polish makes the game more playable in a way that is essential, then maybe I'll do it. But for the most part, I'm just focused on not polish. Especially for me, in this game, making a prototype that isn't supposed to be something I'm putting up on Steam, not a concern, not interested. Yeah, it could be as endless as your attention span. Exactly. Yeah, no interest in doing that myself. Functional completion is number 1, but how about number 2? I don't know. I know the game is far from complete, but after you finish it, you should add an endless mode. Yeah, I don't know. Probably won't do that, but probably won't do that. I hear you though. When I say polish, I mean like the game plays properly, but some things about it don't feel good. Yeah. I would want things to feel good for sure. Great. So in here we have this alien, and I'm gonna add in the new alien now, Alien V2. Drag that into the main scene as a child here of our Alien V2. I'm gonna rename this to Alien, so that way, if we change some paths that are looking for Alien, it'll still match here. There's gonna be a lot of things that don't match, namely, bone numbers. Bone numbers are gonna be completely different. I have no idea what to do about that, other than we'll figure it out. But, I'm sure, I mean, I do have an idea, but I'm going to try to keep as much the same between these two as possible in terms of naming and whatnot. So another thing we have here is editable children, so that way we can kind of just see everything that's here. So there's all the stuff that's in there. Could be kind of nice. One downside of setting editable children, I honestly don't even think I should set editable children, because one bad thing about that is then it's easy to accidentally set like properties that I don't want to be set. I'd actually rather it not be editable children, if I'm being honest. So I'm not gonna do that. Now obviously it's facing the wrong way, which is interesting. I don't think the other one is, which is interesting. So maybe in here, I guess in Blender, I need to flip it around, apparently. That's strange. So if we're looking at the front view in Godot, I guess because since it's right, we look at the back of the player most of the time. So the back should be the front. I see. So, oh man. Okay. Is that gonna be easy to switch in Blender? You know what? I don't think we're gonna switch that in Blender. No, we're gonna switch that right here. So let's just do that. Get that out of the way. Flip it 180 degrees. So it's facing that way. Call it a day. All right. All right, so there's the character. Its position is a little different. So let's make sure those are kind of similar. That would be good. Looks like I have it at 0.099, the other one. Oh, that's just adjusting its height. I don't know that I need to do that for this one. It looks like its height is pretty good. You can see it's like forward a little more. So I don't know if I really need to worry about that. I'm just gonna leave it for now. So right now we'll have both of these here. But I'll adjust it so we can toggle between them. I have to head out for a bit, but good luck. I'll be back if you happen to still be around later. Yeah, I'll be here for at least another 5 hours, 4.5 hours. Yeah, I hope I see you then. Yeah, it's my pleasure, Justin. Thanks for coming through and hanging out with us. See you next time. And for catching those teeth. I appreciate that. So if I want to toggle it visually, right, I need to now update that toggle that I have. So let's do that. Over on my debug script, which is here, we made a function where we just say player becomes visible or not. We don't want to do it this way. I don't actually want the player to be visible or not. And I don't even want controls. I actually don't want to do literally any of this. We're completely changing this. Instead, we want to look at the player and say, well, if I just do Alien V2 visible, will it be able to find that node that way? I don't know if it'll be able to, because I think it's going to look for like a variable, not a node. So I think we'd have to do it differently. Right? Like something like this. Visible false. If the old player, we'd want that to be hidden. If the new player, we'd want this to be true. And then we'll say this one is V1, and that becomes true. Similarly, V1, that becomes false. Okay, cool. So in theory, now I need to make sure I actually have these hidden to start with. What's up, Gab Games? Welcome. I am going to hide... Oh wait, Gab Games got a membership. We got another song to sing. Let's hide the new one by default. And if I've set this up correctly, I may well have not. I should be able to bring that one into view and hide and show it. Unfortunately, I gotta skip this every time. I almost need a debug key that just starts, or like a export variable that just starts the game right away. Okay, there we go. Bam! Boom, 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 boom. Well, at least it's there visually a little bit. DJ dropped that beat. You know it, you know it. Welcome back, Coda. Oh, it's kind of cute. Wow, it's different. Wow, it's so different looking. It looks stiffer. It's kind of fruity, yeah, it is a little fruity. Thanks, yeah, wow. It's got a certain energy. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. I think Coda did pretty well with fruity. I think fruity is accurate. There's something kind of delightful about it, though. I don't know if I dislike it or not. Oh, man. Yeah, it might, right. It may well grow on me. It already kind of is. It already kind of is. Now, the great thing about this is it's already using the old collisions. Now, the run, I haven't implemented the running yet, so the speed up is going to be the same. I like it, too. It's just like, wow. I just got to, like, get used to it, because it's so different. Wow. It's so weird to see. He's in a hurry for number 2. Oh! It's way less Alien Invader and more Gentle Stroll. Yeah, totally right. This one is scary. It's like, I'm coming to get you. Yeah, I had a feeling that once I got the new model in here, I was going to want to adjust the animation to have a different personality. I think that's lacking. I think the like correct personality is a little bit lacking. But I mean, I'm still gonna want to add this in and set all this up. And the good thing is I can just change the animation and it's gonna just update this. So that's something that can be dealt with at some other time. At least an animation exists for now. Oh, honestly, there's some, it's, you know, kind of like Attack on Titan, you know? How the Titans kind of have like this like kind of silly walk and movement and everything. Like, I think there's borderline something very scary about the fact that it's not moving in a monstrous way. It adds its own kind of freakiness to it. One problem I'm definitely having is the shadow. The shadow don't look right. I think I would remove that shadow for sure. I'm so sorry, but he looks like he's so caked up from this animation. What does caked up mean? But they're like so real for that. What does caked up mean? I think if aliens took human forms, they wouldn't be able to have such a balanced walk, but I'll get used to it. That's a good point. It's a good point. It's a solid point. Yeah, I think there was something that makes more sense about this other one. There's room to iterate on it, for sure. And it's good to hear feedback. I bet there's a way in the graph editor to kind of exaggerate the alien's walk. Whoa, I could be completely wrong, but it's a possibility. That sounds scary. Oh, in Blender. Really? I have no idea. It's something to look into. I like how the other one is more exaggerated. This model is good, but especially the limb movement feels a little bit too little, I guess. Yeah, I agree. You know, and part of that is like the limitations of the rig. The rig is set up for a human, and as such, it's kind of limited to like a normal human range of motion. And if I go too far outside of that, it starts to glitch a bit. So there's definitely gonna need to be some... I think it's actually a pretty monstrous task ahead of me if I'm going to improve this animation. But yeah, it's something to think about. And I appreciate the like raw feedback. It's really, really helpful. You know, it's not something I'm going to prioritize, but at some point I'll want to improve it. One thing I do want to look at are these shadows on the mesh. I'm not too happy with that. I know we still gotta sing Gab Games a song. It's also hard to do from this perspective because you have to really exaggerate it for it to look halfway good. The other thing is this is the walk. There's still the run to add in. Yeah. It looks perfectly fine as it is, though, I think. I do like the model. Yeah, I think it's getting into what they were talking about earlier, the polish thing, right? And I think to some extent, I can let go of a little bit of that for now. It's polish that isn't entirely necessary to, like, focus on just yet. But it is something that I will look into. As for the shadows, keep it as is for now, improve it later. I don't know. Yeah, something like that. You're just sitting hurt? Oh, I don't want you to sit hurt. All right. Well, I was also waiting for a song, because this is not... Well, this one's not as bad. Can I sing to this one? I can probably sing to this. Oh, we got Pepe, too. We got 2 songs to sing. Welcome, Pepe. Food is good. I don't want to sing to this song. I don't know. It doesn't feel... It feels hard to sing to. Oh, I can sing to this one. Yeah, this is just the walk cycle. I still have to put in the running. Alright. We got Gab Games in this house. Welcome, Gab Games. Gab Games is gabbing with us. Gab Games is gabbing with us. Gab Games is gabbing with us. I'm so glad that's true. Hope you're doing okay today. Gab Games. Hope you're doing okay today. We got Gab Games gabbing with us. Oh yeah, we got Gab Games gabbing with us. And Pepe. Yeah, it's Pepe. Hey, Pepe got food. That's good. It's nice to be fed. Welcome, Pepe. Hey, hey, we got Pepe. Hey, hey, I'm so glad you're here. Pepe, hey, hey to you. You got some food, yeah. I hope you like that food. It's so good. Welcome, Pepe. Hey, hey to Pepe, Pepe. Hey, hey to Pepe, Pepe. Hey, hey to Pepe, Pepe. Hey, hey to Pepe. All right, there's your songs. Well, you're welcome, and also I'm sorry. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. Pepe, thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev here and on Patreon. What? You should make him stop moving his limbs around when you're not moving. Yeah. That's another like polished thing that I'm just like not really worried about right now. Yeah, of course that is a plan. But for now, I don't feel like it. All right. Sometimes I kind of rap a little bit. I just do what comes to me, you know? I don't try to like to do a style. I do me. But yeah, sometimes it kind of gets like that a little. The fade out was amazing. Thank you. That was a recent addition in the last couple months, the fade outs. But yeah, we'll have a stop too. Basically, the reason why I haven't made the stop is because I want it to be an idle animation, right? So like it's like standing there, like maybe kind of like breathing or something, maybe like scratches its head, you know, whatever. And for now, I'm just prioritizing run and walk, and I'll do an idle at some point in the future, and then we'll have a stop animation. You know, I could just I could make it have no animation, but then it wouldn't remind me that I need to put something in there. It's also a little tricky because it's gonna require adding in some new code that I just am not really prepared for. Because like right now, this stop is a debug tool, so the player won't be able to stop in this way. The only time the player stops right now, although that could be a power up, but I don't think that makes sense to power up. The only time the player stops is if they run into something, then they stop. And I don't know, that might change at some point, because really you're gonna get hurt and you're gonna like fall down and you're gonna have taken damage. So I don't even know if this is gonna stay. It might be that you stop and then you fall down, you get back up, and the character automatically walks around the object. We might do something like that. So it's kind of unclear yet whether that's going to be relevant. That's kind of also why I'm not quite working on it yet. It's just not really sure how that's going to be implemented for now. So maybe someday. All right, let's get some more stuff added in here. So we've got it, so I can actually swap between the old model and the new model. It's currently only doing the walk cycle. So if I want it to be the run cycle, let's do that. Let's get the run cycle in there. So on the player script, come back to the main scene, open up the player script, and on here, so we would kind of need it to know if we're on player 1 or player 2, right? Which one is visible? We can use that get inside tree is visible thing, or is inside tree. We don't even need the is inside tree thing, probably. But we could literally say if input up is set to true, and then have it check to see are we on the new player or the old player. And depending on which one we're on, it'll just change which animation tree it's pulling from. Because I actually have, I believe, and if I haven't, we'll fix that. I believe I have all of this set up with the same names, so we could potentially use this same code even. We would just need to change what animation means. It would be kind of nice if I didn't even have to do that. If we could just say that what animation is set to becomes different. So it updates what animation is. That would be actually kind of nice. Right now, animation gets node from alien v1, animation tree alien. And actually, I could rename this to be the same, animation tree alien. There is one caveat with this, which is that there is going to be a cow. This is something I haven't mentioned in today's stream, and a part of me every day is less and less interested in leaving this in the game for purposes of scope. But in level 1, technically, you're going to be able to in theory, you're going to be able to transform into this little guy. A quadruped, or a cow version of the alien. And, I don't know that I really need... I mean, you could still call it animation tree. You don't have to call it animation tree alien cow. You can still call this alien. It doesn't matter what this name is at all. Well, unless it does. I don't think it does. So yeah, I actually think I should rename these a bit. Yeah, it's like a horse alien. One power-up I could think of would be maybe the ability to slow your running speed for a couple seconds. Yeah. Might help with avoiding obstacles and stuff, totally. Although I don't know if you plan on having like abilities you can activate per se. Yeah, for sure. Definitely an option. I was actually thinking of maybe having that be a default thing, that you can slow down voluntarily. I'm not sure yet. I hadn't... I hadn't written it down yet as a possible power-up, but it's worth writing down. I've definitely thought about that for sure. But I wonder if that would be better as like a main thing that a player can use. Just not exactly sure yet. But yeah, let's add it into the power-ups list. Because it's also like, how is that like a power-up? Like, I don't know. And then it also raises some questions about like, wait, why are we moving forward all the time anyway, you know? If you drop below that specific point, you get those tears. Yeah, I know. And like, I think it's actually, I can't remember. Is it that if it's too slow or if it's too fast? Oh, I think it's if it's too slow. Yeah, that is a concern. It's actually already happening in other situations, but yeah, that's a good call. Basically, the chunks that make up the level, sometimes it was too slow. Sometimes these gaps appear in between chunks if the terrain moves too slowly. Thanks for reminding me that it's too slow. And I notice it still does happen sometimes, like whenever the player stops, and then gets started again, like, cause it like interpolates between getting faster again, and so, or something like that, and so it still kind of happens sometimes. I'm almost leaning towards finding a way to mask that it's happening and put like something, even though it's gonna be tough because there's gonna be different colored chunks underneath, maybe putting some kind of extra leeway underneath the terrain. I don't know. I haven't really figured out how I want to deal with that, but it's something that I'm not going to worry too much about right now. But let's at least put it on here. Yeah, and well, the problem with that is some chunks are going to have different colors in between them. But, you know, there could be like a color that will look less obvious than what it is now, which is like a bright white kind of thing. So I don't know. I don't want to problem solve it right now. Alright, so we're adding another power up here. Oh, I forgot to rename this. Not make this that. I would even love to like create a new type in here, because right now I'm just calling these aspects. But we can actually change what categories exist. Not categories. Modules? Not modules. Design model. Here we go. Let's say power up, so that way we can actually just call them power ups. You know, since we're using so many of them, seems like it might be worth it. Power ups, power ups. I do have to come through here and then do this for each one, which is a little annoying. I don't think I can batch edit them. It would not appear that way. And if I can, whatever. I spent a bunch of time adding stuff to my hack and plan board earlier. That's awesome! Isn't the design board great? I love the design board. You can add images. You got some like BB code to work with. It's so nice to be able to add an estimated time. Yeah. And then like as you start logging time and stuff, I'll show you. It does like a cool calculation of like how complete you are percentage-wise on the project. It stresses me out, but it's still kind of cool that it exists. So we're adding wait, we want it to be, yeah, child of this. We're adding slowdown. Can slow down the player as a power-up. And this was Godot TXT. What was, I guess I should update your credit name, huh? To your new username. Godot. Oh, you don't have any credits in here? Well, dang, I guess that's the only credit we give you then. Godot TXT. Yeah, I like Hack and Plan a lot. That's a game concept credit. Okay. Or is default? That was mine. Coda Colin. Oh, okay. I honestly just remembered you as Coda. It took me a second to figure out how everything works, but it's so nice now. Yeah, it's a little clunkety at first. Oh, and so then the other thing is it'll give you these nice graphs here where it tells you, you know, how much time I've estimated things will take, how much I've logged, how much is open, and how much is closed. And then it'll give you like a percentage of how much you've gotten done and stuff like that. And, you know, it'll keep track of everything you do. If you've got collaborators in the project, it'll assign their names and stuff to things. Yeah, it's really awesome. It's really awesome. So it'll tell you who did what. Really, really, really useful. You want it all the time. You love seeing progress bars. Let's go. I def had credit just under the old name. You did? I think probably because my Discord name is Coda too. Oh, it was Colin. Why did I remember you as Coda if that wasn't your name? Oh, your Discord name is Coda. I forgot that your YouTube name was different. Oh, should I update it here to Coda TXT? Wow, I can't believe my brain is weird. Brains are weird. Brains are strange. 460 hours, yeah, I know. I mean, I've already logged plenty of hours if you look at the live streams. 500 hours is crazy. I'm at like 170 right now. 500 hours at 8 hours work shifts. That's only a little over 2 months if you work every day. Yeah, right. It seems like a lot, but really it makes sense. You changed it to match recently. You prefer Coda TXT. You want Coda.txt? I can do .txt. That's doable. Coda.txt. And then we gotta give you game concepts credit. Not too much trouble at all. Alright, so I'm gonna rename these animation trees so I can swap them out more easily. You've probably not even spent 150 hours in general. That's okay. We're gonna call this animation tree _alien so that it matches the code, and that way if we need to look for the animation tree, now well, this isn't gonna be so simple. This is not gonna be so simple. Yeah. Because if there's two different animation trees, and it's nested in, so I don't think we're gonna be able to keep it the same anyway. Yeah, we might as well rename it, because does Coda have the most credits? Coda does not. The most credits, let me sort it so it's nice and updated. Most credits go to Dragon Blade at 46 credits. 46 credits. Number 2 is Pierogigon at 38. Thought T is number 3 at 29. Coda has 20th most credits at 7. So yeah, Dragon Blade has been a superstar helping me out. You're last with 1? No, you got 9. You're 16th. You're up there. You're up there. Come on now. You can find this publicly, by the way. On the GitHub repo. Link is in the description box to this page right here. Scroll all the way down to the bottom to the authors section. Other/credits. That'll open up that document right there. If you're curious. It is public. Right? Anyone with the link. Yeah. Why did I say CCO contributions? I don't know why I would call it that. Like, your contributions are Creative Commons 0. What? That doesn't make any sense. Alright. So I do have to kind of think a little bit here, because there's some problem solving stuff. Because if I want to easily not only switch between the old version and the new version of the player character, but also be able to switch between the quadruped and the biped version, somehow it's going to have to know to reference that. If I just assign the animation, I feel like we have to have different, simple as this, you have to have separate animation trees. Period. That's the way that has to be. If you want, please, sure, why not? You can rename it to animation tree _ alien so they're all the same. That might confer some benefit at some point, perhaps. But really the path is going to be different one way or the other. That's just the way it has to be. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna on-ready these node paths in here. So this is animation V1, then we'll have animation V2 biped, animation V2 quadruped. So let's refactor this, animation V1. Then I need to come through here and look for everywhere we reference animation, which will be a little tricky, because that word is probably all over in here. We want to replace it with animation _ V1. Did I type that right? I think I did. So we're going to hit replace. Whoops, I did not mean to do replace in the whole document, just right in here. Animation _ V1. Okay, so up here we don't need to replace that, obviously. We don't want to replace that. We do want to replace this. We do want to replace that. Not there. We do want to replace it here as well. Okay, so those are all the places to replace it. And then besides that, we need to on-ready the others. I should probably make sure it still works. I bet it does. We're gonna say on-ready variable animation V2 biped equals this path here. We need to actually have all of this be the same. Just like that. Except this will be V2. What's up, Sue? How you doing? Thanks for coming through. Hope you're doing well. I'm going to close that string. I'm replacing my old player character with a new model, and it has new animations as well. I'm trying to preserve my old player character so I don't completely break my game, because there's a lot of things that the code depends on the old player character. So I don't want to just completely swap it out. I want to keep them both in there, basically deprecate the old one. Trying to not break it too much. Which is requiring me to just go through a lot of this old code and set these kind of things up, but it'll be nice to see what these, how this process goes, and to see the new player character I've been working on. I probably won't get all the functionality added in tonight, but I'm gonna keep going for at least another 4 hours. We'll see what happens. On ready, and yeah, okay, good. And then we want to add another one, except we're gonna call it quadruped. And instead of being alien, biped, human, it looks like it's just an alien quadruped. At the time, there was going to be other types of bipeds other than human, but now I've decided not to do that. That's why this has a human identifier at the end. Alright, so that should be good, probably. And then what we want to do is come down to the animation code. So right now, it's if we press the up input, that is us running or going faster, and it plays running. Otherwise, it always plays walking. That's as complicated as it gets right now. Now, all of these, this should be the same. I might be wrong, but I think I've set this up to be walk to run and running. I can double check. So in the animation tree here, the transition should be named walk to run. It is. So it'll find this either way, but the difference is we want to change this to V2 biped or quadruped, depending. So I kind of would love this to be changeable. Do I know how to do that? Do I know how to have that be swapped out? I could do it the messy way, which is just like, if it's a biped, if it's a quadruped, if it's the old one, if it's the new one, do this or that. But it'd be kind of dope if we could just swap this out. The soccer way. Okay. I'm sure those words mean something to you. I bet they do. I feel like we've done something like this before, where we put it in messy. Oh, I see. Yes, messy way. We've done something like this before, I think on the health bars, which currently aren't being used. Maybe not that health bar, maybe the other health bar. That code is not, it is here. So here we had these these enums, and we were swapping out these strings, and when we had the variable be the string. So it either could be this thing called head is damaged, this string. It could be empathy is damaged, it could be limbs is damaged. The place that I was using this, oh, but this was on a signal. We were replacing different signals. What I would actually want, I think, is variables. So I would need to somehow be able to change. I mean, it's not really a variable, it's really, I wonder if that would work. I don't even know. This is a bit out of my knowledge, but I'm gonna experiment. Like, I mean, if I were to say, look, if I were to say that, right, that's not gonna work. Can I find property set on base string? right? So if I were to try to get this to be a string or something it could recognize so I could swap that out, how would I do that? And I am open to suggestions on this one, but I will do my best to figure it out. I mean, obviously it has to be something that's able to convert it from a string to something that it would try to set. I mean, here we do have this version of the connect function is actually looking for a string name. That's okay, Coda. Well, what I'm trying to figure out is a way to have this variable name be variable. So I'd love, for example, to, let's say we refactor this to animation. And then animation could either equal animation v1, or it could equal animation v2 biped, or it could equal animation v2 quadruped. It could be any of those. And if it was any of those things, it would just automatically set it that way. And so then I would obviously have to update this somehow. I guess I could just do that. What's up? I don't know if I recognize your name or not because I don't know how to read Arabic. You might be someone I've seen before. I don't know. I can't read Arabic, but welcome. Quadruped. Yeah, like a match. Yeah, like a match statement. Yeah, I guess just a match statement. That's probably what it's gonna be. I guess I was trying to avoid having to like type it out so many times. I have used match statements. I have. I was just hoping there was something a little bit more dynamic than that. Which I feel like there is, I just don't know what it is. But yeah, I know we could use a match statement. It's just then I would have to, you know, put this in for everything. Right now I am adding a new player character. I made a model a long time ago for the player character. It looks like this. And I am replacing it with the new one that looks like... Not quite like that. Kind of like that. But also like this. And it's just requiring a little bit of work. And I'm doing some code adjustments to make the animations be readable by the same code that made the original player character change animations. Yeah, I guess I just have to do a match statement. So, yeah, it is a little fat. I think it's cute. I think it's cute. It's got a little belly. It's got a little belly. And so I need something that's going to change whether it's animation V1, whether it's animation V2, whether it's animation V2 biped or V2 quadruped. And I'm not sure how I want to do that yet. I mean, right now I have this debug toggle which lets me switch between the old character and the new character. Especially if I want to do the biped versus the quadruped, that's kind of a whole other thing. So I would think maybe on the global script, maybe that makes the most sense. Yeah, maybe we should do that. And then I just have to figure out, yeah, let's do this on the global script. I'm gonna say that there is, we're gonna say variable. Okay, we back. We're gonna do is player version Sue said, today I refactored my player scene to a point where I drag and drop GLB from Blender without any animations, but with skeleton. Mixamo Vroid, and it's playable ready in 1 minute. That's awesome. That's a nice thing to have set up. Nice work. High five. I like that. That sounds very satisfying to be able to bring that stuff in easily and to have it work between your engine and Blender nicely. I like that. Good job. I think you should make the alien a little scary. I don't think it should be cute, you know what I mean? I hear you. Yeah, I know what you mean. I like it cute. I like the mix of cute and scary. I think this one is definitely cuter than the old one. Yeah, noted. I like the new one, but it could always change someday. For now, I think it's good enough. But I hear what you're saying. Feels so nice. Can swap characters like gloves. Wow. Nice work. Very convenient, it sounds like. It sounds like it might have been, you know, some effort to get that set up too. Maybe. So in globals, I'm setting up a isPlayer version. And by default, I would want it to be like, you know, well, I guess we're just setting an integer or something like that, which is super boring. I could do an enum. And then what, we do like this. And we could say V1, V2, biped, or V2 quadruped. And then end that bracket as a nice little curly. I've done this wrong. Did I pick the name of the game? I did, yeah. We're going with Harvest Earth for right now. That's what we're calling it. What did I do wrong? I know I did something wrong. I don't do enums as often as I will. Oh, really? That's all? We don't even need an equals or anything like that. Okay. That's weird, but I believe you. Nature Strikes Back. Okay. Yeah, I've decided on the title. The title is going to be Harvest Earth. We did hold a poll on this channel, and in different forms, and that seemed like the one that is going to be the one, is Harvest Earth. I like it. I think it fits. I think it's a really good one for the game. Let's see. I think almost 60 of y'all voted in that one. We did a couple different ones. So there's this one. Well, throughout the time I've been working on this, people have been suggesting names, and I've been toying around with them. Earth Harvest was a suggestion somebody made, and I switched it around to be Harvest Earth. I thought that kind of sounded a little better. And that one, without a colon or anything, did win this poll. And then I had a stream where we talked about and had polls in the live stream chat with some different suggestions, and Abduct and Run came up as one and ended up being the winning one during the live stream. So I made some like 3D text and I put them up against each other, and Harvest Earth just obliterated in this. And so that's the title now. That's the game name. And hopefully I probably have something broken because I'm in the middle of setting this stuff up. But maybe I can boot up the title screen with the new game title, Harvest Earth. I like it. I think it's a good title. You know, first I was like, do I not like it because it almost reminds you of like Harvest Moon? But you know what? I like that because it's super different from Harvest Moon anyway. And so there's no harm in having that association. All right, so there's Harvest Earth. That's the game title. They're here to harvest Earthlings. It makes sense. It just makes sense. Okay, so I've set up an enum isPlayer version. V1, V2 biped, or V2 quadruped. And then I guess I'm gonna want this like in process, which is pretty annoying. Well, we should have a moment, right? We should have a signal that gets emitted, and then these things happen. So I should probably do that, actually. So I might even move this from debug, this player swap. Let's move that from debug, and let's create a signal. So I'm gonna make a new signal. Let's put it here. Signal swap player, and then we'll come to the debug script, and we're gonna say that when we press that button, now we have a couple things happening here. We have old player global being flipped, so that's where we're actually switching the old and the new. So that's a little different, because it's not really switching between the quadruped and the biped, which would be kind of nice. You can have that be a different debug key. You know, just have that be a different debug key if you want to switch between those two. So for now, that will just keep doing that. Okay, that's fine. So we'll say messenger. That's my auto load script that's outside of the scene tree where I put all my signals so I can communicate between things. I'm going to say messenger swap player. I'd actually like it to call with something to what player we're swapping to and from. Although that might be different. So I guess, okay, I guess here I still want old player global. We don't really need it to be global anymore though at this point. Using messenger as an autoload name is so cute. I don't know why. I found it was some tutorial that was teaching me about autoloads, and they used messenger, and I liked it, and so I've stuck with it. It is kind of cute. It's like it's delivering a letter. Hey, I have a message for you. It's like in Skyrim. And then, so I don't know that I need it to be called old player global anymore. Ask away. Whether or not I will answer them, we'll find out. Depends on the questions. And I cannot guarantee that my answers will be true. I like thinking about it like it's some other entity out inside the code. A little character. Yeah. No, it's nice to think about that. I mean, mind the rules. Be respectful. There's rules in the Discord, and I expect that those get followed here as well as on Discord. So make sure you go check those out so you know what is okay and what isn't okay. So yeah, please be respectful. Nothing NSFW. Or you will be banned. You're making an OC out of your autoload script. Oh yeah, I'm just making an OC out of my autoload script. That's adorable. Okay, so we're running this messenger swap player, but I want to say if... I don't really want it to be called old player global anymore. Alright, so I need to move really this entire function. We're just going to get rid of it. And we're going to say, is player... When you were a kid, did I have a favorite snack? A kid? What is a kid? Is that like age 0 to 17? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that. Ice cream? Probably ice cream. Probably ice cream. If anything, ice cream. I love ice cream. Not anymore. Now I don't eat ice cream at all anymore. I do not. I am completely off of ice cream. But when I was a kid, I loved it. I'm kind of tempted. The idea sounds cute. Oh my gosh. Okay. Is player. I don't know how I feel about is player. I don't know how I feel about that. I guess we'll set this to player version. I told you I can't read Arabic, but you're messing with me, and it's honestly irritating me, buddy. All right? Look, you said you're new here, right? You lied, which is irritating. I feel like I recognized your name because you're the only person who has an Arabic name who comes through here. So I recognize that, but understand I don't know Arabic, so I can't look at your name and recognize it. Does that make sense? I hope you understand that, all right? But you're gonna come in here and lie and say you're new here. I'm gonna believe you because I can't read Arabic, all right? So yeah, I did recognize you, but you said you were new here, so I trusted you and I believed you. So maybe don't come in here and lie. Some people, I swear. All right. You used to love ice cream, but now it hurts your teeth. Oh. I mean, it's definitely very impactful on teeth. But that could be like a temperature thing, could be a sugar thing, could be both. Yeah, well, please don't, honestly. It's super freaking irritating. Please don't do that. I'm asking you, and this is your only warning, all right? So, it's a temperature thing? Yeah. So I want to say, player version, this is going to be, well, actually, this should kind of be like based on the enum, right? This is not on the debug. We're setting this up on the globals. Oh, I see, because this is for whether it's the old or the new one. Okay. So actually, we do want to keep this as old player. We just don't need to specify the difference between global or not anymore. We do want to start with the old player, right? And so instead of old player global, this is just going to be old player. And then we say if old player, then emit messenger swap player as, and we want it to be like that enum, right? So that's going to be like 0, 1, 2, 3. So we can just have it come out as 0 if it's the old player. And if it's not, so we'll say else, then do messenger swap player 1. Something like that. We got rid of this function, so that doesn't matter anymore. All right, now I need to do more than this. I've typed this completely wrong. We have to say swap player dot emit and then 0. Dot emit and then 0. Okay. So now if I come over to globals, I'm going to want to connect that. So let's do that in the ready function here. Messenger swap player connect on swap player. Then we're going to remake that function that we had over in debug, except we're going to do it here. Func on swap player, and this is going to call with a number, right? So this is going to be, you know, player type or something like that. And we could make this a match statement. Match player type Now wait, how is this gonna work with the enum? Well, we're really setting the enum at this point, right? Technically. This is where we're gonna define the enum. It's a little messy, I don't care. So we'll say if it's 0, then we want to say is player version. Now I think I need a little more on this enum, right? Because when we do enums out here, we have the variable. That's if we want to set it this way, which I might want to set it that way. The craziest feature that I can't implement for 2 days is rotating the camera to the character's face when zooming. I'm not sure what you mean by when zooming. But yeah, that sounds like that can be complicated. Moving, especially if your camera is already, depending on what it's already doing, you have to like tell it to stop doing that and then do something different and set a specific position. And yeah, unfortunately, I haven't found that it's super simple to set up transitions of a camera other than using like an animation player. But even then, you still have to set up that position change. But then, like, if the position is being controlled by something else, it gets weird. Zooming, changing spring arm length. Are you using something other than Godot? You must be using something else, right? I could be wrong. I don't know. I'll have to take your word for it. But that does sound like that could be really frustrating. So the reason why we have the isType isTypes is so we can have an export variable, right? I don't know that I necessarily need to have an export variable here. But I have a feeling I'm gonna want it. For now, I won't worry about it. But I suspect I might want it at some point. So for now, we'll just say, isPlayerVersion gets set to. Now, if I want to set this to something, we want to equals it to something. I think I just put the number. If it's 0, 0, I think that'll be fine. Even though it kind of defeats the purpose of the enum, that's okay. And then we want to say that alien v1 is visible and alien v2 is not visible. Although we can handle this somewhere else, actually. We don't even need to put this in here. The way I'm setting it up, actually, all of this isn't necessary here at all. We're just setting up this enum to behave based on whatever the debug button is doing. The engines you do one game, you know what I mean? You need to know the engines I do one game. No, I don't know what you mean. Is Godot one game, Unreal one game? The engines you... I don't understand. I don't understand. Is... You're gonna have to try to rephrase it. Player version 1. We'll just match that up. Is player version 3. Okay. The closest I got... Oh, I still don't know what engine Sue is talking about. That's okay, but, you know, it's the only language I understand. The closest I got was to get the angle between the player's forward vector and the cameras and rotate the camera by that angle, but it doesn't know which way. Oh, you're using Godot. Get the angle between the player's forward vector and the cameras and rotate the camera by that angle, but it doesn't know which way. Whoa, that sounds frustrating. Can I assign a new value to a constant? Oh, there it is. Okay, so there we have to say variable. I see. This is where we say is player version. Good night, Chaos. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. It means the world. See you next time. Maybe in a member stream. So we actually want to say this is versions, is player version, and then this is equivalent to the enum. I see. I didn't realize that an enum was a constant. I did not know that. But I now see that that makes a lot of sense. That was not exactly clear to me. Oh, and we want to do a colon. I didn't know that. Makes sense, though. I mean, I've been using it, and actually, I should be capitalizing this. You did not offend me. You annoyed me. It's different. Our time zones are different. It's like 2 a.m. here. Dang. Yeah, it's like 6 p.m. or like almost 6 p.m. here. That's very different. I like streaming a long time because at least I can catch people across like a lot of different time zones. So I'm glad that it lines up at least for a little while. But yeah, I can see why you'd want to get some sleep. Coda's got midnight time right now. It's late out there. It's late out there some places. Dang. I wish we could all be on the same time, but that would probably require some very strange things to be true. Okay, so I actually want to update is player version. Okay. Phew. And the only thing this is going to switch between right now is between 0 and 1. 0 being version 1 and 1 being version 2 biped. Now, over on the player, I want Flat Earth Truther because I want my friends to all be in my time zone. If there's a reason to be a Flat Earther, that's one of the best ones. China has one time zone for the whole country, and it's been largely bad. Oh, yeah. I guess yeah. It seems like it would be bad. It seems like it would be bad. All right. Good night, Muhammad. Sleep well. I'll forgive you when you're better. So what I want is on the player script. That makes sense that it's been bad. It's kind of interesting, actually. What I want is on the player to have it be checking to see what type of player it's supposed to be. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Thank you. Now, where's it going to check that? I mean, the only place I think we can do it is in a process. Well, no, because you can say swap player. It only happens when we do a player swap. So that's the only time it needs to happen. So therefore, we should connect that. That way we don't have to have it like in a ridiculous function. Messenger, swap player, connect on swap player. And obviously this is gonna call with a value, which I guess in retrospect, I could have just set up a little bit, but that's okay. Func on swap player, player version, or whatever, player type. I guess I don't really need the global. I mean, I do because I want to be able to check it. So I don't even know. I don't know if I even need the enum, if I'm being honest. You know, because if this function just runs, if like this signal gets emitted everywhere it needs to be emitted, and it only updates it in places that it needs to be updated, I kind of don't need the enum. But it might be nice if I want to check it somewhere. Like if I want to see, I don't even know. I don't know that I need that. I'm not really sure. At this point, it doesn't really matter. I'm gonna set it up without using the enum for now. I don't know. I kind of don't like enums. Like I get that it's nice because it makes things more readable, but to me, I'm not always sure I agree that it's more readable. Like it is, but just look up what the numbers are. I don't know. Yeah, maybe it is nice and readable. I have to think about it. I also have to use the loot. I have had a lot of tea, and it is trying to escape my body. So enjoy the music. Give me about 2.5 minutes. I'm gonna take the shortest of break. The shortest of break. A loo break. I shall return. Stretch your legs, get yourself a snack, especially if you're co-working along with me. You deserve that much. And yeah, I'll be right back. 2.5 minutes, give or take. It's a Lou moment. You know, Lou moments. Dude, the game is taking longer and longer to load, I swear. Oh, we got a crash. Oh, we got a crash. Oh, because I didn't make this do anything. It doesn't like that. You made a little messenger dragon, OC? You did! That's amazing. I knew you were kind of serious, but I didn't know you were that serious. I wish I could make it play every time we did a messenger function. I don't really wish that. Please understand. Maybe I do. All right, be right back. It's in live text? What have you created? What amazing thing have you created? Whoa! Oh, I like the little satchel. Look at that pouch. That's a fanny pack. That's a dragon fanny pack. Look how happy it is. I'm the messenger. Hello. Here's your signal. Here's your signal. It's delightful. Look at that smile. It's so cute. They carry your little signals and stuff and take them where they need to be. Adorable. Delightful. I can't believe you just drew that. Your skills are amazing. I could never. And like the different line weights. It's darker here, grayer there. This is dang impressive. You're naming your autoload messenger too? Let's go! Messenger crew. You're welcome. You're most welcome. So beautiful. Wow. Oh, I want to make sure I like burn this into my mind. So every time I do a messenger signal, I'm like, this is what it looks like. That's what it looks like. I don't know if I'll actually remember that, but I can try, you know? I'm really good at making sketches very quick, but they take months to be finished. Right. I mean, this is a quick sketch. But like, yeah, you've got like incredible, like you obviously have incredible skills. But I can see how like putting like more details into it would take a lot of extra time. Every time you call Messenger, they're so happy they flap their little wings. They can't wait to do their job. Such a good little worker. All right, so how do I want to connect these things? I guess I should update my task just a little bit. Swappable character, I guess is kind of what this is that I'm trying to set up. Kind of, sorta. It's not even takes long, I just don't like lining and coloring. So you procrastinate. I see. That's understandable. Procrastination is one of the most reasonable things that a person can do. You're just preparing to do something you haven't done yet, you know? That's all I think of procrastination as. Sometimes things take a little more time than others. Psychedelic Kitten! Oh, we got someone who got a gift membership in the house. Psychedelic Kitten, that means I owe you a song. This is a weird song to sing to. I don't know if I can sing to this song. Psychedelic Kitten hates lining. Okay. I don't know if I can sing to this one. It's a little too weird. Let me see if we got a singabler one. Alright, I can sing to this. Yeah, I can sing to this. Oh, psychedelic kitten, you're here. And you're tripping me out, 'cause you're psychedelic. Oh, and you're a kitten meow. Oh, psychedelic kitten, you're tripping me out. I'm glad you're here. Meow. Psychedelic kitten, oh, you're tripping me out. 'Cause I'm so glad you're here. Meow, meow, meow. Psychedelic kitten tripping me out, me out, me out. What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? You're so trippy, 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 trippy. Psychedelic tripping me out, meow, 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 meow. Alright, there's your song. Thanks for being engaged enough that you would get a membership. I kinda was. I couldn't believe it, how meow and meout work together. I was like, wait, this is kinda awesome. Alright, sorry about that. Also, you're welcome. Little key banger. Sometimes it works out. Yeah. What am I doing? Making a swappable character? Oh yeah, that's what I'm doing. When's the full song dropping? Never! Never! Who knows? Who knows? Maybe I get inspired with meow and meout. That could definitely be something. Link sings the whole game credits. Could you imagine? Oh my gosh. That'd be kind of awesome, dude. I would do that. I'd be willing to try that. Actually, I actually would be willing to try that. I come back and I see this, shaking my head. Lee's music career is so dead. Yeah, I'm singing. You come back to me singing. That's what happens when a member comes through. I gotta do what I gotta do. It's the rules. Only during these devlog streams, though. Not during the game jam, because I'm too busy. It's too confusing. I'm trying to make the player character swappable between the old version, the new version, and the other new version. And I kind of was debating between using like just some integers versus an enum. I don't even know how I want to do this. I mean, you're not really using an integer though, are you then? I mean, you are though. Because up here, we're emitting an integer. Or in the debug script, yeah, well, that's just it, is we want to emit. I guess I could emit, I could be like globals dot is player version is player version dot, what do you call it? V1. Can I get property from enum value? Oh, maybe it's like this or some crap. How the crap is it? Maybe I should do it like that. I was gonna go watch your Blender vids, then saw you were on. Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Yeah, but you know, if you want to go watch the other ones, that's cool too. That's cool too. But yeah, I am here. Welcome. Glad you came through to say hi at least. Yeah, now that you got a gift membership, you can watch all the Blender streams. I love that. And I love that you go through the old ones. I think that's so cool. It's very affirming that those can be helpful to someone. Is player version right? So I'm gonna go look at this script because I believe I have referred to some enums in here before, and that just might help me realize how I have to type this because I don't exactly remember right now. Here, obstacle damage .full. Yeah, we can do that. But that's, oh, I see. I can't assign it. I see. It's not letting me assign it. But if I can't. Oh, so maybe I would just say this? I don't really know how I can set it to a certain enum. Well, I know. Well, I don't know. Do I know? I might know. Let me come back to globals. Wait, where was I doing all that? Was I doing that on player? I'm so lost in my code right now. I guess we're doing it here in this match statement. Where'd the match statement go? On globals. Wait, but I thought I started typing it. Oh, that was on debug. Here, there it is. Whew. I got lost. I got lost in the code, y'all. It happens. I'm gonna go over here. It just feels correcter. So I'm gonna say, sorry for changing it up. I'm gonna say, if old player, swap player emits, instead of globals is player version. Why can't I just say that? Cannot get property from enum value. I'm trying to set it, not get it. Oh, I see. So I do have to say versions like that. Then that will emit with that. Then we just have to patch that in. This is wild. I don't think this is how you want to do this. You would want it to actually emit the version. So just emit is player version. That's all you'd want to do. Right? Oh, this isn't the... Oh, we do have to say globals. I see. Sorry, it's just getting very confusing. The code is spaghetti. Global is player version. Okay. So it's going to emit whatever the current globals is player version. And then we want to say if it is old player, really either way we want it to emit it. I should have it emit it after this. And first what I should do is say if it's the old player that we're currently set to, I want globals is player version to become globals is player version versions v1. Is that correct? That might be correct. Otherwise, I want it to be v2. Biped. Oh, look, it even auto-completed it. I love when it auto-completes it. Then you know it's probably gonna be okay. So in theory, this will update is player version on the global script to this other one. Okay. And then we're gonna emit whatever it got updated to. I mean, you don't really need to have it call with anything, to be honest. It's pretty unnecessary to even do that, you know? Doesn't have to call with something. Because you can just access it via the global variable. So let's do that. So then down here in the player function, instead of calling with anything, it calls with nothing. This is coming from that swap player signal. And then we're gonna check the globals to see what it got changed to. So we say globals is player version. We want to do a match statement, right? Match globals is player version. Now, I don't know if this is... I don't think it's going to work. I think you have to say globals is player... This is going to be really ugly. Is player versions v1. Then, and this is on the player script, then... Finally, we want to update what variable animation is. So actually I want it to start out as animation v2. That's what it is, or v1 at the beginning of the game. By default, it's v1. Then down here in this code, instead of saying this is v1, we set that to animation. And now every time this function runs, it's going to change. I mean, this will be about the same. Animation equals animation v1. But if globals is player versions is set to v2 biped, then animation equals v2 biped. Similarly, if globals is player versions v2 quadruped, then animation is set to animation v2 quadruped. Is that gonna work? I don't know. It might not work, and I just want to fully admit that I expect this might not work. But it might. It also might work. We're certainly going to find out. I see we have more errors than usual. Interesting. Skeleton and bones stuff. Instantiate parent path head body armature head body for node skeleton 3D has vanished when instantiating the quadruped. Oh, because we're on-readying it. That's why. It's looking for bones in the on-ready. That's really interesting. Wow. This is... wow. I don't even know what to do about that. Sometimes we get silly with... Sometimes we get a little silly with the errors, actually. This... I honestly don't even know where to begin with this right now. But I am not going to worry about that at this stage. We're gonna ignore that right now. But that's gonna have to be dealt with. Oops. And there we go. Non-existent function set in base nil. Okay. Oh, interesting. In base nil. So it's not actually finding. Let's see what's going on here. What is animation set to? Animation is set to null. So it's not being set to v1. In theory, this should be animation v1. But for some reason, it isn't being set to that. Why? I wonder if it has to do with on-ready stuff. Like it's trying to set it, but it's weird that this didn't even become relevant until we started the game. That surprises me more than anything. Is the player invisible by default in the main scene? It is not. So is that being set in code? I have some questions. on level update, if level 0, self-visible false. So what if I say self-visible true at the beginning of the game? Do we get the error sooner or not? And if not, why not? I told you it was going to be messy today. That is what it is. So it's able to access the animations just fine right now. It's playing the V1 animations with no issue. It's only when I start the game that it must be trying to change animation, or at least it clears it. We are up messing. we up out here messing. So somehow animation is being unset. Why? Why is that being redefined? The only place we're redefining it, in theory, is right here. And this should only be redefining it when the onSwap player function runs. But the onSwap player function should only run if I press the debug button. So how is that updating? Other than when the script starts. Something that happens on game begin is doing this. So I'm gonna, because that's what the state is that starts the game. So my next question is, what things are going on when the game begins that could possibly impact what the animation is being assigned to, which is really weird. Very confused about that. Also, Godot is being a little aggro right now. Oh, I see. Okay, we got it. So I'm gonna search through the project for func, or we're gonna need to do that. We can just say on game begin. So these are the functions that happen on game begin. There isn't one on the player. There is one on the player, right here. So all that does is make the player visible or not, and it locks or unlocks the controls. That doesn't update animation. Godot baby raging a little bit. You little angry. I think it's a little angry. It's because I had the search window open and I tried to press one of these buttons. It did not like that. Understandably, I guess. On the HUD, it is emitting level update, which shouldn't have anything to do with the animation. This is a different animation, but it's not reassigning any kind of animation. This is a loading thing. None of this should have anything to do with that at all. In the world environment, that shouldn't have anything to do with anything. That just changes what the sky looks like and things like that. On the main menu, it makes the menu visible or not. Wait, that's not it. Down here, it changes the terrain controller velocity. That is to say how quickly the level moves at the player or not. It changes the camera position. On the camera target, it changes the camera position, not anything to do with that animation. The only other one I didn't look at is this one, but it's just changing the visibility of the alien that's on the main menu. So how could any of that, why would any of that be affecting it? The only thing I could think of, I mean, there is the only way that this could connect to that is we have level update. So level update, is going to change the level from level 0, which is where the main menu is, to level 1, which is where the main game is. So it's possible, I mean, if we look here, on level update, if the level is set to 0, self-visible is true, controls locked is true. Now, there's nothing that says if it's level 1, I mean, that's only in one place anyway, on here. So I don't really exactly understand what's happening at all. All right, we need to play around a bit. So let me come back to the player. Mysterious, very mysterious. Like, what if I don't, I mean, I don't know why this would, let me search up swap player. Swap player. The only places where this is happening is we've created the signal on the messenger. On the player, it's connected. It runs this function that we already see here that's matching the player version. But again, I shouldn't even be running this because the only place where this emits is on the debug. And the debug requires that I press debug button 4. Otherwise, this doesn't change. So it's almost like it's pressing debug button 4, which doesn't make any sense. How odd. How very odd. Well, let me try this. If I come over here and I get rid of this function, right? I'll just comment it out. Then I need to also comment out the connection in the ready function. I'm curious if that will resolve the issue. That would be very interesting if it does. And it'll also be interesting if it doesn't, because it'll at least eliminate that it has anything to do with that stuff that I set up. I wonder if it has something to do with my variable assignment at the top of the script. Start the game. Crashes? It does. Okay, so it has nothing to do with any of that swapping stuff. It has everything to do, I would guess, with all of this right here. That would be my guess. Still not sure I quite understand why it would become null. Because this remains in the tree. This doesn't go away. It's still the same animation tree. So, like, for example, if I were to take this and paste that in there, the default value is using get node, which won't return nodes in the scene tree. Oh, so we have to say on ready. Right, so maybe because I'm trying to assign a variable to something that's being on-readied. I wonder if that's the problem. That might be the problem. Like, what if I on-ready that? Is that all it is? Is that the thing? Is that it? So I just gotta put on-ready there since I'm trying to assign a variable to something? But it's weird that doesn't cause a problem sooner. I'm surprised that it took until the game begins. That I don't understand for it to show up, but, you know. Oh, we still get it. Okay, that wasn't it. That wasn't all. There's more to it than that. Okay. And so, continuing on that, if I set this to get node, will that resolve the problem? Because I could also, instead of saying animation v2 biped, I could just paste the path in the match statement. I could do that. I have no problem with that. I likes the idea of using variables, but I don't have to. That works. Interesting. So it's not swapping out the paths correctly by just referring to it. I wonder if I need to like type it. I'm also not typing any of these variables. Whoops. I forgot. We don't live that life anymore. This is supposed to be a float. Totally forgot about that. I don't know if that would actually make a difference here, to be honest, but now that I'm thinking about it, we're gonna deal with that right quick. Just real quick here. Boolean. And yeah, I would say it's messier. But if it works better, then I'm just gonna set all of the paths every time. I think that will just be simpler. So, let's do it. Screw it, let's do it. Oh, I also forgot to change this. Okay, do that. And now down here, we comment this back in. Get that messenger signal to come back as well in the ready function for swapping the player. And instead of doing it like this, we're gonna paste in all these paths. So if it's default or version 1, it's gonna set it just like that. If it's V2 biped, I wanted to update it to that path. It's messier than I wanted it to be, but it works, so that makes me happy. Now, in terms of typing that, I suppose this is animation tree would be the type. Okay, let's see if this works. So actually, this might just work. We might be able to toggle between the two and actually be able to get the run cycle in. That's kind of what I'm actually doing, is getting the run cycle set up for the new version of the character. We're still visible at the beginning. That's not supposed to happen, but that's okay. Alright, no problems. We run, we jump, we do all the things. Let's see if we can swap it. We cannot. The swap is not working. And every time I press it, we get an error. So let's see what's going on there. Let's see what problem we have here. Error calling from signal swap player to callable. Method expected 1 argument. Oh, whoops. Please don't look for any arguments. No arguments, please. We're good on arguments. So let's search for swap player. Here, right there. Right there. Oh, yeah. This match statement. I don't think we need this anymore. This is old news. So get rid of that, and we don't even, I think, need to connect this. I think that's unnecessary at this point. Because all Globals is doing is just keeping track of what the player version has been updated to. And we're updating what the version is currently on debug, or wherever else we want to update it. In this case, we're updating it from the debug script. So I don't need to update it anywhere else now. Okay, easy fix, easy fix. Okay, let's see if we can get that version 2 player character a running instead of just a walking. I'm optimistic. And if not, we'll get there. Oh yeah, I gotta hide the player character. Alright. Oh, the swap is not happening. I'm pressing the swap button, but nothing is... Oh, you know why? I know why. On one hand, I would think the animations should be breaking, but they're not breaking. So that concerns me. But you know why? It's because I never added in the visibility swap. Right? I removed that and I never put it back in anywhere. So, let's do that. That code... Where is that code? I know I put it on my clipboard somewhere. Here. Right there. So not only do we want to update the animation if it's version 1, we also want to change some variables on the player. This should have many fewer indents. And and we're actually just doing this on itself. So that should all be easy to find. And then we do the same kind of thing. If it's a biped. Get rid of all that. And let's see if we can swap now. I'm a little concerned that the animations didn't seem to stop working. But maybe it makes sense that they wouldn't stop working. I don't know. I also might not have tested it hard enough. Oh, we still have the player appearing at the beginning. Which, I mean, honestly, that would be easier to test, right? I don't have to wait till the game starts. I could just toggle it right now. Although, evidently, there are some things that are different when the game starts that I don't fully understand. But maybe I'll make sure I do both. So, we're in the main menu. Okay, nice. So I can swap them, but I can't control them yet in here. Alright, we got the swapping. But is it gonna run? Oh, it runs, baby, it runs. It doesn't look that different from the walk. But it is different. It's a little different. It's pretty similar, though. It's pretty similar. So there's our walk. And there's our run. The animations are changing. If I swap to this one, it goes from walk, goes to run. Swap to this one, goes from walk, goes to run. You can barely tell because they're so similar. Yeah, and so this, I kind of had a feeling that this was gonna happen. That I was going to look at the animations in the game and realize that they need to be tweaked. But I didn't want to start implementing it until I had at least a version 1 of the animations. But like this run, I mean, you can barely even tell that they're different. They are different though, I promise. Especially if I stop moving, you'll probably be able to notice. So there's the walk, and there's the run. There's the walk, there's the run. They're very similar. Whereas on this character, there's the walk, and there's the run, right? Really obvious difference. It's kind of hard not to prefer the old one. That's tough. That's tough. You know, I think the legs look better on the new one. It's the arms. The arms are where I think the most flaccidity is at. And the reason why the arms are so weak is because... Yeah. No, I like the old one too. The reason why I have to limit the arms so much is because the rig has some limitations. Flaccidity is crazy. I'm glad you at least understood what word I was using. Because when I said it, it's like, wow, I don't think I've ever heard that word said, ever. I think it's the arms. I think everything else is fine. I think it's the arms. And unfortunately, fixing the arms is gonna require some serious effort. Because the way I have this set up in Blender is with a rig that was generated by an add-on. And it's a great rig if you want to stay within a certain range of motion, and I also find it a little confusing how to get it to work the way I want it to. What I did on this one is I actually created the rig myself, and that led to some problems. It's not perfect. It has a lot of issues, this rig that I made myself. Yeah, and like obviously like the legs are completely different. You don't like how much this one makes me look at its butt. That's so funny. It does. It really has a butt. This one has no butt. No butt. Not a butt. This one has a butt. Complete and utter butt. I think the butt is hilarious. And you know, I also designed this one What is cake? What does cake mean? I don't know what cake means. What does it mean? This one was designed with transformations in mind, but I have since cut most transformations. So the player was going to be able to transform into a bird, was going to be able to transform into like bears, was going to be able to transform into cows. But I realized that that was going to be a frick ton of work that I do not have time to do at all. And so, you know, making this look superhuman made more sense to me at that point, including having a butt. It makes less sense to me now. Just a lot of butt, I see. I don't think I can say it any other way without YouTube striking me down. Yeah. No, I like it. I like it. I'm okay with the legs. It's, for me, the problem is the arms. And it's that they're not expressive enough. They're too limp. And they're too stiff. I like that it has a human appearance that fits the lore and stuff. It's wild that we can just swap between these. You know, and there's less movement in general. Like here, this character bounces up and down more. It leans forward more. This one is not leaning forward as much. This one isn't bouncing down as far. Yeah, it's not expressive enough. I think it's the expressiveness that this one has that looks really, really good. And this expressiveness is super weak. I like the back bouncing too in the previous one. It just looks like it's really, yeah, it is. It's terrifying. It's like coming at you with gusto. Yeah, completely agree. Completely agree. Yeah, and you know, I knew this was gonna happen. I knew I was gonna put this in here and I would have thoughts about it, but I didn't know it was gonna be this stark and this drastic. But it's important to emphasize that I'm very much limited by the rig. So the rig is set up to have inverse kinematics. So like if I move the foot a certain way, it'll move the thigh and the knee and the whole thing will move with it, which makes animating it a little bit easier. This one, I had to animate these different parts on their own and the parts were barely there anyway. There's a lot of like limitations on the rig, and so if I move things too far, it'll fall out of balance and out of whack, and it'll look real silly. And worse than silly, it'll look glitchy. And Godot was getting very glitchy about how much the arms were moving, especially when I blended between walk and run. So I feel like the solution is twofold. Number one, I need to divorce the inverse kinematic rig that I have set up for the arms from the rest of the armature, and I need to create custom bones for the arms, which is going to be a little challenging, and it also means I have to reanimate the arms all the way. Divorce. And the second thing I'm gonna have to do is adjust like how far forward you lean, how high up and down you bounce when you run, so it just has a little more gusto. So I think those changes are gonna make a huge difference. Not something that I feel I could do it now. I don't know if I want to. If that thing came at me, I would cry instantly. Yeah, it is. Me too. Yeah, this is really scary. This is really, really, really scary. This is scary in its own way. It's more creepy than scary. It's like a little unsettling, but it doesn't. That's not really suitable for this perspective, for this game. It doesn't fit the game. correctly. This is incorrect, is what this is. Yeah, it's crazy because, I mean, I walk away from this preferring the old model, which is just wild. It's borderline unthinkable, if I'm being honest, considering all the work I've put into the new one. It's unthinkable. And the reason why this is important is because there's a lot of things I need to adjust that take into account the new model. So I have to decide on something. And I know I don't like this model. I really don't. I don't like the... There's a lot I don't like about it. I don't like the crinkle cut fry limbs. I don't like them. Man, I can't believe the original has more charm. The second one just looks like Steve from Walmart. McCrane? What is Steve from Walmart? I don't even know what that means, but I kind of know what that means. I kind of like how weird and intensely the old one moves. Oh my god, the old one is bae, isn't it? And needs a new model for stuff. But they tasty. It's the name I came up with. Just some random guy. Oh, there's no real Steve from Walmart. That's a meme. Oh my god. That's like Steve from Walmart. That's exactly what it looks like, though. It's exactly what it looks like. Oh my god. It almost makes me like it more to think of it that way. Oh god. Man, this is tough. This is tough. Some random guy that comes up to you like, "Milady, may I have your number, Tips Fedora?" So an incel. You're saying this is an incel. Oh no. Oh no. Oh man. That's tough because like it changes how I proceed today. It does, because if I'm gonna make changes to the character, listen, if I'm gonna make changes to the character, it has the energy. Slightly. Oh no, I've decided an incel, a naked incel. Coming to snatch you away. Oh god, I've made an incel simulator. Maybe I should pivot the entire game to be an incel sim. Oh, I don't know. Maybe not. It would be a real horror game then. Oh god. What has happened? What has occurred? I mean, I kind of need to pivot my entire task today. Because, I mean, look, I want to keep using this model. And so, like, what else I would do today would be to get, like, the limb collision shapes to be adjusted. Man, I think I need to pivot my task today. Like, I need to think about this. Historically, I do my player character design work in the member stream, which happens on Mondays. And I mean, I could work on the the armature and the animation today. It would be more consistent with my task if I did that. But, you know, I don't know that I would... First of all, there's no way I could get it all done tonight. That's, for me, a massive, very long, effortful task. To do all that tonight. So... I'm inclined not to try to get started, because then if I don't finish tonight, I'm not gonna continue it until a member stream, which feels a little uncool to like start the progress here, and then I can't even show the public on the public stream that progress, where that goes. Because I like to think, you know, somebody could never be a member and not miss out on something that they were following along with on these streams. But this is where all those animations live. Joe Schmo earlier had mentioned something about, in the graph editor, a way to give some more personality to the animations. I have never messed with the graph editor, actually. That would be new for me. That would be new. So there's the animation in Blender and what it looks like here. I'm not sure I even understand what the graph editor is. I don't know anything about the graph editor at all. So if I go to the dope sheet here, you can see all my keyframes. Now there's a problem. If I try animating the arms to be more expressive, we're gonna have a lot of problems. It's just, this is so much. I don't think it's the right move to work on this here. I'm gonna have to work on this in the member stream. It's just, it's a whole other like gear for my brain to shift to that I don't feel like shifting to here today right now. But the gist of the idea that I need to do is, on this rig, I need to change the arms armature to not be this fancy inversely kinematic rig. And instead, yeah, we're pivoting to work on something else entirely. Instead, I would, well, here, I'll show you what it looks like if I move this stuff. So like in theory, I can move these, and you see how the elbow moves with it and the shoulder moves with it. This is the nice fancy inverse kinematics that make doing these things very useful. But things get glitchy if I do too much. And it really doesn't, it has a lot of limitations on the movement that can make this complicated to get in a super exaggerated way. So I just have to like redo the entire arm armature and separate it from this, which is just gonna be some effort. So anyway, yeah, so the thing, so I already know what I would work on. What I would work on, so I might be pivoting, we might be pivoting, y'all. I think I'm gonna have to. This is good, this is excellent progress for now. This amount of work is what I wanted to do. Yeah, it's gonna be tricky. It's gonna be very tricky and unpleasant, and I hate it. That's where I hate 3D. 3D armatures and rigging is not that much fun. I don't enjoy it. I despise it. Yeah, it's good progress. It's really good progress. For sure. Let me just fix this visible thing. We want the player to not be visible at the beginning. Very good progress, because now I've set up the framework for being able to switch between the old version of the player and the new version of the player. And proven that it's possible to wedge the new one in, which is really good. And when I go to update the animations or change the model, I'll already be able to look to see how it appears in the game, which is awesome. And I now have a framework to potentially put in the quadruped. Maybe I'll do that before I stop this task. I'll at least allow us to also switch to the quadruped so we can see that too. Because that framework is there. It should be as easy as adding a new match statement. I think it'll be really easy to switch to the quadruped. I need a debug key to press to make it happen, but it shouldn't be difficult at all. But yeah, we can now do this, and it allows me to modify the player character more easily and see what it looks like in the game. Really, 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 really good progress for sure. Now, if I want to switch to the quadruped, we already have the animation able to be switched to, but we don't have certain things being visible or not. So what I'd want is to make sure that indeed Alien V1 isn't visible, but also that Alien V2 isn't just visible, but rather we say Alien V2 slash I gotta find it. Alien V2 slash biped underscore human. Alien biped human becomes visible. Right? Or we want this to be invisible. We want this to be hidden. And then we want alien quadruped to become visible. Coda is currently working on a tracker that's going to keep track of a bunch of different statistics. How many of an enemy the player has defeated. Nice. That's going to make your life a lot easier later. Smart. Those are some really smart things to do ahead of time. Good job. Nice for like achievements and, you know, if you want certain things to happen based on those values. It's a really good idea. I kind of think, yeah, we definitely should add in a few more of these when we're the biped, right? Make sure the biped is true and the quadruped is false. So we have 4 on here. We actually should get 1 more on here just to make sure it's doing all the right things. This makes V2 visible, true. So we can toggle between all of them. You've been trying to think of a good way to make things happen based on things the player has done, and this feels like the best option. Yeah, it seems smart. The debugger. Yeah, what's up, Ocean? Oh, we got someone else who doesn't like to see the debugger popping off. Yeah, we've introduced some new debugger problems. We really have. Oh, actually, most of these are because of collision problems, which I do want to resolve at some point, but not today. Welcome, Ocean. Yeah, I know. It stresses some people out. Not me. So I'm going to, what am I going to do? Oh, I need to make a new debug button that'll let us see the quadruped, so we can at least visualize that quadruped. It'd kind of be nice if it was nearby the other debug button, but oh well. Let's do if event is action pressed. Perplexingly, I'm going to make it debug 9. And in that event, we're actually going to do like another toggle here. Oh shoot! Ocean just became a member of this channel! What the what? Hey! welcome to the family. Let's go. Thanks for becoming a member. Hold up. We're gonna sing you a song. Let's go. You're gonna get that 8-hour minimum, usually, member stream every Monday. You're gonna get badges, emotes, and when you come into these devlog streams, I'm gonna sing you a song. I think I can sing to this, probably, right? Maybe. Oh, oh, the motion of the ocean is so good. The motion of the ocean is so good. Coming through and being a member of Hyper Game Dev. Welcome, ocean. Welcome, ocean. I like the motion of your ocean. Ocean, welcome to the stream. Welcome to being a member. Oh, ocean, I like the motion of your ocean. Welcome, ocean, yeah. I like the motion of your ocean. Thank you so much for signing up. Let's go. Ocean is here. Ocean ain't there. Ocean ain't there. Ocean ain't there. Ocean is here. Okay, there's your first member song. It's kind of an awkward one, but I gave it to you anyway. I'm really sorry. I want to say I'm really sorry about that. But also, you're welcome. Yeah, so thanks again. I appreciate it. We got Ocean in this house. Let's friggin' go. Even though the debugger was making you cry. See? Now imagine if I didn't have all of those bugs. Maybe you wouldn't have become a member. I'm just saying, maybe that's proof that the bugs are a good thing. Something to consider, something to seriously keep in mind. All right. So I want to set a few things here. So this is actually a bit of a challenge because here we're just toggling a true and false whether we're on the old character or not, whether we're playing as version 1 of the alien or version 2 of the alien. And if we're like, this kind of doesn't matter, this sort of overrides that. Well, I'd want it to function within that. Like, it turns it to the biped by default. I'd kind of want it to be, I mean, I think I know what you do. I think I know what you do. Either we're gonna say variable biped equals true. And then we're gonna say if old player do this, else, and then in here, I'm gonna say if biped do this one, else do the quadruped. And then all that this is going to do, this other debug button, is it's just gonna toggle whether it is a biped or not. I think that makes the most sense, right? In my opinion, that makes the most sense. So I'm gonna just do the same thing that we did with old player, which is biped equals not biped, and that'll toggle it. So in theory, wait, am I sure this is correct? Maybe. If I've done this correctly, I should be able to switch between the new biped and the new quadruped without messing anything else up, probably. And the animations should just work, probably. There's a real good chance. All right, so we immediate issue. What? What's the issue? What happened? What happened? Invalid set index visible on base null instance with value type of bool. Get known alien v2 biped human. Really? Are you quite sure? So it's seeing, it's not, maybe I just typed it wrong. I must have just typed it wrong. That's gotta be what it is, right? Alien underscore biped human. I mean, it looks like I typed it correctly. Because what it should be doing is, in theory, it's changing the visibility of this right here. That's what I'm trying to tell it to do, is hide and show that. Maybe I should grab the path and just see what it says it is. Maybe it's something that I don't realize. Right. But can you give me the whole path? Right, I understand that, but there's more of a path than that. Right? Because all it was doing when I copied and pasted it was just doing alien biped human. But it should be alien v2, which is the top level. Is that what it's called that here as well in the main scene, alien v2. Is it because, oh, maybe I need to do like, because we need to look into the children of it. And that doesn't make sense because, well, maybe it does make sense. Maybe you can't find it because it's not searching within the instance. Would that be resolved if I set like editable children? Would it then be able to see it? If I put all these out here? I wonder if that would make a difference. That'd be kind of interesting. And I realize there's actually a little more that I need to adjust as well. But I wonder if the problem is that since we're instancing it, it doesn't know to look in there. But I'm sure I can tell it to like look in there somehow. Oh, that didn't help. Interesting. Okay, so I'll say this is not editable children. This might be, you know what might be easier is if instead of setting it on the player here, we put this as a script on this instance scene. That's probably gonna be better rather than putting this in here. I think that's probably the way to go. You know, or we can do it some other way, but I'm gonna try that. All right, so then that means I guess we'd want to, okay, so here's what's gonna happen. I am going to do a lot of control Z-ing. We're gonna do a fair amount of control Z-ing here. Not that much. So all this is gonna do now is it's gonna change the but it's weird because it finds the that's what doesn't make sense though, because it finds the animation tree. So it is able to search inside of it. No, that's not even the problem. Otherwise, it couldn't find this. So it is definitely looking inside of it. Alien v2 / alien / quadruped. Oh, that's why. That's why. Because I forgot to do / alien. That's pretty important. I should probably remember to do that. That would probably make this better. Alien v2 / alien / alien biped human. That's why. Easy fix. Alien / alien quadruped. Alien v2 / alien. Alien v2 here. We have to do it here as well. / alien / alien quadruped. / alien / alien biped. Okay. That should fix that. If I've done that in all the right places. Whew. Right, I remember now. That's the right structure for the instant scene without the /alien. But in the main scene, we're accessing it via /alien. A little confusing, but it makes sense now. Okay, so now, possibly, we can swap between the new version that's a biped and the new version that's a quadruped. So there's that. Oh, I'm pressing the debug key, but it is doing nothing. It's not doing anything at all. That's a little surprising. Okay, all right. I mean, nothing isn't as bad as worse. You know, it's not crashing, I guess. Actually, I'd prefer if it was crashing, because at least I'd have some information. Why do we still have an error here? Why would there be an error right there? What is that? I don't even understand. What do you mean error? That's gotta be a bug. Like this bug is a bug, right? What does that even mean? Because this isn't the thing that it's talking about. Well, that's unusual, isn't it? I don't know if I've ever seen that. Anyway. Let's get a little message output to see like what's happening when we press debug 9. So event is action press debug 9. Oh, I know why. Because we're not updating the function. We have to emit messenger swap player again. Otherwise, it's not going to change it. That's why. That'll fix it. I don't know why that little arrow is showing up. Hey, what's up, Edward? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Hope we're doing well. I've just been trying to implement my new player character model, even though it needs some work. Now that I've got it in. And I'm trying to swap it. Oh, wow, it didn't even swap it still. I'm trying to swap it with the quadruped. Oh, there it's swapped with the quadruped. Whoa. Oh, God, it doesn't even look like a quadruped. There's something so much stiffer about these. I cannot believe how much better the first one is. Yeah, I was kind of worried about this. So, one big problem is it doesn't friggin' look like... it doesn't look like a quadruped, does it? It looks like it just has two stiff legs. You can't even see the front legs at all. It does have a tail, though. Interesting that it's not swapping it in real time. Not sure I exactly understand why it isn't swapping in real time. But then if I, like, turn this off and turn this back on, it'll change. It's trying to stop for sure. Yeah. Yeah, I know that's right. I know, it looks like a runway model or something. Oh, man. I mean, look, you know, when I made these new models, I didn't test out what they looked like in the game because I needed to set up what I just set up today. And so now that I've got that set up, I can model these or animate these with in mind what it actually looks like in the game. So that's why this is great progress today, because I actually know, I can actually check against what it turns out to be. It's disappointing. I'm definitely experiencing the emotion of disappointment because it really just looks considerably worse. And that didn't even look like a dang cow. How am I even supposed to do that from behind? You know, I mean, obviously I'd have to choose some goofy proportions, right? Like have the legs be split apart so you can see the ones in the front or something. Like it's It's not my favorite situation, but we'll deal with it. My question right now is, why doesn't it update it in real time? Why do I have to press this debug button in order for that to work? We switch from the old player to the new player. If it's the old player, it uses version 1. If it's the new player, it uses version 2. But it bases it on whether it's a biped or not. Oh, I guess because this isn't updating. I see. I think I see why that's... So we actually have to have this change. Oh, that's complicated. I see. Wow, and we still get a little error here. I don't understand what... It has to be a bug in Godot. That has to be what that is. So I'm gonna come to the player, and we want to actually make sure that gets updated in globals when we switch to the... Look how chaotic this looks. Let me put some spaces in here to just clear this up just a little bit. So when it's the quadruped, we need to make sure this updates here. And when it's the biped, we want to make sure that updates there. So then I should be able to swap them in real time, I think. Maybe. Maybe not. There might be an order of operations issue there somewhere. But hopefully I can swap those in real time, just to make it a little less cumbersome when I inevitably have to change these models. Oh no, it's not switching in real time. I still have to... Alright. That's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. Yeah, I can't say I fully understand it, but I don't really care because it works. And it's really, well, I do care because in the gameplay, you're gonna need to be able to switch like that. And so having it need to toggle back and forth is not ideal, if I'm being honest. Well, why don't you do it in here? Just have it updated right here, right? Do the same thing you've got up here, where we have old player switching, and then say if else, and do the exact same thing. I think that'll work. That should work. Now here we go a little deeper, which makes it confusing. Okay, so what I'm gonna say is, when we press that other debug button, if biped, update that to that, otherwise, update this to quadruped. Does that let me do it in real time? Pray tell? I think that might work better. Man, it's very deflating to recognize just how unsuitable the new models are. And that'll be the member streams that I'll be working on that. There we go. Now I can toggle between them. So this is supposed to be a quadruped. I mean, if I move the camera, right? Now look at that. That's obviously a quadruped. It's depressing, but we ball. Yeah. I mean, it's the only choice I have. I love the cow. I mean, from this angle, it looks great. But that's the problem. I modeled it from an angle that isn't the angle that you see in the game. Like, yeah, cool. It looks awesome this way. This looks friggin' dope. It looks like a cow. Looks great. But guess what? That's not how we see it 100% of the time, or 90% of the time, you know? So it doesn't make sense to design it that way. Yeah, exactly. Well, I was kind of thinking the opposite. Like maybe have the back legs be further apart, and then you could see the front legs in the middle or something. I don't know. I'm not really sure. I'll have to play around with it in the member streams. Really, only if you get like a very wide angle for a second. Yeah, but something like that. Yeah. You know, and this, I mean, I gotta be honest, I am inches away from cutting the cow entirely. The entire cow transformation. Because, you know, even as I sit here, I mean, think of the questions this raises, right? Like when you're playing as this character, if you break off the arms, it's like, okay, yeah, the arm goes away, and now you can't grab as well or attack as well on that side. That makes sense. Or if you break off your legs, things get moved. Okay, but think of the cow. You can't move around as well and stuff. Or you're lower to the ground and different disadvantages like that. But if you're the cow, oh, we have to redo it. If you're the cow, and your front legs break off, like, what is... Like, you have to have all four of your legs to keep moving. It's not that it can't be done. It just raises questions that are going to be, I think, a lot more effort to fix or to answer than is maybe worth it. You know, only level 1 you're going to be able to be a cow just for the sake of establishing the story. The scariest thing about that is that means cutting all the cows, right? And so instead of having cow barns and all the effort I've put into cow barns, we might just have like regular farms, degular farms, no cow abduction. Basically, I would be removing cows from the game entirely. No more cows. No animals of any kind would just get cut from the game. Which means redesigning a lot of the game, but I gotta be honest. Seeing the cow in there and thinking about like the challenges that it poses, I just don't think it's worth it for this prototype. Like maybe in my future dream version of this game, you know, after I finish a demo, I release that for free, I get some feedback, I finish it as a prototype that's a full game for $5. That version will have no transformations, you're just the human, or you have no limbs. And then if someday I decide I want to try to, you know, raise money or hire a team or make it for Steam or something like that, then maybe I can look back at the transformations. What's the logic behind having the cow anyway? Isn't part of the game grabbing stuff? How would the cow do that? Yeah, the cow would have to use its face. And then throw it, which is no, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This is exactly why I should cut the cow entirely. But the logic is, yeah. The logic is that these aliens are invading Earth for the purpose of abducting creatures that can give them limbs. And those limbs allow them to do stuff like build a great civilization on their home planet and do things. And so they're willing to accept any kind of limbs because in their natural state, the aliens don't have limbs. And And so the idea was that on the alien's home planet, a animal crash lands on there. They eat the animal, and so they can transform into animals and stuff. And then through the game, you might be able to transform into a bird, into a cow, into a dog, stuff like that, and you'd get different abilities. It was like a different ability system or something. But I think the reality is that this game doesn't just do transformations, right? It has limb damage. It has limb damage. And those limbs do different things, which infinitely complicates the transformations in a way that is way out of scope. And really, all I gotta do is just not have any animals in the game. Just no animals, and it's done. Now, the unfortunate thing is, I've made these barns, right? There's this barn and there's that barn. So 2 assets. I've made 2 assets that explicitly imply the existence of cows. Even the fact that I've designed these to be like a pasture, right? That would just need to go. Because, or you just can't abduct the cows and they are there. But I would rather just get the cows out of there. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna remove cows from the game. They're gone. Because when I look at it, see it in game right now, it's absolute chaos to imagine trying to get this to make sense. And I'm glad I get to see it. I needed that personally to feel that this isn't gonna work and it's gonna cause problems. But I believe I have decided that I'm cutting cows from the game, and it's all humans. And that's all there is to it. I guess the trade-off for making it harder to lose all your legs is not being able to grab as well. Yeah, maybe. It gets kind of weird. Are you not planning to put this game on Steam? I am not. I am not planning to put this on Steam. I am seeing this as 2 things. 1, a learning project, and 2, a prototype. So the fact that it's a learning project is first and foremost. Secondarily, it's a prototype. Meaning, in theory, this game exists to be based on for a bigger, more complete game. So something that I could look at and say, if I were gonna make this into a full game, what changes would I make? So I'm also, in theory, when you think of a prototype, it's got unfinished characters, the levels aren't fully designed, it's much more bare bones, right? But that's where the learning project part comes in, and I want to experience learning how to do certain things and set up certain mechanics and design certain stuff and code this and that. And so for that reason, I'm going beyond what a prototype would usually have. So kind of is straddling the line between a prototype and an actual, alpha or whatever. But technically, it's not supposed to be a final game. In theory, when I finish this, I might revisit it someday and then decide to remake it or build on it into a full version that could go on Steam. But that's not the version that I'm aiming for. I don't want to put this on Steam. I just don't. I don't think it's, in my opinion, a game worth putting on Steam. I would rather put it on itch.io. And I would like to approach a Steam game with more tact. Personally. And I'm not saying everyone should do it that way, but I personally would rather be making the game from the start with it being on Steam in mind. And that's not the case for this project. Could always opt for making the humanoid one have cow limbs instead, like hooves, but with the articulation of a humanoid. Actually, I had thought about that idea, Coda. And you know why I don't like that? And it's totally like a ego-driven decision or like an opinion, which is that that implies that these aliens are bipedal in nature. And that bothers me. Because technically, these aliens are neither bipeds nor quadrupeds. They're monopeds. That's their, like, natural form. And the only reason that they become a biped is because they eat humans. And so in theory, they should become quadrupeds if they eat cows. Now I could just say, oh, screw that. Something in their DNA makes them, by default, be a biped with quadruped limbs. I don't know, it bothers me. It bothers me from like a lore standpoint. I don't like the implications. I'd rather cut out the lore than imply a different lore than actually makes sense. Version of it that is more cow-esque. Yeah, I totally hear you. But I went through that decision phase and decided that I started to work on it that way, and I hated it. I couldn't live with myself. It was just so wrong. So I think the cows gotta go. The cows have gotta go. It's just one of those mid-game design decisions that I just have to iterate on. As uncomfortable as making that change is. Could also make a weird effed up, whoops, that didn't get censored, effed up version of the cow with big long arms on their back for grabbing. Whoa. Cows may need to go. Yeah, I think the cows need to go. All right, and so, unfortunately, I need to redesign the player character. I got a lot to think about. But I'm going to keep thinking about that in the... You have evaded the swearing filter. You are so powerful. I'm going to need to think about this in next week's member stream, how I'm going to redesign the player character. What's great is because of the work I did today, I now know how to check what it looks like and to see what I think about it. So this is great progress. And I still want to stay here for a couple more hours, but I'm not going to work on the player character stuff anymore, because as far as I'm concerned, that task is as done as it needs to be. Because if I go setting up the way the collisions work and the way the code behaves, I might change that. I might add new armatures for the arms. And I might remodel the legs, which means all those shapes and the bone numbers are all going to be different. So there's not much point in coding all of that in tonight, because that all is probably going to change anyway. But it's really awesome that I can now swap these out so easily. Like, that's cool. I thought this would be more painful than it ended up being. So I'm really glad to be able to just change these and to be able to test them. I think that's a really big accomplishment. Good job, Lise. Completely fair, yeah. Wondering, though, if publishing something to Steam would be a good learning experience itself. I agree. Since I've heard it's a lot more involved than publishing on itch. Yeah, 100%. So, honestly, you saying that makes me want to make my next game be Steam targeted. And after I really want to finish this game, right? Because it's sort of like a game dev problem, is folks starting a game, not finishing it because they start working on this, and they start working on that, and they start working on this, and now they're 8 projects away from that initial one. I don't want to be in that situation. I want to commit to this until it's done and be done with it. You're not implying otherwise, but I'm just saying. And so then when I'm done with this one, and I've published it to itch and had that experience of publishing on itch, I would like to start another considerably smaller game. This isn't even that big of a game, but I want it to be considerably smaller, the next one. And yeah, maybe target it towards Steam. A small, fun, not big scope game as much as I can, or as little as I can. And then I'll get that practice of putting it on Steam, as well as making a smaller project. You feel the 100 different ongoing side projects thing so hard. I know, it's like a tale as old as time when it comes to game development. Like, I totally get it. And I'm trying to listen to all of the game devs who have come before me and who exist alongside me. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to learn from that, and I'm going to choose to take a different path. And it's hard. It's hard, but I think it's going to be worth it. Money you might want to keep in a good chunk of situations. Wait, I missed a message. To be fair, when posting on Steam, you also have to compromise on probably just losing the $100 publishing fee on Steam. That's right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Money you might want to keep in a good chunk of situations. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you guys would be paying for that. I would put channel money probably into that. Maybe. Maybe I'd do a fundraiser. If it's a game you didn't design to be put on Steam in the first place, I mean. Yeah, right. Yeah, I would like to plan it out. I would love to plan it out. Kamala Harris reference? Wait, where? Why? Did I do that? Yeah, I think that'd be a lot of fun to do a Steam thing, and it'd be a good experience for everybody here to see that and witness that. I would love to do that, and I do plan to do that. Originally, I was planning to do it with this game, where I would go from that, you know, free demo on itch, paid version on itch, and then I would start remaking that into Steam. But you know what I realized is I don't want to keep working on this when I'm at that stage of putting it for $5 on itch because it's finished. I don't want to keep working on it. I want to take a break from this game because it will be done enough that I can send it off on its way and say that I finished it and know that I finished it. And I can then explore other things safely. And I can always come back to it, you know, and hire a team later to work on it. It doesn't have to be, I don't have to go into that next phase of development right away. And I can still get the experience of iteration by putting out that demo and making changes based on feedback, and then putting out that full version, the full prototype. You exist in the context of all in which you live and came before you. Oh yeah, she does say that a lot. I saw that video. I don't know if I said that exactly, but yeah. Oh, the game devs who've come before me. I guess that is kind of what she meant, isn't it? Yeah. Right. I love that like she's popular enough that those references can come up in a live chat. Although I will say we're getting dangerously close to talking about politics on stream, and that's not okay. That's not okay. All right. Well, that's that task. I'm going to move on to another task. The next task that I'm going to do is eerily similar. Well, you know, me and Kamala, we're not that different. We're actually not that different. You know, we're very similar in a lot of ways. I'm not kidding. So, I want to work on cinematic stuff, actually. In last week's member stream, which I am not going to be continuing this next Monday. It's not okay, except for the times where it is. I worked on this capsule, which is going to be in the opening cutscene. Yeah, cinematics. It won't be as fun as it sounds, probably, but maybe a little bit. But what I had done was I made this capsule in Blender, and so what this is supposed to be is like a... No. It is very fun, always. It's based on Mercury Red... you may or may not know this, but chimps do not belong in space. Chimps belong in a lot of places. Space is not one of those places. However, a chimp was sent in space in real history, and it was sent via this type of looking capsule right here. And so I have remade it. Who's to say a chimp doesn't belong in space? I say it. Maybe that's his favorite place ever. Well, based on the heart rate readings of the animal as it was being launched into space, it did not seem to like it. With that said, so you hate this chimp being happy? I guess I do. You got me. Maybe the heart rate menu was really excited. So I remade that capsule. I still have some things I want to do to it to adjust it. I want to put a window on there. I want to put a like planet decal, the Earth, because in the opening cutscene, it's gonna crash land on the alien planet, and an alien is going to eat the animal that comes out, and then that alien is going to grow that animal's limbs, and they're going to see the decal, and they're going to command the other aliens to invade that planet so they can get more limbs. It's the whole premise of the game. And I made this on Monday, this capsule, so I'd like to use it. Now, I don't have a plan to make the entire cutscene, but what I'd like is to have this be visible, at least, at the beginning of the game, or the intro, and then it change positions for the main menu, and then disappear before the game starts. So it should be visible right there in that cutscene, in theory. And then I want it to become visible or in a different position over here, so I can actually make it, you can see it barely right there. So it would kind of like be in the main menu, maybe? I don't know, it's just kind of toying around with that. And now if I start the game, it's still gonna be there. So I need to implement this into the different states of the game. So that way it appears and disappears when it's supposed to. They're gonna command them to harvest Earth. Exactly, you get it. Whoa, the spotlight on it is showing on everything. That's wild. Now I need to make some adjustments to the states. I actually might rebuild the states for when we're in the intro, in the main menu, and the game starts. I think I want to adjust how those change, maybe, and then set up this to obey that. So that's what I'm going to work on for the rest of the stream, since we got the initial task all good and set up. And hopefully we'll have this in there. Now, it's not going to be all animated, it's not going to crash land, but we'll at least see it in the intro, and then it will disappear elsewise. Now, I have had more tea since I last drank tea, and believe it or not, it's got to go somewhere. It's ready to go somewhere. So I will be, once again, right on back, and you can enjoy these two walking aliens. Give me 2.5 minutes. If you're co-working along with me, go get yourself a snack, enjoy the music, stretch your legs, something like that. I'll be right back right quick. Super quick. Super quick. I promise. And then we'll get this cutscene logic set up a little neater. All right, be right back. Real quick. Real quick. You'll see. Well, you won't see me while I'm gone. But when I'm back, you'll see. I'm pretty sure. They've been moving all choppy this whole time. Whoops. It's weird, if I like click away from Godot, they kind of lag, like their frames drop. But if I'm focused in Godot, they're smooth. You had to endure the choppy ones. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I am very sorry. Alright. Man, big decisions today for the game. This has been an important stream. Definitely when I make devlog videos about what happens in these streams. Today's stream is gonna be a major plot point. Like, it's so disappointing to just like see that less ideal looking character. But I really just needed to see it in the game. That was the only way that it was going to, get through to me. Okay. Cutscene stuff. Whoa, I just pressed this button. I don't know what this does. Use local space. No, thank you. Okay. So here's where the other, yes, cutscene stuff time. Here's where the main menu lives. The main menu has some things in it. If I hide it and disappear it, there you go. It has cutscene stuff, which includes the, this little capsule. It's going to be part of the main cutscene. And it also includes the... Oh, well, that's actually not in the main menu. That's its own separate node. Let me get this zoomed in a little bit. The cutscene one is a separate node. And then, but this is all relevant to what we're going to be doing. The main menu has the title in it and the menu buttons. Now, in the messenger script that carries a bunch of information around, I have the most clear outline of the quote-unquote state machine. So there's the game intro. This is where we play the cutscene. Then we have the game menu. Naturally, that's the main menu. Then we have game preload, which isn't a great name. This is kind of like a cutscene in that it's going to abduct the player character alien, or the player character that the player chooses, and deposit it on Earth as a new alien. And then we have game begin, which is when the player can actually control the alien and start playing. Welcome back, God's favorite. Good to see you. How you doing? So these are the four states that get swapped between. Now, I don't have a clear, like, we're in state 1, we're in state 2, we're in state 3. Instead, what happens is, if we see on game intro, I connect this signal to a bunch of places. In this case, it's actually only in one place, and there's one function. For the game intro, it plays the animation message that says in the bottom right, press any key to continue, and then it also makes that visible. So that's all that happens on the game intro. In the other one, on game menu, so this one does a lot more things. So we've got 5 different places that this exists. On the Alien 4 menu, so those are the little aliens that hop in the main menu. That makes them visible, and it makes them able to be hovered on and stuff, or not. Some of them are not hoverable. This script is on multiple different of those little aliens. So it changes how they behave when that state is true. On blocks, that is to say the chunks that move forward towards the player. I really should rename this to chunk, but I've referenced it in so many places that it's still called block, but that's okay. And so on here, it's going to check to see if the block type, so there's certain blocks or chunks that are menu types, and there's some that aren't. So there's some that are for the main gameplay. I think the different types are safe, obstacle, and menu. Yeah, so there's safe, obstacle, points, and menu. So these are important to other things, but really it's just checking to make sure, is this a chunk that's supposed to be in the main menu? If so, then make it visible when it's game menu time, and set this variable menu is visible to true, which is going to impact how other things behave in there. So these are, I'm just going through all the different things that this state changes. It's not really a state. Really, it's a signal that has a bunch of ripple effects. It's spaghetti. It kind of is spaghetti. For the UI that's on top, it's going to stop playing that fade out. So this is actually from the same place where we did game intro, right? We played that message that says press any key to continue. If game menu, if this function is running, then that means any key was pressed to continue, or the cutscene ended, and therefore the press any key to continue message stops and it disappears. Then in the main menu, when we're on game menu, when that state is true, really it's just that signal is emitted. When that signal is emitted, it's going to make the game menu visible. Where is this? This is on main menu, right. So that's that thing in here, this node right here. It's gonna make this become visible at that moment. In addition, it's going to make the terrain controller move, because the terrain controller, or that which is moving towards the player, is actually frozen in the cutscene. It isn't moving, but it's going to start moving, so we see all those aliens charging forward, and so it's going to get it moving. It's also going to change the camera position, so we're not looking at the same angle that we are in the cutscene. So that's going to change as well. And then, more camera changes. So that's all the stuff that happens there in that state. Oh wait, there's one more on the camera as well. Probably similar. Oh, we just say menu pickable is true. So there's a raycast or raycasts on the camera. And this is saying allow the raycast that lets you choose stuff on the menu be active. And that's another thing. So as I was going through that, I had a realization of how we can set this up to be a little less chaotic. Just a little. I don't know if it's gonna work, but... So right now, these don't... And there's more than that. There's 2 more states than that, but I'm not gonna go through them all just yet. I will kind of have to go through those. There's 4 signals that get emitted and do stuff all over the place. What I could do if I wanted to, so let me describe the problem. The problem is, if I want to easily switch states, it's really hard to tell when they're getting switched to or not. If I want to know when it gets switched to, so I need to go to game menu .emit, and I have to search my code for that and look at the location that this gets emitted. But not only that, I also have to look at, well, what's the context that this gets emitted in? In a way, that kind of doesn't change. But this is basically my state machine change. We say now go into game menu.emit. But this isn't like turning off the other state. It's just another one that's happening. So I guess what I'm saying is I would like there to be somewhere that's keeping record of exactly which state we're in. So then we can start saying, well, if I'm in this state, then do all these things. Instead of, oh, we're in this state, you do this, you do this, you do this, you do this. I don't know. I don't know if I'm making a lot of sense. So the idea that I had is we set up a state machine somewhere, and we update that state machine. And when it switches to those states, it then just emits. Excuse me. It then just emits all of that stuff. Yeah, a proper state machine. So if I tell the state machine, go to state 2, it'll emit this signal. If I say go to state 3, it'll emit the other signal. If I say go to state 4, it'll emit the other signal. Just for now. You know, I might want to organize that differently, but just to get the ball rolling on that, just trying to pull these out of here. We're kind of adding an extra layer of abstraction, which isn't great, but what we're gaining from that is the game can know what state it's in at any one time. But right now, nowhere does the game know what state it's in. And this will help me organize the cutscene better and set up the cutscene without as much chaos or something. I don't know. We'll see. Coda says, I love it so much when my job with coding is easy right now. Nice. Let's go, easy. Oh yeah, earlier you said game dev is never unfun. Yeah. I'm glad now it is. You deserve that much. Alright, so that's what I'm going to do real quick. So let's do that. Now, where do I want this to live? I think the globals script seems like a good place for this to live. And I think we do another enum. So I'm going to say enum is game state. Is game state. And then we're going to assign that to, we want to say intro, menu, what's the other one? Preload? I think preload. And then begin. I think those are the ones. Pretty darn sure. Intro, menu, preload, begin. Yes. So there's that. That exists. And then we're going to say variable... Oh, this is actually is game states. Is game state is set to whatever this is going to be. This is so lovely. I was just thinking about adding a little state machine exactly like this too. Now I can learn it from you. I mean, learn from me with caution. Learn from me with caution. Because I'm just kind of guessing what might be good for me. And I'm going to find out if it is good. Well, yay, I'm glad that it can be, let it inspire you. No, you're masterful at your craft. Take inspiration. Take inspiration. I'll accept that. Anything else is unacceptable. Okay. So yay, states exist, kind of. Now I want this to matter. And I actually kind of want a signal. I like signals. They make me happy. So I'm going to come to the messenger. And we're going to say, instead of swap player, I'm going to say signal swap state. Swap state. It's a little unclear because it's like, what state? Really, it's like game state. I guess I could say swap game state. I'm using the same word swap. It is a funny word. I'm using it because I already used it here. And I like reusing things, like developing a sort of syntax. So that's what I'm going to do. We're going to do swap game state. My main reason for me to implement states is otherwise the time system is just running all the time. And I need to tell it not to do that while in the menu. Smart. That would be very annoying if time was passing in the menu. Or not. Probably, definitely though. No, I actually appreciate you saying that because it gives me more context about why I need to do this. Because if I just have stuff happening every time this goes, I have to make it's just going to be harder to dig around and make sure what is and isn't happening throughout here. And hopefully this will make that easier to control at a glance or something. Or at least another tool to do this. All right, so swap game state. I'm making it a signal. Yeah. Right. That's exactly what a state machine is good for, right? Is just making that all so much easier to have control over. Precisely. Well, now I'm glad we got to pivot to this task if it can help someone else. So now on the globals script, we're going to connect that signal that I just created. So messenger swap game state connect on swap game state will be the function. Func on swap game state. Now I might want this to call with something. I kind of was doing it very differently with the player. It's so sick because this isn't specific to 3D or 2D. You can just apply the knowledge to whatever. Yeah, for sure. I think a lot of things are true with that. I'm glad that this can as well. Let's go. Let's friggin' go. It sounds like your game has a little 3D to it. Isn't it like 2.5D? Just a little 3D as a treat. So, if I'm... The reason why I didn't do it with the player version, it's 2D but it's top down. If you squint, it's kind of 3D. Gotcha. I thought you were doing it like kind of at an angle. I see. More 3D than Terraria, but less 3D than an actual 3D game. I gotcha. I ended up not doing... I would really... It would be nice if we could call it... I should try to do it that way. I think I will try to do it that way. So this is going to be looking for a game state. It's kind of an angle, I guess, but most top-down games aren't like from directly above. Well, that kind of makes it isometric, maybe. Match game state. I mean, I hate to do it with numbers. I would like to be able to type in the enum. That's kind of where my brain falls apart. Is how to emit this as an enum. Isometric is a specific perspective, but it's closer to that, I guess. Yeah, I gotcha. That's true. It seems like the term gets used a little flexibly. Because if I wanted to change is game state, in my experience, it wasn't that easy to do. That is true. A lot of terms do get used flexibly. Flexicon. I will say, I'm just kind of curious. So if game state, I'm trying to remember why this didn't work well before. Game states intro. Then I want is game state to be set to, is this gonna work? Is game states intro. I gotta kind of experiment with this. A tutorial I saw did it like states equals states.intro, which I guess would determine it's currently in intro. Yeah, that's pretty much exactly what I'm doing, I guess. So I guess I'm on the right track. What I'm concerned about is how I'm gonna get that to be in here. Like, I think I tried it before and it was kind of giving me some errors, but maybe I just didn't do it hard enough. So I'm gonna do it real hard this time. Game states. I appreciate that vote of confidence though. Game states menu is game state equals is game states menu. I feel like this is gonna be tricky. Is game states, because I just feel like it's gonna be, I feel like it's gonna be hard. but we'll see. Yeah, I'm just not sure. This is going to be preload is next. Is game state. Is game states. Preload. Is game states. Begin. Is game state equals is game states dot preload or begin. Oof. Kai guy, isometric, no usometric. We be imperial, never went to metric. Whoa, you're tripping me out. What's up? Good to see you. And you're a friggin' member now. We got you as a member now, Kai guy. Thank you so much for joining the membership. I appreciate it. I saw you in the Monday member stream, but it didn't alert me until now in the public stream because YouTube is weird like that. We need to sing you a song now that you're here, Kai guy. Yeah, much love right back at you. This is not a song I can sing to. I don't believe. Let's see if this next one works. Oh. All right. Oh, Kai guy. Oh, Kai guy. Hi to Kai guy. I gotta say hi to Kai guy. I gotta say hi to Kai guy. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I gotta say hi to Kai guy. Gotta say hi to Kai guy. Kai guy. What a guy. Kai guy. Oh, what a guy. Kai guy. Oh, what a guy. I gotta say hi to Kai guy. I got my eye on Kai guy. Oh, yeah, yeah. Alright, there's your song, Kai guy. Thank you so much for supporting I've Game Dev. Means the world, means the world. There it is, there it is. Is it fire? I don't know, but I appreciate that you appreciate it. Coda's gonna head to bed. Yes, get some sleep, get some sleep. Thank you for the well wishes and the support all through this. It means a lot. And I love hearing how your game's turning out, Coda. I'll see you next time. I'll be back tomorrow. Pepe's gonna head out too. Good night, good night, good night. Sleep well, everybody. You deserve it. You deserve rest. Your body craves it. And I'll try to get out of here on time too in maybe an hour and a half if I'm lucky. Unless I get sucked into something. But we'll try to be careful. Alright, so I'm setting up some states. A little bit of statery. A little bit of statery. May or may not work as well as I want, but we're gonna find out. How dare you? How dare you show up here? What are you thinking? You don't belong here. I'm just kidding. You do belong here. You completely belong here. I'm sorry. I take it all back. Of course, it was a coincidence. But I trust you know that. Oh, I forgot to add a match, the wild card match. I forgot you're supposed to do that. I forgot about that. That's like underscore. I did a match statement elsewhere recently. Was that in the player? And I did not add the wild card in case it's nothing. No, I got scared away. They scared the sleepy into me. Fair enough. I mean, look, I'm sorry for speaking on behalf of you. And I appreciate that you let your voice be heard. So Kai Guy can feel the correct amount of guilt. Alright, so when this on-swap game state function runs, which is going to happen from a signal being emitted, it should emit with something that may match this, but I don't know. I'm a little nervous about that. You know, in theory, we shouldn't even need a match statement. Technically, like if I do this correctly, right? Think about it. If I do this correctly, I should be able to just comment that entire match statement out. And instead say game state equals is game state. Yeah, in theory, I should just be able to do that. Or the other way around, actually. Actually, that's what I should be able to do. Smell self. Do I offend? Yeah, you can use the member emotes now. I wonder if we can unlock another one. We might be able to unlock another one at this point. One I've been meaning to add is Godot Kappa. Because a lot of folks come through here and they be using the Twitch emote Kappa. Wouldn't it be dope if like they're a member and then all of a sudden it just works as like a Godot Kappa? That would be delightful. We unlock them the more members we get, and we are getting more members. So I have to wonder if we have enough for that to work. And now I'm curious, so I'm looking it up real quick. La, 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 la. Nope, no more. 7 more members needed. They really do be holding those emotes hostage. 7 more? That's so many. All right, no, we've got all the ones we can get for now. That's wow. That's a frick ton. I think if I gifted 5 memberships right now, that would count towards that. But someone else would have to gift memberships too, I think, for that to fully. I think you can get gifted into that being met. But, you know, people would have to gift those memberships for that to happen. But it's just an emote slot. All right. We've got a lot of good ones. We've got a bunch right now. So I don't know if this is gonna work, but it'd be great if it did. Gotta get cranking, just 7 more, no problem. Yeah. I'm sure we'll grow. This channel has just been slow and steady growing in members, in views, in subscribers. It's all doing this. So I trust we'll get there eventually, as long as I keep doing what I'm doing. Just gotta be patient. And I'm very patient. Okay, I just deleted all of my code for no reason. So if I want to test this, I want it to also print is game state. So that way I can see if this is updating right now. So really it's going to show up as a number. It's just going to be a number 0 through 3. That'll have to be good enough. Now let's have it, I guess I can set up a debug key. That would help. So I'm going to do debug key 7 for that. If event is action pressed, debug 7. Then I want it to look onto, well, actually, we'd want to do messenger, swap game state, emit, globals, dot, is game states, dot, let's say begin. Just pick one. So that should be go to number 3, if it works. Now I'd actually like to see it wow, this is still showing there. That's crazy. I'd like to see it run at the beginning as well. Let's even do it. Let's actually not do it like that. Let's say that let's add yet another debug key. If event is action pressed, debug 8, messenger, swap game state, emit, globals is game states, and we'll say intro. So this should switch between 0 and 3 and print it every time I press 7 or 8. If I've done this correctly. I have a feeling it's not gonna work. But I'm very curious to see. Alright, so I'm keeping my eye at the bottom on the output. Right down here. And I'm just gonna press 7. Is state 3. And I'm gonna press 8. Is state 0. Oh, great. That worked. Well, that was freaking easy. Good. Okay. Wow. Huh. Okay, I guess I know how to code things. Good. I actually probably could refactor how I'm doing the player now that I know that that works. Dope. Great. No notes. No notes. Well, I don't need those debug buttons anymore. Now we can actually set it up to happen in the game. It would actually probably be pretty disastrous if I left this in here. It could be risky. It could be risky. Because we run the risk of accidentally pressing them when I don't mean to and completely breaking the game. So let's not do that. Now, where do these changes need to occur? Well, at the beginning of the game, it should become intro. Now, intro is going to be the default anyway, so that's not as important. But where we do want it to change is going to be when it becomes game menu. So I want to say game menu emit. Wherever this happens, instead of being messenger.gameMenu emit, I would want to change this to that state change. Now, that means this isn't going to work anymore, and it's never going to go to the game menu again, so we're breaking that. And I would need to put this signal happening somewhere else instead. But for now, let's just get rid of that and paste in our new command. We want to swap state to state menu. So what we should see is after the intro ends, it should change us to state 1. It should output in the output 1. I'm not yet moving to coding in Godot. Alright, understood. Yeah, I know you've been using GDevelop, and I know you're interested in using Godot, but you're starting out with GDevelop. Do I understand what I'm seeing? You can attach many scripts to each node. You cannot. You can attach one script to each node. And so what I do to allow scripts to communicate with each other, there's a lot of different ways you can have scripts communicate with each other. One way that I like to do it is with signals. And signals, depending on how you set them up, in my case, I have a script that exists outside of the scene tree. So this is the way that it looks like when I run the game. There's my main scene, which has all of the stuff that I'm usually working on, kind of, or all the things in the game that's visible and stuff like that. And then I have these other nodes that are called auto loads. And these load outside of the main scene tree. And one of those is this messenger script, and it holds a crap ton of signals. And so if I'm on, some script, way in here, one of these, I can send a signal from that script. It gets the signal from the messenger. Since it's out here, outside the scene tree, it can access it, and then anything else anywhere else in my code, any other node, even if it's on a different instance or something, can also receive that signal since this is outside of it. And then that allows me to communicate between nodes and scripts. I don't know, that probably didn't make like any sense if you don't know Godot very well, but the short answer is no, you cannot attach multiple scripts to multiple nodes. You don't really need to. That long list under filter scripts is not all connected to main menu then. Ah, no. I see, I was wondering why you said that. No. So this is actually just telling me all of the scripts that I've recently been using. So like I could clear this list and then reload things back on here, but it's more of like a handy quick way to switch to the different scripts that exist in the project. So that's what this is. And these would be on different nodes, right? So like this, and this is actually separate from nodes, this list. It's like just opening up the file that is the script itself. And you can modify it because we're in the script tab up here. If that makes sense. Yeah, it's just a list that lets you quickly access all of the scripts that exist in the project. Although technically, it's all the ones that you've opened recently. Sort of like a little, quick access bar. All right, so we're here in the intro. Now, if I press any key to skip, wow, it's interesting that it still did the fade out. But what it did not do, or what it did do, is it updated the state to number 1. So that's good. Now, I don't really understand why the fade out happened. Technically, I'd want that to be connected to the state changing. But it seems like I've set that up in a different way. So that would be something to adjust, I would think. So let's go see if I can understand what that's about. So here's what I replaced, was that signal going out. Right here. If event is input event key and past pre-intro and past not past intro. We got some wild stuff here. So this is how I was coping with not having state machine. Is I was setting and unsetting these variables, which I don't really need to do. If I have the state machine, we can just check what state we're in, and I can eliminate all of that. Kage kind of sees, I see script looking icons on some nodes, but some don't have the script icon, but can still have code on each node anyway. So yeah, so the ones that have scripts on them do have scripts. So you can choose to attach a script to a node or not. No, I appreciate it. They're easy questions, so it's all good. If you were asking a question like, hey, how do I make a player character move in my project? I'm like, oh god, this is so difficult. Because, your project is different, who knows? But you're asking just like really general, easy things. I'm happy to answer. To an extent. Obviously, if we were like here 2 hours later, I might be like, okay, Kai Guy. You're not overstaying your question welcome at all. But yeah, so for example, this animation player doesn't have a script right now, but I can right click on it and I can attach a script if I so choose, and then it's gonna get a script. So I could call this, animationplayer.gd or something, and then it would get a little script icon next to it, and I could click on that. I could also attach an existing script, so I could do attach script, and I could load some other script that I've already made. So here I've got the main menu script. What the heck, why not? And I could attach that on here and load that on, and now the animation player has the main menu script. I wouldn't want that, but in theory, it's there now. And there's also another place that you can interface with this right up here. There's like a little icon where you can attach or detach whichever one that you're currently clicked on. So yeah, some nodes you can choose to put a script on. Other nodes you might not want to have one. And so if I wanted to, let's say I wanted to modify the animation player without putting a script on it. So I could access the animation player from another node. For example, its parent node, right? So I could set it up in the main menu. I probably already do have it in there. Yeah. So on here, I've assigned the variable animation to that animation player. So now, whenever I reference the word animation in this code, animation play menu exit, it's modifying this animation player without me having to put a script on there. So I don't necessarily need to put a script on everything, but sometimes I do need to have a script on something specific. It just kind of depends on the situation. You're eating as well, but want to respect me getting work done. Yeah, thank you. Cheers to eating. Cheers to eating. All right. So, something I want to do is not necessarily, well, there's a lot of things to think about here. First of all, I don't want to use all these booleans anymore because now I've got states. So I can say if event is input event key and not past intro. I mean, you see how spaghetti it gets if you don't have a state machine. I mean, that's obnoxious. I don't want to gut it just yet, so I don't break everything. But I will do that in a second. If event pressed, past intro becomes true. So therefore, it won't run this again when an input event key is pressed, in theory. What I could switch this to I don't know how I want to do this exactly. I could have like, I feel like I'd rather have a function. I mean, I think a lot of this we do want to keep. But I'd rather move this stuff elsewhere. And then I can say on game menu when this function runs. It's a little strange that we weren't already doing that, if I'm being honest. Because before we were saying game menu, right? And so when this gets emitted, it was running this function right here anyway. But I have all of this stuff happening before it emits that, which is a little odd. And I wonder if I did that on purpose. And if I do need this here. So I don't know if I do want to mess with that. I think that's okay to leave that stuff there. What is not okay is all this crap. So past pre-intro becomes true when the game intro. What? We emit game intro pre-intro. What the heck is pre-intro? What does that mean? Oh, that's a function. Oh, it almost seems like there's even another state. The pre-intro state. Oh, I need to create a new state. I need a new state. There's another one that was not represented in that messenger list. So I'm gonna come back to globals. I don't think changing this order is going to cause any problems, since we're not basing anything on the numbers. So we got a pre-intro state here, actually. Hey, Precipier. So the player replacement actually went well. It went fine. Up into a point. And then I decided not to do it. I'll show you how that went here. In order to show you how that went, I have to unbreak the game real quick. Okay, I think I unbroke it. So I got to a good point where I'm able to swap the old player model with the new player model while we're playing. I also got to a place where I can switch the biped model with the quadruped model. Now that's only part of that. Well, I also got the animations to swap as well. That's only part of that equation though. The other part would be updating the collisions, how the arms stretch, what happens when limbs get hurt, and things like that. There's a lot of code to still update. I did not do that stuff because, well, when I switch it here, there it is. So it swaps. They swap, big victory, and they animate. And I can swap to the quadruped, but you may or may not notice what I consider kind of a problem. That problem being that it looks not that good. So this is the quadruped. It doesn't even look like a quadruped. It looks like an armless runway model, which was not intentional. And then the player character here just doesn't, the arms don't move enough. It's not aggressive enough. There's something very limp about everything here. Stiff, almost. So what I realized is, I need to work on the player character a bit. It switches! It switches! And that is a huge, huge success. Because now, I can... Yeah, it's missing the flailing, exactly. So we come back to this one, right? I mean, look at that. It's just chugging along and it looks awesome, right? And then this one is just, it doesn't hit the same. It's not the right vibe. So what I've achieved today is a very valuable way to test how my animations and my modeling is looking. So on Monday in the member streams, I will go back to working on the player character again, and this time I am going to be able to immediately see what the player character looks like in the game when I test it, which is going to be really, really nice. So that way, I'm not going to run into this problem of, oh gosh, how's it going to look in the game? I don't know. We'll find out. Now I know. So definitely a big success in the sense that I've now got an easy way to test these things. The other decision I've made is, I'm going to cut the cow. The cows are gone, which also means I'm going to cut how level 1 has cows that you can abduct. I'm completely taking them out of the game because now that I have the cow model in here, it's like, wait a minute. This is gonna be such a nightmare to set up, how everything works and it makes sense. You know what? Forget the cows. I'm done with the cows. And the thing is, the cow actually looks great from this angle, but this isn't the angle that you play the game as. You don't play the game this way. Look at this beautiful, intrepid cow alien just galloping through the landscape. It's kind of beautiful. Yeah, where the camera is, it looks very strange. Exactly. So it's gotta go. It's gotta go. So it's out of here. No more cow. I admit to loving your original, more cartoony, lively fun. Yeah, me too. I like it more too. It's a pity because I spent so much time, working on that new model. But you know, I think a mistake, not a mistake that I made, but a lesson that I will take away from that experience is it's important to try out how it looks in the game, which is what I'm doing. I'm trying out how it looks in the game right now. You know, and that's kind of nice. That's really great that I now have that ability to swap them. I don't know if I would have done it any different, because the reason why I waited to implement the swapping was because I wanted to keep these public streams where we work on coding stuff into the game. And the member streams are for working on art and game assets. So that way, you know, you can miss the member streams and still be able to follow my game development with how the game progresses in terms of code and logic and everything. But that meant that I was working on the player character without having coded in the swapping. So I never got to actually see what it looked like in the game yet. And I didn't want to come to these public streams and set up the player character swapping without being able to see something when I did it. Because, you know, visual effect and everything. And so that just kind of resulted in me designing the whole thing without seeing what it looked like. Which, in retrospect, I think I would, or rather, in the future, I would want to make sure I do have that switching mechanism in place. Even if I just set up some blocks that animate plainly. You know, it would be good to set that up ahead of time. Because, you know, I kind of spent a lot of time working on this animation and this model just to change it. But that's okay. It's an important lesson, and I'm proud to have learned it. Yeah, I like this one better too. There's still reasons why I need to remake this, but you know, the way I remake it is now going to be informed by how this is not it. Rest in peace, Cow. Place it somewhere as an Easter egg. That's a good point. That would actually be a good thing for an Easter egg, wouldn't it? Because at least I wouldn't have to make something new. I've already made it. Gonna have like a power-up, like a stampede power-up, and just like a bunch of quadruped cows just like stampede through the level and destroy everything in sight. It's kind of awesome, actually. Could there be a mode or event where the camera moves 3/4 or to the side view for a bit to see the quadruped? What, no more cow? Yeah, I mean, we could do that, but, you know, I don't know that it would... A, that's a lot of work just to show off the cow body, and B, I don't know that it would happen enough to still take away from how uncomfortable this looks, which is still gonna be primarily what it looks like. It's a balloon super monkey swarm power-up. Yeah, that. Yeah, whatever that is. It's that. You know, it'd be a little weird because the player would be like, wait, why are the aliens cows? You know, and so then it'd be like, I'd kind of have to like explain it somewhere. I mean, to be fair, when you do level up, the power-ups do have explanations, so I'd have to like really make that flavor text very flavorful. So it like made sense. A stampede of aliens who ate cows come through or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, because I could do the cutscene, but like, what is even the cutscene, and why is it even there? You know, and if I do it, I don't know. That's definitely an option. I just don't know. I think it just adds unnecessary bloat to the game. I don't really want to try to wedge it in somewhere just for the sake of showing it off. The power-up idea makes sense to the gameplay. What you're talking about feels like I'm completely reimagining something and doing a lot of work just to show it off, which doesn't feel worthwhile. Whoa, that's some good flavor text. Wow, the aliens discovered cows? This should be interesting. Wow. That's pretty good flavor text. Dang. All right, well, I guess now I need to write it down. We've gone too far. I have to actually take this note down now. It's official. The note is being taken. So I actually just made this power-ups folder today, or I cleaned it up a bit. Give him some horns as they charge through the buildings. Whoa! Wow! That's such a good idea. I like that so much. I like that a whole lot. Wow. Wow. I mean, that's a little extra work to make the horns, but that's not that much work. That's like a very tiny amount of extra work. Okay, okay. All right, power up, Bulls charge. Stampede. So summons Bulls to charge stuff, everything in the path in front of the player. Charge horizontally. Charge across the screen, breaking stuff / everything in the path in front of the player. I guess the only thing of that is, I'd have to figure out, like, when you can pop the ability. We'd have to set up, like, cooldowns and stuff. So it definitely, it raises a lot of questions, but all the power-ups do. The power-ups task is a whole other thing to still deal with someday. So we're not going to worry about it right now. And this is a good one, because this could have a lot of potential downsides, because you might destroy things you don't want to be destroyed. So this is a really good ability. It's very goofy, but it still fits into the game and saves the asset from sitting on your PC for all of eternity. Yeah. Right, active versus passive abilities, totally. I mean, that's, I was hoping to keep it to all passive abilities for the sake of, scope. But, it might be worth it. It's certainly worth writing down as an idea. Alright, so then we have flavor text suggestion from Pressapire. The aliens discovered bulls? This should be interesting. I feel like I would change it a bit, but I want to capture your original idea. Please edit. Maybe like... I don't know. Your alien comrades... That's not how you spell comrades. Have discovered bulls. Summon a stampede to destroy everything in front of you. Something like that. Something like that. Most games that do that have infinite passives and only one active at a time, so it gets swapped out instead of kept. I don't know about that. I mean, that's I see what you're saying. You would have options of different power-ups. So like you could get the stampede power-up or the, I don't know, bomb throwing power-up, right? You could get both of those. And you have them both. But you have to assign either the bomb or the stampede. That's interesting. Then you have to figure out, well, when do you assign either the bomb or whatever? Can you only assign them at the beginning of the level? Or can you assign them by hitting the pause menu or maybe during gameplay? That kind of defeats the purpose of being able to assign them. You know, obviously some games might have you be able to do it at a certain location. I don't know. This is kind of all part of the power-ups discussion, which is going to be later on down the line when I'm ready to implement power-ups. I'll figure all that out. But it raises an interesting question about how this would be implemented, for sure. My thought is we just let the player become overpowered, and they'll get bomb throwing, they'll get stampede, and if they want to do a bomb and they want to do a stampede one after the other, they can if they want. There'll be cooldowns, but we're not limiting them. So if they get 8 different, active abilities, they can use them all if they want. But the flip side would be that each one has a significant downside. So you wouldn't really be incentivized to spam them because it would cause problems potentially. Or, by the end of the game, just get really overpowered. I don't know. We'll see. It's something I really can't personally know how to deal with until I have more of the game made and I can actually see what happens when we play through the game with these different abilities and adjust the balance based on that, how that feels. By the way, this is mostly an excuse to use the quadruped model. Per Pressipier's suggestion, the bullhorns could be added to the cow. And then, did anyone else help suggest this? That I put it in as an Easter egg or something? Maybe it was Kai Guy. Cutscene at least for the cow transformation. Oh no, it was Pressipier. No, it was Pressipier. Pressipier suggested, well, we'll say this. Conceived, this is so much information. You can tell I'm getting tired. Conceived by after Pressipier suggested making it an Easter egg. All right. My God, I can't believe I typed all that. Let me give credits. Let me give some credits. Pressipier. That goes straight into game concepts. First games concept credit. But not your first credit. And then Kai Guy, just for being a part of that conversation, we gotta give you a credit too. These credits, of course, entitle you to no compensation, but they do entitle you to a credit list in the game and my undying appreciation. All right. So that's out of the way. My game design unit hasn't been wasted. Your game design unit? What is a game design unit? I don't know what that means. So what was I doing before we went off into that? I was doing something. Oh yeah, setting up states. So I added oh right. So I discovered that there is a pre-intro state that plays after the ready function. So it plays from the ready function. This function gets called. I dual majored at uni for game dev and cybersecurity. Oh. Wait, but you make games. You're not wasting it because you're making games. Also, that's an awesome dual major. Well done. That's pretty freaking cool. Wow. Neat. I didn't know that. Especially, I know you're working on a multiplayer game. It'll be nice to have that cybersecurity background, just in case. I mentioned a cutscene. Precipier is new bull idea. Yeah, for sure. 100%, 100%. Yeah, you know, it's the credits are vague, and so then the idea is that, once where did my hack and plan go? I lost it. There it is. Well, once I am going to make the credits, you know, I'll go through this list of names, and I will search y'all up, like, in my code base. Often in the GitHub commits, I'll mention people who suggested something or helped with something. And then in the hack and plan, I'm gonna search everybody's names in there. And then I'll be more specific about the credit, sort of based on what those things are. So Precipier definitely has that in there. And then you know, we've got these general ideas. It's gonna be a whole mess to sort out, but Precipier just got done recording a large part of that game. Nice. I was using my Unity brain too much. Should have been using my Godot brain. What does that mean? Recording. Let's go. Yeah, your online game looks awesome. I don't know how Unity brain has to do with it, but I believe you that it does. I really do. Okay, pre-intro creates a timer. It just waits 2 seconds, and then it makes the blackout become not a blackout. It hides it. Oh, recoding. I thought that said recording. I see. Recoding a large part of that game. You were using your Unity brain too much. Oh, you were like designing it for what Unity would expect or need when it needed to be designed for Godot. Interesting. I see. Okay, so this makes the blackout go away. It makes the sun appear so we're not in darkness. And then it changes the state to the game intro state. So I'm gonna need to change the game state at that point. And technically, I don't want to emit this here. I'll comment it out for now. Although I'd kind of like to just remove it. Did I remove this? I did remove that. It makes me a little nervous that I'm going to forget about it. So we change the state at that point. Await tween finished. And then past pre-intro becomes true. Now I shouldn't need any of this. If I do this all correctly, I shouldn't need that. And I shouldn't need any of this either, because we're only in that state. Now that's a little different though, because when this input gets pressed, you can technically keep pressing this input as this keeps going. And in theory, this could keep happening over and over again. So I think we actually still need this input. You know, unless I added another state in there. I really don't understand why this happens before the state switches. I must have done that for some reason. Let me try something. I'm gonna try something real quick. I'm gonna put some things back. I'm gonna unrefactor some of this. Because I want to see what happens if I move this fade out to be in this function that gets played when we hit this emit. Like, why is this happening before that? Is there a good reason for that? Well, we do have the await. We certainly need the await in there. Oh, oh, never mind. That's something else. I went too far up. Oh, because I see. I don't want the state to change. Well, but that doesn't make sense. No, that still doesn't make sense, because we can... Okay. Oh, because I was doing the emission. Oh, so now that we have the states, I totally don't need this. Oh, okay. I get it now. I know what to do now. I know what to do now. All right. Can I Control-Shift-V this all back? Yes. Okay, good. So I want to get rid of all of this, and instead we want to say and globals is game state set to globals is game states dot is this menu? I think. Yeah, I think we want to say menu, right? Because this is what skips the intro and takes us to the actual game menu. So that should be correct. That should be quite correct. I think we're okay. All right. I'm nervous because I would have benefited from having set this up before, but only now have I decided to finally do it. But it'll be okay. If event pressed, don't worry about setting past intro to true. Take all this code, yoink it out of there, and have it change the state. Now back, well actually right here, no. That's the only thing, is like, just because it changes the state doesn't mean anything is happening. But that's okay. Well, I don't know. It's tough because I want to have more control over the timing. But if we're emitting... Where are all the places that this happens? Probably, even if it's only one place. There's a lot of places. There's 5 different files that run functions. Good luck, Kai Guy. I hope it goes the best it can, even though it's work. See you later. Thanks for stopping in, and thanks again for being a member. I appreciate it. See you next time, Kai Guy. I guess what I'm trying to... Thanks, Kai Guy. I guess what I'm trying to do is feel like I have a little more control over the timing of when these functions run. And I guess I want to kind of centralize where all the things that happen. So if I switch to game menu, I would like to then run a function. I guess I could put a function in here. Then I don't have to block things out. But the problem is then this input event will happen every time we press it. It'll run all that code over and over again. Because the state won't have changed. This is only... Well, actually, oh, no. We want to put this at intro. Right, so this is... We're saying you can only press this when you're in the intro. Right? When you're in the intro, that's when you can press it. And then if it immediately changes the state, now I can no longer press it. Oh, gotcha. And so then I can put all that code back in here without issue, right? And this will run one time, because by this time, when this all starts to run, this condition can't be met again because we already changed the state. Of course, we don't want it to be begin. We want it to be menu. That would be wrong. Okay. Got it. Understood. And then I guess I still want to emit the function that says we're now on the menu. after this happens. So really, all that having that state machine will have... You know, I still don't really like it. Well, we're running swap game state. This is a function. We can put this on here. We can have this... Where does this run right now? I think this is only on globals. We have it emitted from menu, but it's only connected on globals. So maybe on globals, that chain of events will occur. I don't love the idea of stuffing globals full of all that. You know, whereas this is the main menu script. And if the main menu script is just a switchboard for changing the states, it just kind of feels like a waste of this space. So I guess at that point, it kind of comes down to personal preference. Whether I want to have this blackout, this fade in occur here or elsewhere. And then kick off all the menu stuff. Because then the other state changes, they aren't necessarily going to be on the main menu. Yeah, you know what? I think I want to put this on globals. It makes me a little uncomfortable. Maybe I make a special script for game states. No, let's just do it on globals. All right, that's what I'm going to do. That's what I've decided. So I am going to yoink this out of here. And then on the globals, when that function runs, swap game state, there we have the match. We might want to use that. Well, is game state equals game state? That updates that. We could keep this match statement here. That's going to be crazy, though. Don't do that. You would want to run a function. I mean, you can keep the match statement, but have each match statement change the function. I think that might be what I'm going to do. All right, so uncomment this, and then... So if it is an intro, and this is only going to matter if the intro state even gets set, which I think we are setting it here. Pre-intro. So wait, if pre-intro begins... No. This is supposed to be intro. That's supposed to be starting the intro. The pre-intro finishes, which is actually a whole other state that I forgot to account for. I know, this is quite chaotic, but we'll get there. That's what happens when you don't make a state machine the first time. But it's okay. I'm glad to have done it this way. We want to add another one. Is game states pre-intro? And we don't actually need all of these things. I would actually run a function. Yeah, it's spaghetti. Right, I'm trying to de-spaghettify it. Exactly. I would run a run on... I'm trying to understand what's happening in spaghetti. Yeah. Yep. Well, that's the thing, is yeah, hopefully it will make a lot more sense once I set this up. That's exactly why I'm doing this. Because I want to work on, setting up the cutscene and stuff, but it's becoming quite cumbersome to do that if I don't have these things a little more organized. And it's just a matter of figuring out, well, how do I want to organize it? And then I have to actually organize it. So I think I'm just going to have a bunch of functions on the global script that run if that state has been swapped to. and a bunch of things will happen in there. So if it's intro, I'd want to say, I kind of need to figure out a name for this. So that, yeah, I was thinking that, but I didn't know, and I just assumed, you know what, let's not do multiple auto loads. But you think maybe I do multiple auto loads. I mean, if there's no harm in it. You said there's no harm in it. Are you quite sure? Because that was my first inclination, but I tossed it aside, assuming that surely there's harm in having too many auto loads. Right, it's just another script. It's just another script. It's another node, but it's just another script. I mean, say no more, fam. Like, I would rather do that than clutter up the globals. The only place there'd be harm is if you get your root seen in a bad way. Okay, I'll try not to get my root seen in a bad way. I trust on some level that makes sense. Okay. Okay. Alright. It's very ominous. If I'm being honest. Alright, so I'll make a new autoload. So let's make a script. Let's create a fresh, brand new script. That exists nowhere. I actually don't make new scripts very often. Where do I even want to put this script? That's the get tree, get root, get child 2. Don't do that. Don't do get tree, get root, get child 2. I don't know if I've ever even thought to do that. If you do get tree current scene, then you're fine. Have as many autoloads as you like. Why would I even get the second child of the root? I didn't even know there was a second child of the root. I've never heard of that. It's like a cheat code. It's like a secret thing I didn't know existed. So this would be for the main menu and the states. It's not just the main menu though, it's like the entire game. Don't I have like a scripts folder? I do. Okay, so we'll add it in there. Create new script. And this will be game states. Autoloads always appear before the main scene, so you have to keep increasing that 2 for each autoload. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see. You're saying don't assume that the main scene is in that position on the scene tree array. I understand now. Got it. Yeah. No. I wouldn't do that. I see. Alright, so now we go to project settings, auto load. And I'm going to find that script that I just made, game states, and we're going to call that node. I like the underscore, if you don't mind. I would like to put the underscore in there, so I'm going to keep it, even though Godot wanted to obliterate it. You can't see it because the chat was covering it up, but it automatically got rid of the underscore. I want the underscore. Alright, so there's the game states, auto load. So now this game states thing is just going to run outside of the scene tree. Joe Schmo got tripped up by that a few times with auto loads. Wow. I mean, that makes sense. It makes sense. Oh yeah. Right. Yes. Is that, why are you saying that? Yes, I do. Correct. Oh yeah. Well, that's why I was like, well, surely I shouldn't add more. I already have so many. That's why I resisted making a new one. Because I just didn't want to be ridiculous. But if it's not ridiculous, you know, and at that point, I don't really need to set it up on the messenger either. I could have it on the game states, and I could rename it as such. Nah, no fear. Add more! Alright. Alright. Fine. What the heck? Let's do it. What's on my clipboard? Didn't I copy something? Oh yeah, this big match statement. Well, but here's the thing. Like, why am I doing this on globals? There's no reason to do this on globals. You know, like this is now game states is global. I might as well put the game states on game states. That's a lot of game statery. I think I'd yeah, it just starts to blur the line of what even global means anymore. Really, the only reason why I would make this a different script is just for the sake of organization. But again, I just have to ask myself, well, what is globals organizing? Just like, I guess global things that don't fit, that don't have enough crap to justify being their own script, I suppose. But I mean, imagine just the type, it'd be game states dot is game state set to or equals is game states. Like, it's just gonna look really silly. Which maybe is okay. But what I would need to do is have game states be reading this. I think, let me try this. So we have swap game state right now, and that's set up on the messenger. I feel like I might as well, I mean, I usually do all of my signals on the messenger. So I would rather keep that way for the sake of consistency. It's getting hairy. It's getting real hairy in here. Swap game state is connected on globals. And that runs the function that updates what the game state is, and it's printing what game state it is. Global is probs a good script for small projects, but as scope increases, it makes it better to spread them out. In other languages, there's usually a utility script that gets made for shared functions. That last part doesn't make sense to me, but I hear you. I mean, as long as it's normal to put a bunch of different globals, then, you know, let's lean into it. Because I might even want to do an auto load that controls the levels, too. So I don't know, you know, I don't know how messy it is to have some stuff on globals that's going to another global. But in my mind, I kind of want to keep globals for miscellaneous things that are small and don't have a lot of stuff going on. And then the things that do have a lot of stuff going on, like switching between whether we're on the main menu or playing the main game, or we're in the end screen, or this cutscene or that cutscene. I feel like all of that would be nice to put in a separate one. It's like, why not put messenger in your globals? You can still reach it, right? But it's messy and gross and spaghetti. Yeah. Right. Totally. It makes everything more clear by saying messenger versus globals. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, at that point, I feel like I'd rather refactor the game states then to be on the game states autoload, like with that in mind. I feel like I'm kind of increasing the spaghettification here. And spaghettification. Okay, so right now on the globals, we do connect swap game state, and we set the game state. We might change that. On the main menu, we do the messenger for swap game state signal. Okay, all right. This is quite a lot. This is quite a lot. But I'm gonna do it. But it's gonna take me a minute. Because it's a lot to think about. So over here, I don't know. I don't even know what I want to do. To me, this makes sense to be on globals, is game state. I'm going to keep that. We can always change it. That won't be that hard. So what I want to say is messenger, swap game state, connect on swap game state. What's up, Jaya? Me just came and trying to understand what's going on, but thanks to Precipier, I slightly understand what's going on. Okay, good. That's awesome. Yeah, so I probably should put a task up there. We'll say I am state machining my game, the main menu end game states. That is a sad explanation. But yeah, so let's say we start the game and there's an intro cutscene, and then we go from the intro cutscene to the main menu, and then we go from the main menu to the gameplay, right? I'm setting those up as proper states. Currently that does work, but it's not done with an actual state machine that says we are now here, we are now there, we are now there. Instead, the things just happen, and it's kind of messy. And so I'm trying to neaten that up a bit. And what I'm deciding between is kind of where I want to put these states. And I started to set them up on globals, and that's kind of okay, but it's messier than I would like. And then previously it was just disseminated throughout other scripts, which I definitely don't like. And so now I'm making another autoload besides globals that's specifically for game states, and it's going to handle certain things that happen when we're in those different states, and also send out signals to other scripts. But at least it'll kind of localize the most important or primary things that need to happen when we change in those states or whatever. So I'm just kind of trying to organize that a little bit, and we'll see kind of how that goes. All right, so we're gonna create a little funky funk in here. Funk on swap game state. And this is gonna call with a game state. And in theory, I would do a massive match statement here. And we would be pointing to the globals now. So I would need to add globals before each of these for this to work. Now I could set this on the game states. I don't know if I'd rather do that. Hey, what's up, Space Troop? Yeah, it is kind of a nice stream. I'm glad you think so. Yeah, so I'm working on this game. I'd show you how it plays, but I've actually completely broken it right now, so I can do some stuff. But it's about an alien invasion. You are the alien, and you're invading. And I'm adding in, like, main menu and cutscene and stuff, and it does require me to be a little bit more organized in how that works. So I'm currently reorganizing that a little bit. Underrated YouTuber for real. Thanks, Space Troop. I appreciate that. You know, I'm just here doing my thing, cruising, chugging along, and, you know, the channel grows slow and steady, and I like it that way. I'm happy with the pace that it's growing at. The community's building up little by little, and that makes me happy. One day I'll start publishing videos and not just shorts and live streams, and that'll probably help things grow. But thank you for saying that. That's very kind of you. Yeah. So, if game states pre-intro, we're gonna want some things. Let's go, let's go. Specifically, now I assume I already yanked out all of that other code that was in here. Previously, when we do the input event, yeah, we did. Now it just swaps the game state, and that's all that it does, is it swaps out the game state. Nothing more, nothing less. So now what I'd like to do is paste that stuff back in here, which is this. And I do have a Discord. Yep, I sure do. Link is in the description box. Make sure you read the rules and stuff. Please abide by all the community guidelines, or you will be banned. And you will. And now some of this stuff isn't gonna make sense because it might refer to things that don't exist. We're creating the tween fade out, so that's good. Now blackout isn't defined, so that's gonna be a problem. Obviously it's catching all these errors right now because they are many. We want to actually just pass all of this, right? Pass it, pass it. But yeah, Space Troop, there's a Art by You section. There's a channel on the Discord for posting exactly what you're talking about. Exactly what you're talking about. And then every Friday, I check it out in an unlisted stream. Okay, so we need to define what blackout is. I could probably just go to main menu. What is blackout defined as up here, by the way? Remind me? It's just a panel. So I'm just gonna pull this out of here. Now, blackout is being used elsewhere, so I'm gonna have to fix that. It's quite a bit messy to fix this, but that's what I've signed up for here. So we've got blackout set up now on here. Now I don't actually want this, oh wait, I forgot. I don't want to put this in this match statement because this is horrifying. Please do not do this, I beg you. Please God, please do not have these match statements with tons of code in them. I don't deserve that. Instead, I want to create a function on game state pre-intro. Okay? That's what I'm going to call that function. So then we're going to make a function down here, func on game state pre-intro. And that's where I'm going to put all this. So it's a bit less mess. Okay. Much better. And then we'll do the same thing with all of these, right? On game state intro. On game state menu. On game state preload. On game state begin. And that will be all of those. So now I gotta create all of those functions. So let's do that. Func on game state intro. func on game state menu. I already forgot them all. Pass. Func on game state begin. Preload. Preload. Pass. And func on game state begin. And there will be more too at some point, but at least they'll all be kind of here, which should be nice. Maybe, hopefully. Okay. Good. Great. Excellent. Now I need to put the rest of them in there. So we have the pre-intro, which right here runs this function. Instead of running that function, I would want to swap the game state. Via messenger and global. We're going all over the place. It's a little wacky. It's a bit wacky. Hard to argue that it isn't. So it's going to emit this instead of intro. That goes to pre-intro. Via the messenger, it updates the global's game state to pre-intro, which then is read by game states, and it does the things related to that state change. Pretty wacky. So then all of this code, oh wow, it's gonna start coming together a little more, because now we're swapping the game state within the game state script. So none of this would need to be on the main menu anymore. That does mean I need to on ready to sun. I think that's the only thing that's actually set up in there. So we'll burn this down, get this out of the main menu script. That was on intro, right? That's what I just did. That's pre-intro. Oh, wait. I put this all in the wrong place. Yeah, we swapping a game state. Exactly. I put these in the wrong place. That's okay. This actually comes up here. We gotta set up the sun. Then it goes to intro. And then all of this stuff... I do get messy. Come in here, and actually at the end of this, we wanted to swap the state again. I'm starting to think we don't need to put this on globals. And that's why I just needed to do it, because that made me realize that it doesn't make sense to put this on globals. But I couldn't have seen that until I started putting it together. And like, wait a minute. What is this? Like, just get rid of that. Like, if the only place where the state is being changed is here, you know, why do it any other way? But for now, we're gonna ride with it. So, what did I just do? Oh yeah, we want to put this in here. Get those globals out. Get those globals out of here. Put that back there. Swap game state, emit globals, is game states, intro. So instead of that, this goes to menu. Is what that switches to. Oh, we need to on ready the sun. Which is that. Now that's gonna be... Now there is a bit of a difference here, because we can't just use the access's unique name, because now this is in a different scene. So I think we have to do get node and then say main scene, right? Camwin in the house. Camwin's got a membership. We gotta sing another membership song. It's not gonna be very good because I'm sleepy, but I will sing you this song. I will sing you this song. Can I sing to this song? Welcome, Cam. It's going really well. Thanks for asking. This is a weird song to sing to, but I'm gonna try. Oh, Camwin is in the house. Camwin is in the house. We're winning with Cam here in the house. Oh, Camwin is in the house. Oh, Camwin is in the house. We're winning with Cam in the house. Welcome, Cam. Welcome, Cam. Thank you for being a member. Oh, Cam. Oh, Cam. All right, there's your member song, Cam. Thank you so much for getting. Did you get gifted a membership or did you buy one? I don't even know anymore. I can't tell. YouTube doesn't tell me. YouTube doesn't tell me who bought a membership and who got gifted one, so I just have to guess. Whichever it is, I'm glad you're here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I spent most of the stream setting up a way to swap between my old player character design and my new player character design, and I did get that set up, but it turns out the player character, the new one, doesn't look that good. And so I'm gonna need to spend the next member stream improving its appearance a bit. And I decided not to keep swapping the character because there's other things to like code to get the new character to like work well with the existing code. But I decided not to continue with that until I finished designing the character in the member streams, now that I know what it looks like when I swap them. I'd show you, but I've completely broken the game right now to work on a different task, which is getting a nice game state swapping happening between doing the cutscenes and the menus and things like that. So, yeah. Yeah, I'm doing that now, and I'll show you my progress after I do that, but it's been going well. It's been nice progress. It feels good. I hope things are going well with you. Thanks for stopping in. In client projects, they push us to write everything as separate functions. They won't use to just write the code void start or void update. Whoa. That's interesting. I think I understand what you're saying, and I feel like I've heard that before as like something that is considered like standard in like an industry professional situation. I feel like I've definitely heard about that. Yeah. That's wild. And you know, I like keeping that in mind, you know, to make as many separate functions as I can and maybe not rely on, you know, other ones that do things too often than they need to be done. But, you know, generally I just do my own thing. Can I rate the art that you put in there? I do that on Fridays in an unlisted stream. I don't do that here while we are streaming, but I will do it later, and I'll post a clip in the Discord of me checking it out when I do it. That'll be this weekend. See you later, Space. All right. So, I'm not going to be able to reference these with this percent here. It's just not going to work. Because this isn't in the same scene. So I'm going to have to use like get node to access it, right? So I'm going to say, I'm just kind of curious what else I've done for this, because off the top of my head I forget. Yeah, here, get node, right. That's on player though. Where have I done this on like globals and stuff? Or I'm looking for a global script that on ready something. I do have a global script that on ready something and gets from the main scene, don't I? Wait, yes I do. Yes I do. No, I don't? What about the HUD? The HUD has to. Oh, the HUD's not global. Well, what about... Oh, maybe I don't. So actually, I don't think I even have a way... I've never done this before. So I guess I have to like go to root and then find the main scene from there. I guess I've never actually done this. Where I have a global script and then it's going to look for a main scene thing. I've technically never done that. So I think I need to say get node. How do I even do that? I gotta look that up. Technically, I don't know. Get node, get root, auto load, main scene, Godot. Get tree, get root. Get tree, get currency. You're like, Lise, we were just talking about this. That'll work. Okay. Yeah, I'm not changing the current scene at any point. Okay. Get tree, current scene. I just never have needed to do this before. It's finally happening. Yes. And then, but then, where am I even gonna, am I gonna do it like this? Like, and put the path in here? Or get node, I see, duh. And then, sorry for saying duh, sorry to myself. Then we say get node, and then we put that in here, and we do the whole path. I think that's what we wanna do. And blackout, where even is blackout? Oh, that's on UI top. Bacon pancakes. Bacon pancakes. Okay. All right. I hear that the words you're saying mean something. I wonder if I can still use the %. Probably not. But I wonder if I can access it as a unique name. As long as it's relative to that node. Name current scene called as a function but is a node. Oh. Really? Oh. So then when I just... Oh, get tree current scene, get node, I see. Okay, I don't know if this is gonna work, if the access unique name is gonna work, but I'm gonna try it. And if it doesn't work, we'll know, and I'll fix it. Okay, paste this in here. Like that. Maybe not like that. Maybe paste it better than that. Like this. Get node, parenthesis, all of that, and all of that. Like that. Okay, we'll see if that works. So that resolves that error for now. Okay, good. Now back on the main menu. Trying to get all these moved over here. Oh yeah, I've removed the sun, so that's in the ready function. Whoa. Oh, I shouldn't have gotten rid of the sun reference in here. We still need it. But is it where you want to put it though? It kind of doesn't make sense to put that here. I started working on this game, let me go see. When did I start working on this game? 8 months ago? Let's find out. So I have a playlist on my channel. I've actually been recording every single time I work on this game. Has been recorded and tracked right here on YouTube. And the first one I ever did in Godot, the first time I ever used Godot was 10 months ago. And the first time I started working on this game was 8 months ago. And every single session of working on this game, I've got a live stream of the entire process of making this game. The only ones that aren't in here are the member streams. So every Monday I work on the art assets or the game assets in Blender. But other than that, the entire process right here. Did you think it was gonna take 8 months to get this far? I don't think I did think. And you know, someone who's watched these old ones can corroborate. I can't imagine you would remember that detail, but I didn't honestly, I imagined I had no idea how long it would take. And I didn't want to set a time for how long it would take. I had no expectation. I truly, genuinely, as I believe I remember potentially the truth, is that I didn't set any expectation. It was gonna take as long as it takes. And if I were to answer that question as, like, I mean, yeah, like, probably I didn't think it would take this long. But I don't know, I don't know. I think it's a hard question to ask. Because it's not like I said to myself, oh, this is only gonna take a couple months, maybe a few months. I never said that, or if I did say it, I regret saying it, because I don't mean it. Truly, however long it takes is how long it takes. Because really what I want is I want to find out how, the idea that I had, how long did that take? And learn how to tailor my scope expectations. It's hard to say, but generally my answer would be, I didn't plan on how long it would take. But also, I don't know. I just don't know. It's a really hard question to answer, actually. Very hard question to answer. But I don't recall myself asserting it won't take that long. Now, I will say that I didn't expect it to take super, super long. I don't think it's gonna take, I'll say this, I'll make this statement now. I don't anticipate it's gonna take more than 2 years. I expect it will take less than 2 years. That much I will say. And I'm just basing that on how long it's taken so far. Alright, so as far as this, I feel like we should set this on the environment. There's no reason to set this off of the environment, right? Like, that seems silly. So I'm gonna come back to my game stage, just double check that's what this is. Oh, it's a directional light. Yeah. But the directional light is a child of the world environment. So I think we're just gonna say, in the ready function of the world environment, the sun gets turned off. So on ready variable sun is a directional light 3D, and it is set to directional light 3D, and then we're gonna say sun visible false. I don't think it makes sense to put this on the main menu or the state. I don't think it makes sense in either situation. We do have the terrain controller velocity being set to 0 in the beginning. That's another one. Don't see the point of putting that here. So we're not gonna put that there. And instead, we're gonna go to the terrain controller itself and set its default velocity to 0.0. That should be fine. Okay. So we're cleaning up this main menu script a bit. We have the on-game menu, so when that happens, I don't want this to be in here either, frankly. I would like this to be in game state. So let's do it. Now this is with relation to the menu, to be fair, and we're making it visible. Again, we're doing this on the terrain. We're adjusting the terrain controller from here. It raises some questions because on some level I don't like have to do it here. I don't know. I don't know what makes the most sense. It's a little tricky. You know, in the camera we're adjusting it in all these places. It's nice to see it all in one spot though, isn't it? I don't know. I think we could pull this out of here. I think we could pull this out of here. I think that'll be fine. I do. I think that'll be fine. And then, technically, I don't need to connect this at all now. So I gotta come back to game states, and we're gonna need to on-ready the main menu. When we are on the main menu state, we wanna make it visible, but we now have to on-ready that. So main menu visible equals true. Terrain controller, we gotta on-ready that. We gotta on-ready the camera, and we gotta on-ready the cam target. All that stuff has to like exist as stuff. So I'm gonna grab all of this. If I cut it, does something break in here? Yes. We'll fix that. It's a messy ordeal, to be sure. Now the terrain controller is there, but we need to update it like this, probably. I probably need to update it even harder than this. But for now, I mean, I could be wrong. I'm not sure. But for now, we'll see if this works. I'm not sure if the access is unique name is gonna work this way yet. But I will certainly find out momentarily. Okay, close that off. Do the same thing here. Close that off. Same thing here. And close that off. I still need to set up the main menu, which is going to be quite similar. On-ready variable main menu. That is a node 3D. And it's going to be set to all that. And it should just be called main menu. Let's double check. There's no underscore. There's a space. Is cam target has an underscore? Seriously? Wow. Don't make this have a space. Oh, and it's not accessible as a unique name either. Don't put a space in there. You've got spaces all over the place. I really need to be more consistent with some of that. I don't like that I wasn't consistent about that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've only got this in comments. So I think I can rename this safely. Cam target. Why does that make you sad? Because it has the different underscore? Yeah. Yeah, right. I mean, I think what's sad is that I made these have no underscore, where I think they deserve an underscore. Why is it loading for renaming that? Godot just crashed! Oh no. I mean, it's not the end of the world. Oh no. I don't know when the last time I pressed Control S was. I don't know when I pressed Control S. Godot just crashed. Very rare. I honestly don't think I've pressed Control S in a while. Normally I make a habit of spamming Control S, but I didn't this time. I didn't. I think it's been a minute. Granted, a lot of the stuff I did was not something that I can't just repeat. Like, that is to say, I feel like I can just do it again. It's not the end of the world. But, yeah, feels like it's been a while feels like it's been a while. Oh, all those things I just on-readied aren't there. For example. Oh no. Oh no. Alright, so this is where I last left off. Was when I was adding in the main menu. That's honestly not that far back. That's not that far back. Flip the sign, day since last crash 0. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yep. Okay. Be careful. Definitely hit save before renaming nodes. Note to self. I should hit save more often in general. But, wow. Did not expect that. What about menu buttons? Have I referenced that without... I don't think so. I think we can change this name safely and nothing will be a problem. I'm pretty darn sure. Pretty darn sure. It just bothers me that these things aren't consistent. Debug 3D, just like rename all these. Just keep it consistent, girl. Don't put spaces in here. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm trying to say. Even at the expense of crashing. We must do this. Alright, we're okay, we're okay, we're okay. Not that far back. So, I actually still have some of this stuff on my clipboard, in fact. So, all of this, right? And then we just have to reset up these. No problem. It's fine, I'm fine. I'm not upset, right? Paste that in there. And this. Paste that in there. And that. And then I was setting up the main menu, on ready variable, main menu. And then that's when I discovered that I wanted to rename it, which led to our slight predicament. I think we need to be more specific than that, because this isn't accessible as a unique name. Make it accessible as a unique name! If that's gonna work, screw it, let's do it. No reason not to. Alright. Menu cam position Y not declared in the current scope. Oh. I guess that wouldn't be. Huh. Menu cam position Y. So let's go back to main menu. That might be stuff that makes sense to be on main menu. But I don't know. Oh, yeah. I mean, we could just pull that from the main menu. That's really simple to do. Hey, Winning World, what's up? Welcome. So let's come back to game states, and we're just going to preempt this with main menu. Simple. Fixed. And we just got to do that with the rest of these. Main menu. Alright, good. Looks good. I will press save. There's also definitely possibly other things that didn't save, but we'll see. I am adding in states for whether or not we're in the intro, the main menu, the gameplay. I kind of had it set up spaghettified, and I'm unspaghettifying it a bit, so that way it's all a little bit more organized, which will hopefully make it easier for me to set up cutscenes and things like that. I'm not going to get to set up a cutscene tonight, but I will hopefully get this organized. Gosh, I hope so. So yeah, doing a little bit of that. I did some player character swapping earlier, but I can't even show you that because the game's a little broken right now since I've been doing all this, but we'll get it fixed. So we don't want to do the game begin anymore. We don't care about that. That's now being moved to this auto load script for game states. That was begin stuff, so paste that in here. That'll update all those things. Beautiful. Looks great. Main menu still has a preload, which plays an animation. I don't think we even need that here. We just don't anymore. Come to game states, put that right in here instead. Now, animation isn't set. What is animation here? Oh, that's an animation player in the main menu, so that's fine. Main menu animation. Done. Okay. Get rid of that. And then we don't need this. And our main menu script is now gutted. Absolutely gutted. Not a lot going on here, but that's kind of what we wanted. And now all the states are handled in separate functions over here. So it's just maybe, it's hard to say that it's more organized yet. But it is, it definitely is. Well, okay. Now, I'm a little nervous. I'm definitely nervous, because we're not switching these states yet, right? Let's just see what happens. Let me just press play. What happens? Where are we at? What is the game? Is the game? Okay. Ah, an error. Excellent. Expected statement found indent instead. Okay, I see. All right, fixed. Okay, yeah, sure, I can fix those indents. Yes, yeah, totally. Oh, okay, just don't worry about that. Whatever that was, Godot, just don't worry about it. Please continue. I don't, you know what? Don't even care. Me thinks it doesn't matter. All right, blackout. Oh, it looks so broken. Now I know why. It's because all the signals aren't emitting that change stuff that happens along the way. That's why that's not working. So some things are working. You can see it starts, so if I look at the output, starts at state 0, it goes to state 1, and it goes to state 2. This is excellent. This is good. Good things are happening. Now when we're in, what I forgot to add back in here is what changes stuff across other scripts. I didn't add that back in. Oopsie, right? Oopsie whoopsie. And unfortunately, I now have to remember where those were supposed to go. I don't remember where those are supposed to go. I mean, look at this. We even, okay. All right, here's what needs to happen. I need to pull up the code on the GitHub, because I don't remember how this was set up. So we're gonna go to GitHub. Link, by the way, is in the description box. You can find the entire repo for this game, at least since I last updated it. And that's what I'm gonna search through right now. We're gonna go to wherever the main, stop it, stop this. Where is my main menu script? Where did I put it? Right there? Okay, fine. Not a good place, but that's where it is. Now in here, we started the game menu there. I basically need to choose where these signals get emitted. And I might want to not have them be emitted like this, but for now, just so the game will work, and it's potentially more organized, I'm gonna keep it in there. But I forgot to add these back in, basically. So the pre-intro is the first thing that happens. Oh, so after the await, it sets this to true. Oh, okay. Oh, game intro emit right there. That's what I need to put in there. I think we don't need this await anymore, by the way. That seems not useful, truth be told. So I'm gonna get rid of that. But we do want to make game intro emit happen. And I might consolidate that so we don't have to emit those, but for now I do need them. So then that brings in the cutscene is what this does. And then when you're on the cutscene, you can press a button and that opens the menu. So this happens after the tween fade in right here, which is now right here. So we want to put this here after the state changes. I'm pretty sure. All right. And I think that might be the only ones. So let's see where that gets us. See if that makes a little more sense and actually gives us, you know, the menu. I'm optimistic. But basically those signals get emitted and a bunch of stuff on different scripts happens based on that, which I may or may not keep. All right, we got press any button to skip. I did not press a button and it skipped automatically, so that's a problem. But we do have everything else working. I can hover over the buttons. I can hover over the aliens. If I click an alien, they do the exclamation points as they should. The loading appears. There's some problems. So the menu isn't disappearing, and the camera isn't moving to the right place. So that's interesting. And the level is loading, so that's good. There's some good things happening, some things not happening. So why would the camera not change, and why would the menu not hide? Hiding the menu seems like the easiest thing to resolve, so let's figure out what's going on there. I feel like there's not an on-game begin emission happening that's supposed to happen. Game begin emit. Oh, that is here on the HUD. On-game preload. Right. Are we doing a preload? Game preload emit. Oop, I did comma emit. Game preload emit. Oh, I typed it wrong again. Game preload emit. Okay, we are, and that's on camera 3D. This is what I'm trying to avoid, is this chaos. So that's supposed to emit, and that does game begin, and game begin should adjust all of those things. So let's make sure this is working. Print, or let's not even put that there. Let's put this over where game begin emit is at in this function. Print HUD is preloading. And then we'll say print HUD began game. This is not where I want this stuff to live, but currently it does live there, and I just want to make sure that's happening. I'm almost sure that it is happening, but I just want to really be sure. And it might be that this game begin signal is not properly connecting to the actions that are supposed to happen. So that's not working. I didn't press any key to continue, so that's definitely not working. If I click on this, HUD is preloading, HUD began game. So those definitely are firing just fine. So that's not the problem. You know, and by changing this around, I've messed up all of the timing, essentially. I've completely changed the timing of everything. So I need to fix that. Let's see. Let's go back to the game states. We are there. Game state begin. Terrain controller velocity equals what it should. That's all fine. We're not having a problem there. The menu isn't disappearing. Why not? Why does the menu stay visible? And where did we have that here before? Sun visible false. I wonder how we were hiding the menu before. I don't even know where that is. Well, here's what you should do. Game begin connect. Look for everywhere we hooked that up. Hey, Entropy. It goes well, it goes well. Not too bad. You know, I started reorganizing a bunch of spaghetti code, and now I have to deal with the side effects of that. You know, it's okay. It's okay. It's alright. Very confusing. I'm not exactly sure what the issue is. But you know, I've definitely been grinding a little while tonight, so my brain's a bit tired. And then Godot crashed on me, so I'm a little unsure of what got saved and what didn't. Yeah, it can be satisfying. And it's not just satisfaction, it is that, but also you know, the way I didn't have it set up was making it hard to add in new features. And so I'm trying to get it so I can easily add in new features. So far, that satisfaction is not quite there. Oh, visible false. Menu fly away over. Visible false. That's supposed to be doing it. That's supposed to be making the main menu not visible. It almost never... Yeah. Same. It never crashes on me. I don't know what happened. Well, I know what I did. I tried to rename a node. And for some reason, I picked the wrong node to rename. And Godot just died. Yeah. Really, really, really rare. Really, really rare. Alright, so the flyaway thing. But I would say make sure you save before you go renaming nodes. Especially if you've been working with that node a lot. Menu flyaway over visible false. So that exists. That's right there. I wonder if because I renamed this node, if the because this is the way this function gets called is from a animation player. So this animation player right here does stuff and things. Oh, that's the wrong... Wait, what's the... Oh, it's this animation player. Menu exit right here. I wonder if it can't find it because I renamed it? I don't know. This does look a little strange, doesn't it? I wonder if that's what happened. Let's add a call method track. On main menu. I mean, it looks the same to me. Insert a key. Renaming node scares me. I know I could be referencing them in a less direct way, but I often just grab the node path. Yeah. Yeah, usually I can find everywhere the name is connected. And I'm not sure that that is the issue here, but we're gonna find out. And so I guess I should confirm whether or not that's happening. Generally, I keep a pretty good track of where I name things, but especially if I set things up in the UI, it can be different, but generally that should also already be automatically connected, so it shouldn't be a problem. Flyaway animation over, and we'll see, you know, even if that stuff doesn't happen, if the menu doesn't disappear, but that print output occurs, then I'll know it's not related necessarily to that renaming. So you still have this problem where it's skipping the intro before I even choose to. Not the worst problem, but a problem. And if we click through this, yeah, it's still not disappearing. And, oh, but look, it didn't print that message. That's surprising. So maybe that animation isn't playing in the first place. Oh. So what was supposed to play that animation, pray tell? Now over here in game states, Oops, it's meant to look in here. We do have main menu animation play. This is the animation that's supposed to play. On game state preload. Okay, got it. And when do we switch the game state preload? There we swap to the state menu. Here we swap to intro. Oh, are we not? No, we have to be preloading because that's what makes the exclamation points appear. Right? Oh, I don't, where, okay, hold on. Where do we actually switch to preload? Oh, we're not going to that state. Yeah, rename, I usually don't have a problem with renaming things because I just do a search for everywhere that name is referenced and then I just update it. So that's not the problem here. The problem here seems to be, and I could be wrong, but I think the problem here is I never am switching to the preload state. So it doesn't ever do the things it's supposed to do there. But let me make sure that's true. So states dot, if I search states dot pre-intro, we can see right there where I first referenced that, or the only place where I do. So I'm gonna do states dot preload. It doesn't ever switch. We never do preload. Okay, so when do we do preload in the old code? So I just haven't added that in yet. In the old code, preload occurs, I don't remember where. That would be when we, I think that might be on the Alien for menu. Well, there we connect it. Do I still have that anywhere? Preload.emit. Camera 3D. Got it. So it's emitting this, but it's not switching the state. And so this is checking if we press the grab button while hovering over something we can grab. That changes the state. I think that makes sense to change the state there, but instead of doing this, what we do now is we say messenger swap game state, emit, then we say globals is game states dot preload. That's the new way we do this. Which then, on the game state script, is going to run on swap game state. It is then going to match the game state that we just called it with, right here. That's what I just typed in, and then it's gonna run this function. This is the function, the one function that isn't running that's causing our problems. Now I still need, no, I don't think I need to do anything. No, you don't still need to do diddly squiddly. I think you've done it. So now, I think it should work better. I still have an issue with the, again, I'm not pressing anything and it's skipping the cutscene too early. So we still have a problem with the intro cutscene. I'm pressing nothing. It says press any key to skip and it just skips it. That's not correct, but that's okay. Whoa. Whoa. Okay, so something else broke. Oh, you know what broke? I forgot to emit it in here. So we do have to come back in here and say messenger game preload emit. And again, they're all up in here. We've got the emitting the game menu signal here. We've got emitting the preload. We just added that in. And I think there's another one still in here. Game intro emit. I might move some of the things that this does onto here instead of emitting that, but that's the old system that we have, and so I'll keep it in place. I think it's still going to be useful to be emitting some of those things, but we'll see. For now, let's just make sure we get back to a point where it works and the structure to make it better exists. Alright, so now it does the exclamation point, starts it up. Ah, the camera's in the wrong place still. Ooh. Now, I'll be honest, I don't know why that's happening. Or what makes the camera go to the right place. I did copy over the camera position stuff. The camera Y offset to the main menu cam. We should be restoring it back to normal when the game begins. Camera Y offset goes to the default camera Y offset, or the constant. So maybe on game state begin isn't happening. Oh. Is that true? Begin, emit. Now that's coming on the HUD from the preload. So that actually should be firing here. But I think, oh, it's the same thing. It's the same thing as the camera. It's the same thing. I need to tell it to change the state, and then we move where this gets emitted. So instead of that, we want to say messenger swap game state emit globals is game states dot begin. Then when we come here, that is going to run this on swap game states function because it's connected, swap game state from the messenger. And then that's going to check to see, are we on globals is game states begin? If we are, run the on global or on game state begin function, at which time we want to be emitting game begin and then do all this stuff. So this is all the stuff that isn't happening, i.e. moving the position of the camera. So that should move the camera position and do other good stuff. I probably should put this at the end. It's just like a hunch, but that's going to be better at the end. I don't know. It probably doesn't matter. At least it'd be more consistent. Still not pressing any key to skip, but that's okay. Click that. Camera's in the right place. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Now, what about that press any key to skip? What's the deal with that? So that, it's supposed to wait. It's supposed to wait for input before it changes from the intro state or the cutscene, the intro cutscene, and going into the menu. So it's not supposed to go into the menu just yet. So the intro plays. I mean, there's your answer right there. It just starts playing the menu regardless of whether there's input. So we don't actually want to put that in there, do we? We do not. We absolutely do not want to put that in there yet. We also don't even want this in here either. This doesn't belong in there. No, no, no. This belongs in here. That's where that goes. And this we need to put in the main menu where it's detecting. I think that's a good place for it, probably. In the main menu is where it's looking for the input. So if event is pressed. Oh wow, we even have it in there already. Great, good, that's right there. Beautiful. Love it. See how much this is so much easier to understand. It's like I know it may be confusing if you are not following or whatever, but like I am able to make better sense of how things connect now. I don't have to go hunting around in the same way. All right, so press any key to skip. I have pressed no key and there's no skipping. Excellent. I'm now going to press a key. Beautiful. It skips it. It brings it in. Yay! It's a party, baby. It's a party. And now we're here in this cutscene, and we can continue on to the game, and then there's the game! Success! Yay! Alright, alright, alright. I'm calling it there. I'm calling it there. That was a good success. By the way, if you're hanging out with us and you haven't hyper smashed that thumbs up button, I hope you will consider pressing that thumbs up button. Thank you for doing it. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Let me show you guys what I did today, because I'm very proud of it. It means a lot to me that I did stuff. This is exactly how I felt after my recoding. Things make sense. Yeah, I was just able to be like, oh, this should go here and this should go here. I know why this shouldn't work. Very satisfying, very satisfying. We're looking very stately. That was me adjusting my bow tie that would never exist. Okay, so yeah, so here's what we got. Here's what we got, y'all. I started out today wanting to have the player character, this is the old version of the player character, be swappable with the new version of the player character. And I did get that. So if I press this little toggle key, bam, it just switches it. Very nice, not bad, totally works. This ushered a horrifying realization, which is that the new player character doesn't look good, because I designed the new player character without having it be swappable, so I didn't realize that it doesn't look good. Because you weren't oh, Gab, you're too kind. We're geniuses together. Genius recognized genius. And so yeah, so I realized that this looks not good. So in next week's member stream, I will definitely be improving this. But now that I have a way to actually put it in the game and swap it, it's gonna be so much easier to design the animations and make it look as good as I want it to look. So that's a huge upgrade, that now we can play the game with the other character. I even got a way to swap to the cow, and you know what that made me realize? Forget the cow. It requires too much extra work, so I'm literally gonna remove all the cows from the game, except with a power-up that will allow a stampede to come through, because the cow looks stupid right now. It looks like a runway model without arms, and that's fine, but not what it's supposed to be. And it looks actually pretty good if we change the camera angle. If you change camera angle, it's like, oh yeah, look, that's it. Well, I just broke both of its legs, so it actually doesn't look that good. But you can see the cow nicely from that angle, so we'll add in a power-up where you can see a stampede of those cows or something like that, so you can see it from that angle. So that was a great success, was getting to actually, yeah, the cow's getting out of here, man. It was a great success to finally be able to, find out how the new player character looks in the game. And it turns out it doesn't look good, but that's useful information, and now I have it. Thank goodness. Thank the goodness that we have it. Look how cute it is. Oh, it's so beautiful. We'll add it in a new way. And humble. I like to be. It makes me feel not like a bad person. But I decided not to continue working on swapping, because there's not just the visual aspect of the swapping, there's also the technical aspect, right? Because there's code that makes the limbs go away, right? You've probably noticed in me just showing this right now, if I break off the legs on the old player character, which is probably gonna stay the current one, right? We've now broken some of those legs, but if I switch to the new one, the legs aren't broken. So hooking up all that crap, I'm not gonna bother with just yet until I get this new player character totally figured out. So I pivoted from working on that anymore to doing some intro stuff, some cutscene, intro, menu, game start stuff. You can't really tell that I did anything because it looks exactly the same, which is proof of my success, because I had to tear it apart to put it back together again to allow me to be able to do all this stuff with this nice new fancy auto load script, this game states script that just keeps way better track of all of those things. So now I can change a state and we'll even be able to track what state we're currently in. Just a lot less messy and a lot more in control. And so tomorrow I'm gonna be back. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming again tomorrow, another 8 hours plus working on this game. I'll probably do more of this transitioning between states and things like that. Who knows how it'll turn out. I'm gonna actually, you know what I really wanna do tomorrow is I wanna do cutscene stuff, so we can actually see what the cutscene might look like. But that was really hard to do without the states. So good progress, very excited about it. I look forward to coming back and hanging out with you all, and thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you to Kai Guy for joining up and being a member recently, and thank you to Ocean for joining up and being a member today. I appreciate that. Welcome to the family. I'll see you on Monday, but I'm also gonna be back tomorrow. Don't worry. I'm not saying I won't be back tomorrow, because I will. Hello, people who might be watching this after the live stream. Oh my gosh, you're still here. I'm so glad that you are. If you want to see the last live devlog that I did, tap or click in the bottom left, or tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one, and I hope I see you there. All right, y'all. Good night.